Chapter 1. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. I couldn't help but think this as my class once more erupted into an argument that would inevitably lead to a fight. Being in the equivalent to an elementary school class was new. I mean, I had done it before, but having adult brain and child body led to an interesting perspective. First thing you should know. Kids are dumb. They don't get basic stuff like, Ivy, Kiba is picking on you because he thinks you are cute. If you want to mess with him, just kiss him on the cheek or something. No, that hadn't gone well. Ivy thought I was gross. And Kiba had thrown some absolute shitstorm tantrum at me telling kids. But here I was listening to a teacher talk about Pokemon. Of course it was Pokemon. Sure, we still did math and reading, but we also had a class on survival and Pokemon husbandry. Because everyone was basically expected to leave home at around 10 and go on a journey. Not everyone did. And it wasn't required, but almost everyone at least tried. Sure, the amount of kids coming home that first night in tears wanting their parents was common, very very common. I had seen it myself, staying up late the night of the journeys. Vicky, stop spacing out. You are on my team to take care of Tauros. I glance up. Ivy was poking me with a pencil. The brat. Stop poking me, I said as I rose up to follow the rest of the class, ignoring Ivy's huff of irritation as she ended up following me out to the pens. Viridian City. I always got a bit of amusement at the fact this is where I lived now. The Kanto region. It was where my connection with Pokemon began. Even if it was completely different. Pokédex? Yeah, they have those. They are a book full of basic information, half of which is wrong. Trust me, I read through it. Some of the people that I knew from the games, anime and manga, were alive, but nothing like they were in them. The broad strokes were about right, but that was it. Lance was the Kanto champion, but I was pretty sure he wasn't secretly part of Team Rocket. So best timeline? Anyway, it was surprisingly peaceful right now. Sure, wars happened. There had been a war between Johto and Kanto a decade back, but it had been short. Peace had been restored, and the two countries were now working together. Pokemon ate Pokemon, and humans if they were hungry enough. The whole don't go into tall grass isn't quite right, because a lot of Pokemon didn't live in tall grass. But not going without your own Pokemon for protection was real. Which is why we all had classes on how to interact with Pokemon. The school we went to had a barn out back with a large field, where the teachers would release a few Pokemon during these lessons. Learning about different types, how to feed, and interact with them. Hey Tauros, I tell the big guy as I walk up to him. His huffing snort as he paced around told me today he was going to pretend to be difficult. The teachers all had their Pokemon act differently each time we interacted with them. It was actually pretty smart. Vicky, Tauros is using a threat display. Stop walking up to him, Ivy whispered, tugging at my shirt. And then suddenly Tauros was moo-calling. Because I had just pulled out a citrus berry out of my backpack. Poor Tauros had a hankering for citrus berries. I had picked this one on my way to school this morning knowing that I would be assigned Tauros. Adult brain being able to track basic stuff like when I get assigned to each Pokemon was pretty easy. Here you go, buddy. I know you're supposed to be difficult, but you deserve a reward today. I whispered to him, secretly earning me a happy call of his name as he started chowing down. Go on, Ivy, you need to check him out, right? Ugh. Vicky. That's cheating. We are supposed to deal with Tauros when he is being difficult. Offering a Pokemon their favorite berry is a good way to calm them. A voice called out and Ivy jerked as Mrs. Hikaru mentioned from behind me. Although I do believe we had this conversation last time, Victoria. But I don't want to fight Tauros today, I whined out. You know he enjoys pushing everyone in the mud, I whined to her. The fact Tauros was Mrs. Hikaru's Pokemon meant it was on her orders that he often left the children covered in mud on their way home. The woman's smile would be almost sadistic for a moment. It is part of the class, Victoria. While solving problems is part of what we learn here, I cut back, but it seems my backtalk hadn't worked. I will have a note for your mother after class, Victoria. Ugh. I grunted as I let Tauros finish his berry. I pulled out the brush from Iva's hand that we were meant to use to comb his fur down, and check for injuries. A common issue that trainers needed to do. You messed up, Vicky. Not really. My solution was fine. Mrs. Hikaru just doesn't like me being mouthy. Come on Tauros, let's go near the pond. We will need to clean the mud off ya. And don't even look at me like that. I pushed the Pokemon that was giving me an evil eye. Not if you want any more citrus berries. I leave off tempting and suddenly he was happy to follow along without a problem. Leaving Ivy whining at me for not doing it right. Sure, Ivy, because being thrown into the mud by a bull is the right path. Hauling the happy to follow Pokemon across the enclosure to the muddy pond to get some water, I was actually surprised to see a bunch of kids already there. Ivy, keep an eye on Tauros, okay? I tell her, because Tauros would happily run off if we let him just to give us trouble. It was his job and much like his trainer he was a sadist. What, Vicky? Stop running off, we have a... She isn't listening. I ignored Ivy as I rushed up to the pond. There was a crowd of 3 boys and between their laughter, and the fact they were throwing rocks at something, Vicky Justice Kick. I roar out as I Sparta kick Kiba in the back, sending him yelping into the muddy pond. You too, I yell out, pointing at the other two boys. Shit, it's Vicky. Damn it, Vicky. Stop kicking us in the pond. Stop being assholes. I cry out, ready to engage in mortal combat with the two other boys when I notice Kiba was having problems. Oh, haha, Kiba, you idiot. Why would you mess with a water Pokemon and then get in the water, moron? I burst into laughter, pointed at Kiba as he struggled in the water. You bitch. You kicked me in here. Help, get this thing away from me. He cried out as a Feebas that they had obviously been messing with continued to batter the boy with tackles. The fish was getting its revenge. I broke out into chortles, loving the revenge I was seeing, but well, Feebas didn't much like my laughter. A moment later, a fish slapped me off my feet and into the mud. Kiba finally managed to run away, and I decided to just learn how to breathe again for a few minutes. A face arced over me. A Tauros joining it a moment later. Ivis green hair thankfully blocking the sun from my eyes. That was dumb. The victory is mine, I wheezed aloud, the splashing of the pond telling me the Feebas was still around. I was thankfully no longer squelching as I reached home, although I was coated in mud still. I sighed, taking off my shoes and letting them squelch outside the door. Mama would kill me if I walked inside. Mama, I'm home, also I need a towel. I call out, waiting a moment for her to turn the corner. She looked like me, but made tall, blonde hair the color of golden wheat, and blue eyes. Although she was pretty short, which made me dread my eventual max height. Vicky, why are you coated in mud? Mama called as she came out of the kitchen. A towel in her hands. Shoulders falling, I reached into my backpack and pulled out the note Mrs. Hikaru had given me. I found a Feebas. Tackle hurts. Also, Mrs. Hikaru wanted me to give you this. Victoria Ferrous. I winced. Full name. Not good. I told you not to cause any trouble for your teachers. This is 3 times this month they have sent home notes. Sorry, Mama, it was my fault. I got mouthy, instead of just staying quiet. I answered truthfully, which always seemed to make my mama a little disgruntled, probably happy that I wasn't always trying to hide my troublemaking, but having me say it outright was probably irritating. Grounded. For a week. I sighed. Not too bad, but it could be worse. I mean, this was a world where no kid was an indoor kid, so it really was seen as a punishment. And it sorta was. Sure, I had a computer, but well, the internet and games weren't nearly as popular here. Yes, Mama. Oh wait, I argue. I need this afternoon first. I tell her, remembering that I still had something to do. Vicky, you are grounded. Mama spoke simply without a hint of give. I blink. Oh right, kid thing. It was really weird to remember having full control of your schedule then become a kid again. Ma'am dash, I stopped myself. Whining wouldn't help. Sorry, Mama. Can I explain what I need to do first? This is important. Although I got in trouble a lot, my ability to actually reason as an adult earned me an absolute ton of brownie points. Let me tell you, having an 8-year-old that does her own laundry and chores and stuff as casually as I do, was something my parents both teased their friends about. You have 1 minute, she tells me, holding up a finger. The Feebas, that got me all muddy. He is stuck in the pond on the school field. I'm gonna move him to our pond so the kids don't keep messing with him. Her? I don't actually know. How do you tell the difference between male and female Feebas? I don't think there is one, or no one cares. Vicky. It's a Feebas. They are? Well, they live everywhere. We had this talk about Magikarp. Don't talk stuff about Magikarp, I argue instantly. My homeboy Magikarp is the MVP. Vicky. Right. Sorry, no cursing. But please. Feebas is a good Pokemon, Mama. They are super cool, you know? Feebas are bottom feeders, Vicky. They literally survive on pond gunk. Which is why they are good for ponds. Ours is getting pretty nasty. Feebas would love it, I argue with a smile, already feeling it going my way. Didn't you say it attacked you? I don't want a dangerous Pokemon in our pond. Or you messing with it? He was being harassed by a bunch of kids, and... well, I was laughing at Kiba when I kicked him in the pond, so I think he thought I was laughing at him. You kicked Kiba into the pond? Blinking, realizing that I had actually gotten away with that, after everything. Mrs. Hikaru had been more interested in making sure we weren't going to be attacked by the Feebas more than what had caused it. He deserved it. He was throwing rocks at Feebas. So I kicked him in. Leveled the playing field. The Feebas got a few tackles in. It was even. Victoria. We do not condone wild Pokemon attacking people. Even when they threw rocks at the Pokemon first, I asked my ability to see things as an adult meant I could see my mother restrain herself from agreeing with me. Even then. Right. Sorry. I'll not do that again. Can I go help the Feebas now? 20 minutes tops. I just need to get a bucket. And maybe some berries? My mother exhaled, her hand pressing against the bridge of her nose as she considered it. I smiled, although wiped it off my face before she could see it. No reason to seem smug changed parents' minds. Fine, but, You do not get in that pond, or near the Feebas if it is showing any aggression. And take Meowth with you. Ah mama, not Meowth, he is such a massive pain-friendly Pokemon that I love and adore. I instantly change my complaint as the Pokemon in question walks into the hall. Meowth was mama's Pokemon, he was old, grumpy, and a cat. So he basically was the biggest downer of all time. He literally ate a Pidgey I was playing with in front of me before, whole, feathers and all. Meowth. He greeted me casually, walking over and looking like he was about to jump on my shoulders for a free ride before suddenly veering off. I snickered. I was still covered in mud. Meows? Watch Vicky for me. She is going to go help a Feebas. Don't eat it, dear, I don't want to consider where it has been. Just make sure it doesn't drown her. Meow, he offered with a sigh as the cat stretched. Great. 1 SEC, I need my bucket. I order as I hurry up the stairs, wincing at my mother's yell not to leave mud on the floors. I was gonna be scrubbing the floors tonight, dang it. With my bucket in hand, and still in muddy clothes, I raced back outside. Meowth, the absolute asshole he was, had decided since he couldn't ride on my shoulders, the bucket would do, so I was forced to haul his fat lazy butt back to the school field. Stupid cat, I moan as I put the bucket down, my arms aching. Seriously, I was already tired, and now I would have to haul a bucket of water filled with fish back home too. Stupid cat. Especially when I remembered Feebas were like 15 to 16 pounds. Alright Meows, stay here okay? Only help if I'm drowning or something. Meow Meowth. I looked at the cat that was looking at me, giving me a specific sort of look. One I had grown used to recognizing since Meowth was an asshole. If I fall in, I'm on my own to you, huh? Meowth. Really? You are gonna do me like that? What would mama say? That earned a moment's consideration before he seemed to look around the field and shrugged. Meowth. Wow, you would just run off, huh? Well, I'll remember that next time you need me to clean up a hairball in order for mama to not change your dinner. The hairball food is super gross, right? Well, I taunt as I step away, earning a hiss for my trouble. I guess this is what I get for taking mama's Meowth. The alley cat. Literally, that is where mama found him. Still had that sort of arrogant swagger of a trainer Pokemon, alongside the cat pride. He was a pain in the ass. Nice to cuddle on cold days though. Ignoring my cat, I walked up to the water. Hey Feebas. You still in there? A long moment nothing happened, and I sighed. Maybe he had already jumped out of the pond back to the river? Sure, it was a long trip, but, Feebas, they were river fish, and they were hardy as fuck. If Magikarp were tough because of stupid, Feebas were tough because just nothing stopped them. I grabbed a cherry berry from my backpack, one I had grabbed a few off a tree on my way over, and pulled it apart, letting the juice drip down my hands into the water. Hey Feebas. You want a berry? I just want to talk, okay? I'm not the jerks that threw rocks at you. I waited a while, letting the juice drip before poking half of the berry into the water. A moment later it was scooped right out of my fingers by a hungry fish. There you aped. I spit the nasty pond water out of my mouth. The fish had spun back into the pond and kicked up water into my face. Okay? I licked the other cherry berry, letting the taste wash away pond water. Listen, I have more berries for you. Here is the deal, okay? I want to move you to another pond. It's one at my home. It's bigger than this one, and it feeds our berry farm. So lots of overripe berries fall into the water. There isn't any other water Pokemon there. Think about it. You can hang out. No more kids throwing rocks, or big Pokemon like the Tauros drinking your water, and all the berries you can eat. How about it? Slowly the Feebas rose up until his mouth was mostly out of the pond. Phoebe. I offered the other half of the berry, which quickly disappeared from my fingers. I reached into my bag and grabbed a few more, which earned me an interested look from the fish. I didn't really understand that one, buddy. Here, have another sherry. He gulped that one down and seemed quite happy at his treat before once again. Feebas. Understanding Pokemon wasn't a science, and no one could just speak to them like Yellow from the manga. I had looked, but people could pretty easily understand a Pokemon they had been around for a while. Pokemon were capable of being just as smart as humans after all. Maybe not Slowpoke, or maybe they were just smart in their own time, which was about 2 hours after everyone else. While not all Pokemon were human level, sometimes they had to have some years on them first, or just evolve a bit. So it took me a minute, but the way he was saying it sounded sad. Are you asking? Why I would help you? Phoebe, that was a confirmation. Huh? How rough. Listen. I even like Magikarp. Feebas are great. You are a great Pokemon. I mean, sheesh, you guys evolve into the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. Literally. Milotic is called that. You just have a rough early period. I just want to help out. Feebas Phoebe. Huh, that was definitely a question. A shocked question? What was shocking? I looked back to Meowth. Sometimes you could get another Pokemon to translate, but my cat was sleeping in my bucket. I sighed. Figures. Okay, wait, hold on. That was a question. But I don't follow. Magikarp. Phoebe. Okay, not that. Great Pokemon? Feebas are great. Feebas. So not what your question is about, but you disagree? Ah. That's so. Okay, I'll come back to that. Milotic. Feeb. Milotic? I mean, have you seen a Milotic before? Feeb. Never? Wait. Did you know you could evolve? Feeb. Feeb. You didn't know you can evolve. Holy shit. Pokemon? Pokemon don't know what they can evolve into? No wait. Some do, but I guess. You probably never had a Milotic mama or papa, huh? That makes sense? Okay, so yeah, Feebas evolve into Milotic. They are awesome. They are this long-eel Pokemon. With the most beautiful scales in the whole world. They change colors at different angles, and they are considered super rare and valuable Pokemon. Everyone wants a Milotic. Feeb. Yeah, you can evolve into them, you just need to be beautiful. Feeb. The moan soul-shattering. No no no. No way, relax. Listen. I know how to evolve you, okay? There are 2 ways to do it. One, I make you feel beautiful. Which you are. Feebas are great. Feeb. I'm not lying. The second is to get a prism scale. Feebas can make them naturally, somehow? But that's not a big deal, I can buy one too. Milotic shed them. I mean, they are pretty expensive for my pocket change, but listen. Come with me. Live in my pond. I promise I will help you evolve. I mean, I wouldn't mind having a Milotic partner. Feebas. Feeb. Ha, yeah, you can be my partner. I don't have any Pokeballs. Don't let us kids have them. I hate it, but I mean, if you give a kid a Pokeball, I trailed off meaningfully. Although Feebas didn't seem to get it. Feebas. Cool. Let me get my bucket. And move my lazy cat. Mama, I'm home. Ugh. I grunt as I set the bucket full of fish down. Meowth casual sauntering past me, uncaring to help. Jerk. Feeb, my little buddy, who was actually pretty cool. He seemed pretty sorry for making me carry him all the way home. At least he was looking around in wonder at the house. Right. Wild Pokemon. Cool, huh? I'll show you my room sometime as well. Although I think I'll need to put you in the pond first. My arms are a little done. Oh, need your big strong papa to come rescue you? A voice called out from above me suddenly as I was lifted into strong arms. Laughing maniacally as I was shaken about, I felt my grin grow. Papa, when did you get home? About 5 minutes ago. Your mother told me you were out catching a Feebas. Not catching, helping. I mean, I would catch him if I had a Pokeball. I trailed off, teasing, earning a scoff. Not a chance, trouble. Not until you are 10. Fine. Anyway, Papa, this is Feebas. Feebas, this is my Papa, Victor Ferris. I'm named after him. Papa was tall and large. Since he worked with Pokemon all day, he was super strong. Although he often came home smelling like a barbecue since he worked with Growlithe all day. Papa worked with the police Growlithe training department. Basically, he trained the Growlithe that all the officers would take out with, teaching them scenting, tracking, and battle. His partner Growlithe, who was in his Pokeball right now, was Papa's first Pokemon, and was considered a pretty strong Growlithe, which is how he got the job when he retired. Feeb, the poor fish was trying to hide in his bucket as Papa looked in. You don't need to be scarred, Phoebe. Papa is cool and totally understands that not all Pokemon are great until they evolve. He is nice. Right, Papa? Sure, trouble. Hello, Feebas. Vicky. You do know Feebas on dash. Victoria, Victor, both of you, you are covered in mud. Go get cleaned up. Mama interrupted instantly, the housewife furious as she took in her family's appearance. I had been covered in mud and dirt when Papa grabbed me. Oops. Sorry, Papa. Oh, my beautiful and beloved wife. Papa called out teasingly, and suddenly I could see my mama's eyes open wide. Don't you dare, you dash, and they were off. Papa chasing Mama through the house to give her a muddy hug. Papa helped me put Feebas in the pond a little later, but well, he slept on the couch that night. Love of my life? Victor asked as he rolled over in bed. Yes, dear. His wife responded by putting the book down she had been reading. Why does our daughter love the ugliest, most useless Pokemon in the whole world? It took us how long to get her to stop trying to fish up Magikarp? Years, my beloved. Years. And I don't know. Feebas don't even evolve, so I have no idea what our daughter is on about. Victor looked over to his wife long after their daughter had gone to bed. Her blonde hair up in a bun, and sundress did nothing to hide her beauty from him. Her blue eyes shared by their daughter looked worn out. I never know whether to say we were blessed by her, or cursed. Don't say that. He laughed, unable to resist teasing her as he pulled her close. It could be worse. She could be a Ponyta girl. Oh, don't you start. Ponyta are amazing Pokemon. I always wanted one. Yes, dear. At least the Feebas won't turn into a 20-foot serpent in our pond someday. Thank Arceus for that. Okay, so Phoebe, Operation Turn You into a 20-foot sea serpent begins now. I tell the Pokemon swimming in my pond, his head poking out to listen as I pointed to my marker board I had brought out. So first thing first. I'm working on getting a prism scale. Which is sorta the easiest way to evolve you. I point at my perfect drawing of a prism scale. Ignore the fact it looked like just a bunch colors. I may not be an artist. Problem is, they are expensive. I checked at the jewelry shop in town, and they did have some. But it was really expensive. I even asked if they had any offhand that weren't used in jewelry, and they do. But they are still expensive. I groaned, pointing to the number beside the picture. This is a bit outside of my current price range. I already checked my savings, and we aren't even close. Damn that fishing rod. If only my desire for Magikarp wasn't so strong, I would have more money. I mean, it wouldn't be even close to enough still, but it would save me some time if I am saving it from allowance. Anyway, here is the deal using my allowance. I will have enough to buy one in about 2, maybe 3 years. Phoebe. Hey, now no need to be sad. Like I said, this is just the option that will absolutely happen. A few years. I tell Phoebe using a raised finger. But that is only if everything else doesn't work out. I point at the whiteboard. So option 2. This one is free. All we need to do is make you beautiful. When you feel beautiful on the inside, you will become beautiful on the outside. That earned me a few blubs of water. Obviously Phoebe didn't share my confidence. Until then, well, you wanted to be my partner, right? I ask, earning a startled splash from the fish as it literally jerked in shock at the offer. Feeb. I smiled at the quick confirmation. I wasn't kidding when I offered. I think Phoebe are great. I reached out and to his shock poked him on the nose. Since you will be my partner, we will need to get to know each other, and we can even do some training to strengthen you up. How about it? Phoebe. Awesome. This is gonna be fun. So first off, here are a bunch of berries. Which is your favorite? Phoebe. Oh, good choice. Vicky. Why do you have a Phoebe in a bucket? Miss Kurosawa said to bring in a Pokemon today. A family Pokemon, Vicky. We are supposed to bring in one of our parents' captured Pokemon. Your Phoebe is in a bucket. Listen, Ivy. Growlithe is with Papa at work. And Meowth threatened me with his claws. So I took my cowardly ass outside and picked up my best bud Phoebe. Phoebe. Vicky. Language. No, now my arms are tired, can we take this inside? Miss Kurosawa is gonna kill you. I shrugged as I continued to haul my fish inside the classroom. The classroom that had a bunch of excited students inside, everyone had a Pokeball with them, to show off a family Pokemon and discuss things we have learned about them while living with them. That was supposed to be the lesson, but most of the kids simply brought their parents' strongest, biggest Pokemon to show off. I brought Phoebe, because we were besties. Plus no one was allowed to say anything bad about any Pokemon brought in. I had asked Ms. Kurosawa directly, and made sure that she would remind everyone because Phoebe needed some more moral support from more than just me. Victoria. Ms. Kurosawa. You are looking beautiful today. I offered with a smile as the older woman looked down on me. Fortunately, I was a pretty good kid mostly, outside of my occasional bored nonsense, so she simply gave me a look. If you make a mess, you are cleaning it up after class, Miss Ferris. You got it. Hear that, Phoebes? Let's try to keep the water in the bucket. Phoebe. Phoebe agrees. Very well. To your desk, Victoria. Sure. Oh, maybe another reminder about Pokemon and their feelings? I prompted quietly when I noticed Phoebe was looking around excited. For a moment it looked like Ms. Kurosawa was not going to agree. But a moment later her stern face melted into a small smile. I will make sure the class remembers Victoria. Off you go. I smiled as I finished making my way inside to more than a few wrinkled faces. Phoebe unfortunately had a reputation as being gross Pokemon. So the kids weren't happy, but before anyone could say anything, Ms. Kurosawa came in clutch. Class, let's start quieting down, and a reminder. We are having a lot of Pokemon coming through today. Pokemon that are family members to those bringing them in. So if you have nothing nice to say nothing. Smile and be polite, we are here to share what we have learned about Pokemon in our family. The very stern call was pointed at a few of the troublemakers who grumbled but seemed to accept what they were told. They might be little shits, but they were also about to get to see cool Pokemon. Plus people were nicer in this world in general. I assumed it was because if you talked shit here, that weirdo you were making fun of might pull a dragon out of his pocket. Shit was wild like that. I have my mom's Venusaur. I glanced up as Ivy popped a Pokeball, and the teacher winced as the Venusaur let its weight be felt on the school's flooring. I kept my laugh hidden, but Miss Kurosawa was looking pissed. We had been told to keep our Pokemon inside appropriate. Rumor is some kid years ago brought a Wailord to class. None of the kids had listened to that rule if they could. I highly doubt Ivy was the only one to bring something huge. Venusaur. It roared out, which did have me laughing as Ivy was doing jazz hands as the Venusaur showed off for the class. It was being nice to Ivy. This is Venusaur. My mom's starter. When I go on my adventure I'm going to get a Bulbasaur that was one of Venusaur's eggs. Very nice, Ivy. Miss Kurosawa said, not sounding like she thought this was nice at all. Why don't you talk to us about taking care of Venusaur in your home? Alright. Venusaur needs lots of light, so we actually have a greenhouse in our backyard for him to live in. Venusaur eats a lot of food as well. Dad says that just because Venusaur could live mostly on sunlight, giving them normal food is necessary. Otherwise they might not grow right. Thank you, Ivy. Why don't you go ahead and return Venusaur now? Yes, Ms. Kurosawa. Venusaur return. The class pretty much went like that. A lot of Kanto starters. Although even I looked on in awe at a Charizard standing proudly in the classroom. So cool. Dragons. My eyes might have been sparkling. Victoria. Why don't you introduce us to your friend? Oh, yes. I grunted as I lifted Feebas up in his bucket. Seriously. The fish was close to 18 pounds plus water. It was heavy. This is Feebas. I introduce, as I put him down. I could feel his nervousness at the way he was wiggling a little from all the eyes on him. Leaning down I whispered. Don't worry, buddy. You got this. Feebas is one of the fish Pokemon. Like Magikarp. But Feebas is actually a really important Pokemon to the ecosystem. Sea Feebas are able to live in almost any source of water, even shallow ponds and stuff. They can eat just about anything to survive because they are so hardy, but you usually see them around ponds and things. They actually help keep our ponds clean for other Pokemon. So they eat garbage? A call came out, and I could see Ms. Kurosawa already acting, walking over and whispering something into an ear, considering the rapidly paling face from the girl, Brittany? Something like that. Well, she was in trouble. So was I though, because Feebas was dunking his head into the bucket trying to hide. That bitch hurt my fish's feelings. If Ms. Kurosawa wasn't here, I would be teaching her Mr. Fish-style kung fu. They can eat anything. But it's not garbage. They can eat anything, so it lets them keep ponds clean of algae and build up. We wouldn't have Goldeen without Feebas. Or Staryu and Starmie since they only like clean water. Feebas are great. They help all the Pokemon around them, and because they are so necessary most Pokemon won't even attack them to try and eat them. I actually didn't know that, Victoria. Tell us about taking care of your Feebas? Oh sure, Ms. Kurosawa. So Feebas will eat just about anything, so we keep him in our feeder pond. It's where our water for our berry trees come from. Without Feebas in there we had to work really hard to keep the water fresh so it wouldn't get nasty. But ever since I brought him home, our pond has been really pretty. I even go swimming with Feebas now. I continue to pump my little fish up, and thanks to Ms. Kurosawa I actually had a few of my friends mention how useful a Feebas was. My little fish was crying at the compliments as I picked up his bucket and took him to my desk. That was almost a disaster. Chapter 2. Wow, Vicky. This pond is clean, Ivy mentioned as she followed me over to Feebas Pond. The pond was practically sparkling. It actually hadn't been this clean before I had talked my boy up. Afterwards he had made it his goal in life to clean up the whole pond. It was actually a little heartbreaking. My poor fish was so desperate for attention. So I had brought Ivy over to get some. Yeah, Feebas worked really hard, you know. I mentioned as I slip into the water, giggling as Feebas swam up to brush against me. I gave him a hug and a kiss on his forehead. Come on in, the water is great. Ivy did just that. The girl already in her swimsuit, she hopped in and giggled as Feebas wandered over to say hello. I might have maybe kinda asked her to be very sensitive to Feebas's feelings on her way over. I was really glad I had though. She didn't even look grossed out as she gave him a pat on the head and a heartfelt "Thank you, Feebas." My poor fish was so embarrassed at being thanked he had started swimming in circles really fast. It was so funny that even Ivy let out an honest laugh as she chased after Feebas. That became our first game. Water tag with a fish was a little unfair. Feebas was the clear winner, but we had plenty of splash fights and laughing fits as we played in the pond. This was nice. I loved this world. It was so peaceful. Growlithe, no. I whined at the puppy Pokemon. Growl. No. It's my birthday, I wanna sleep. I continued to whine, hiding under my blankets only to have puppy nose burrowing in. Eee. I squealed when cold wet nose touched my unprotected sides. Okay. I'm up. Good job, Growlithe. Come on, birthday girl. Time to get up. Your mom has breakfast ready. Evil. I curse at him as I rise up, but I blow out my long blonde hair from my mouth. Running my hands through my strands, I take a moment to grab my brush and brush it just enough it isn't in a flurry before grabbing one of my hair bands and pushing it out of my eyes. Okay. I guess I'm up. For more sleep. Hee 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 hee. I giggle as I jump back into my bed, already hearing Growlithe come rushing back into the room to finish his duty. No, Growlithe, I'm sleep heaping. You can't steww. Growlithe. Don't lick my toes. A few minutes later I am dragged into the dining room by Growlithe, who was tugging me by the bottom of my pajama pants. Okay, Growlithe, you did it. Vicky is here. Good job. Papa called out instantly, causing the puppy to rush over and stand at attention at Papa's side. Growlithe was super well trained. Police dogs were like that. I got slobber on my pants. I hint at my papa, only earning a smile and a pat on my head as he pulls out my seat. Play games with Growlithe, you only earn one prize, Mama says suddenly as she drops a plate of goodness in front of me. Slobber? Slobber, she affirms, earning a whine from Growlithe and a look pout from Papa. So Jenny let you off today? For the whole day. The whole day trouble. It's my favorite daughter's 9th birthday after all. Only daughter. I grumble at him as I begin to stuff my face. This was nice. Papa worked with the police and police work sometimes had odd hours, so there had been birthdays he missed before. Not that I held that against him. But it was nice he was here for this one. So we have a few things planned for you today. Which should we do first? Papa teased to himself, hemming and hawing. Presents, I told him instantly. As if there was any other option. No. He offered with a wide smile which earned a whine from me as I pouted at him. Finish up. We are going to meet your grandma, he informed me. My smile grew then. Gram and Papa did not get along. Yeah, laugh it up, kid. You know how she is about birthdays. Ugh, true. I'm gonna get my cheeks bruised. I moan, rubbing my face. I can already imagine the pinches. Heh, he chuckled as he patted my head consolingly. Oh, let me go wish Feebas good morning before I get ready. I stand up, grabbing a sausage from the plate along with a chesto berry, which were always nice in the morning to help wake up. Hurry up. Your grandmother is expecting us to be on our way soon. Feebas is family too. I call back as I rush out into the cool morning air. Hurrying over to the pond, I call out Feebas, which pretty quickly earns a reaction. Phoebe, as the fish splashes out of the water in a big jump before splashing back down. Oh. Nice height. Very pretty. I compliment my fish as I bend down to give him a pet on his head. I'm gonna be gone most of the day to see Gram. Phoebe, you'll hold down the house, right? Phoebe. That's my guy. Here, I brought you some of my special breakfast. Feebas. I giggled as he wiggled in the water at the idea of special breakfast. Passing the sausages and berry over, I smiled down at him. I'll come hang out once I get back, okay, Phoebe? We will make it a special birthday swim. Maybe we will head down to river instead of staying in the pond. We can practice your current swimming some more. Phoebe. Smiling, I stood. Nothing could tear down this good mood. Owa. I winced, my cheeks practically bruised as the old hag I called Gram pulled away her steel trap fingers. Hee hee, it's a birthday, little trouble. Gotta bruise those cheeks. She cackled like some witch. As she pulled away. What's this? My worthless son returns? Faye. Mom. Not on Vicky's birthday. Faye. I'm not talking to you. Dog lover. Mom. Now where's my beautiful daughter, heh? I'm here, mother, Mama said as she walked in to get a hug from Gram. Good. How my worthless son got a beauty like you I will never know. Must be something I did. Your Meowth as well? Meowth is as prideful as always and healthy as a Tauros. Good. Ha. Bet he keeps that pup in his place too. Mom. Growlithe and Meowth get along just fine. Faye, probably the cat taught that dog a lesson then, huh? With that whirlwind, Gram pulled them into the old house. The Ferris family had apparently been Meowth and other cat Pokemon breeders a few generations back. Every member of the family had taken a cat-like Pokemon, until Papa had found Growlithe as a pup, and that was that. Gram never forgave him for that, although I got it. The Ferris family hadn't done much breeding in years. It was a long story, but let's say that Pokemon acclimate to their surroundings after a few generations. And you? When are you going to get a nice Meowth? Or a Skitty? Gram asked, turning to look at me with an eager smile. I got Feebas as my first partner, Gram. I chirp happily. Well, he would be a Milotic eventually. The look of disgust on her face was absolutely hysterical. I couldn't help but burst into a quiet laugh. Even if I wasn't going to use Feebas as my starter, I would have said it just for that look. A fish, my granddaughter, a fish trainer. She fake sobbed as she let us all inside. Grandma hated any Pokemon that wasn't a cat. Luxray are cute. Lions, those are barely cats. Betrayal. I giggled as I settled next to her, earning a pat on my head for my troubles. The next few hours were fun family stuff. I talked about training Feebas, and how school was going. Papa and Mama spoke with Gram a bunch too. As we spoke, Gram's Persian, a cat that looked as deadly as a knife but was actually a total baby, came to demand attention from me. I knew all the best spots to scratch. The old cat was Gram's prized breeder, so he basically spent his whole life as a pampered baby. I heard a little Pidgey tell me you wanted something special for your birthday, Gram finally mentioned as the conversation wound down. Mom, no presents until after dinner. Papa tried but failed to hold back Gram. Faye, she offered as she held out a small box for me. My granddaughter finally shows interest in beauty and not mud and fish, and you expect me to wait. Some son you are, she teased as she handed me the small wrapped box. Thanks, Gram, I love you too. I offer, giving her a kiss on the cheek and a strong hug before pulling away and peeling the small box open. The thing was hand-sized, probably the tiniest present I had ever been given. But my gasp was loud enough to echo. My jaw dropped. Is this? A prism scale necklace. Your mother mentioned you even went down to Ruthbert's to ask if they had one. I was shook. There in my hand was the key to my Feebas's future. Go on, put it on. I shook my head instantly, gently reaching into the necklace and pulling the silver necklace apart, letting the scale drop into my hands. What, Vicky? Sorry, Gram. Sorry, Mama. I needed this scale. Gram, I love you so much, you are the best of all time. I tell her horrified face as I once more give her a kiss on the cheek. Dad. Get the car. Vicky, what? No time to answer. We need to go home really fast. But then we have to come back. Gram deserves to see this too. Please hurry. This is the best birthday present ever. Looking horrified at my casual destruction of the gift, they at least seemed interested in my urgency. Okay. I'll play along. Papa shrugged, willing to put up with me. Which is why he was my favorite. We will be right back. Yep. Super fast trip. Victoria Ferrous. Sorry, Mama. Papa followed me back to the car as he started up driving us back across town to home. Vicky, you know you destroyed your grandmother's gift, he offered after a minute of driving. I know. She'll understand why. I probably should have waited though. It was a pretty necklace. Heh, his chuckle told me he found the whole thing funny. But he was a guy, so jewelry was a whatever thing for him anyways. As we pulled up into the driveway, I was already off, rushing to the pond. Phoebe, come on buddy, we have to go, I have a surprise for you. I tell him as I hold out the bucket I carried him around in. With a sigh and a stern, Grandma won't be happy. From him he drove us back, with Phoebe happily enjoying the ride. He had never been in a car before after all. Pulling back up to Gram's house, I waddled my way to the backyard after calling out for everyone to come. Grandma had a very traditional house, including a koi pond. Although it was full of goldine and things rather than koi, it should have Magikarp, but Gram was one of those Magikarp haters. Just because they sometimes evolved into Gyarados and trashed places? Well okay, I get not keeping them in your house. I was totally gonna keep them in my house someday. Daughter of mine, I hope you have a good reason for all this? Mama asked as she came up to me and watched as I released Phoebe into the pond. Mama did not look happy. Kihihi, I cackled, Phoebe swimming back around to look at me wondering what was going on. Faye. Gram, come here, sit here. I pull her over to the bench that was lining the pond. Front row seats, I whisper to her with a wink as I hurry back to the confused Phoebe. Phoebe. Today is my birthday. It's a special day that humans celebrate, they get gifts today. To say we are glad you were born. But Phoebe. Today I got a gift for you. One that we can share forever and ever. I think you are beautiful inside, Phoebe. You are my bestest friend. So I want to let your beauty shine through. I pulled out the prism scale, letting it shine in the light to catch his eyes. Feebas, he roared as he practically had a heart attack on seeing it. So Phoebe, will you share your evolution day with me? I asked, holding out the scale. Feebas, he cried, literally cried, fishy tears. It was kinda cute. Good thing I wasn't a sadist, otherwise I would bully 100%. Evolution? Mama asked behind me, but Gram suddenly shushed her, eyes sharp, as I pushed the prism scale into Phoebas's head, slipping it between his scales. And suddenly light. My eyes lost sight, it was bright, but a moment later, I didn't need vision. Milotic cried out in its evolution. The massive serpent cried out to the heavens, weeping at finally achieving its destiny. Yeah, see? I always told you. You are the most beautiful one of all. Arceus, I heard gasps from behind me. No, Milotic, I teased, turning, as I wiped my tears from my eyes. Milotic was already wrapping around me, crying his little soul out as he finally felt as beautiful as I kept telling him he was. That's why I wanted the prism scale. Thanks, Gram. Well, I'll be, she muttered, looking as shocked as Mama and Papa. Vicky. How? Daughter of mine? We need to get a Pokeball. Now. Papa said, suddenly going white. We have an uncaught Milotic in front of us. That caused a stir among the adults as they swiftly pushed Papa out the door. To go to the store and buy one. It's not a cat, but I'll allow it. Gram grumbled after a time, earning a snort from Mama and an honest laugh out of me. Want to pet him? Damn right. So there was a problem with having a crying Milotic. Me yellow, heavy, I grumble as the serpent had wrapped me up tight, refusing to let go after his evolution. But he didn't care. He was practically purring against me. I eventually gave up trying, simply stroking his head, where he was thankfully no longer crying. Okay, that's a good boy. Just take the time you need, partner, I whisper to him, earning a trill of happiness as his body tightens just a tad. Back. Alright, let's get this done quickly, Papa said as he came in carrying a new Pokeball. He walked over to me and handed it over. Your Pokeball? Your Pokemon. This is a big responsibility, Vicky. I don't know. I'll leave that for later. Once you capture Milotic, you will need to be registered as a trainer. It's a little early for it. No, you can't go on your journey until you are 10. I blinked at all the information he had just dumped on me as I took the Pokeball. You ready, Milotic? Only for a bit, then you will be right out. I promise. I tell him, holding out the Pokeball, but I didn't even get a chance to do anything. His nose instantly pressed against the ball. And suddenly I was a lot lighter with 20 feet worth of sea serpent no longer in my lap. Phew, I groan as I fall back holding the pokeball that contained my friend. Milotic, I choose you. I called out, tossing the ball, and a moment later Milotic was sitting in the pond. Milotic, he cried out before rushing back over and beginning to wrap me up again. Victoria, Gram finally spoke. I didn't know Feebas could evolve, much less into a Milotic. She spoke simply a question and a statement. Yeah they do? It's like Magikarp? You know how they are weak and they turn into a Gyarados. Same thing with Feebas and Milotic. Although Feebas don't evolve through strength like Magikarp. Oh? Yeah. They evolve with a prism scale. Which you know Milotic drop in the first place. I did know that. I just didn't know they had anything to do with Feebas. Yep. It's because of how Feebas evolves. See, they only evolve when they feel beautiful. That earned a round of blinks. Really? Yep. I laughed at Gram's confusion. Anyway, the prism scale is like concentrated beauty to Feebas, so if you give them one, they feel beautiful, so they evolve. Isn't that right, Milotic? Didn't I tell you? You were always beautiful. Milotic. I giggled as he immediately began rubbing his cheek with mine. How cute. Vicky, you aren't to tell anyone what you just told us. Gram spoke simply, earning a confused look from me. What? Why? People are going to ask about Feebas. Tell them he ran away or something. Vicky. Milotic prism scales are very expensive. Knowledge on how to evolve a Feebas into one would. There are people that would do almost anything to get that knowledge. Papa explained seriously as he bent down and put a hand on my shoulders. Promise me. You won't tell anyone. Okay? I won't tell anyone. Good. Papa offered, sighing as he settled in beside me. We will have to call the whole family, let them know. Faye, those cheapskates. Tell them nothing, Gram hissed. You know we can't do that, mother. A Milotic. I don't think there is a single Milotic in all of Kanto other than this one. If nothing else, the Pokemon Association will want us to begin selling scales. Why would the Pokemon Association want that? I asked, curious. Don't they just run the gyms and league? I couldn't help but ask, only to watch as all the adults shared a look. The Pokemon Association doesn't just handle the league, Vicky. They also do conservation and Pokemon growth in a region. Milotic are very rare, Vicky. I don't think there is another one in all of Kanto. So the association will definitely want to get involved with the sale of prism scales. Being able to buy them within the region will save Kanto huge amounts of money on taxes. Oh, it's a money thing. I nodded, that made sense. Papa chuckled. Not just that, but the association also tries to keep Pokemon numbers up. Since Milotic is unheard of in Kanto, they will want to try and find out where it was found, and if there are more. Well, I mean, I could do that, I offer, earning a sudden widening of Papa's eyes. That's right. The Milotic scales let you evolve Feebas into Milotic. How often does a Milotic shed a scale? No idea, I offer, simply shrugging. Listen, they never go over this sort of stuff in the games or anime. Okay, that is something we can find out as we go. Mother, do we wait and try to get a flock of Milotic first, or tell the association? You know them better than we do, Papa asked, and I was left blinking. A flock of Milotic? Why would we need so many pretty eels? Actually, dumb question. Continue. For now, say nothing. Girl. Favorite granddaughter of mine. Milotic is a secret for now. Tell no one, and show no one. Keep him here if you want, or keep him in a pokeball. I groaned, but I nodded without arguing. Everyone had been really tense since Papa left to get the pokeball. I'll go talk to Agatha, that old hag. She can ask some questions without causing a big stir, Gram said with a chuckle. Thank you, Mother. Bah, don't you thank me. This is for my granddaughter, who is going to make us rich. Rich beyond our wildest dreams. Gram breaking out into full cackles was pretty funny. The rest of the night was pretty quiet. I slept over, Milotic not wanting to let me go, so I slept nice and warm curled up with my beauty snake. The next week I had off from school. Papa and Mama basically had me staying over with Gram and not letting me out, but that was fine. Milotic and I were getting used to his new body. But in the background stuff was happening. Gram was on the phone with old friends all the time. Papa was double nervous and even had Growlithe staying to guard the compound. But finally, a week after everything started, Gram had a guest. The old lady walked in, a large cane preceding her for a bit. I only noticed because Growlithe had looked up, noticing something off. Well, that is certainly a Milotic, the old woman said as she stepped onto the walkway that surrounded the koi pond. Yep, Milotic is a Milotic, I answered back before focusing him back on the game I was playing with him. Milotic was still new to his body, so I was helping him learn small controls. We were currently playing a game where he was trying to stack rocks atop each other with his tail. It was going okay. Vicky. Brat, come up here. Say hello to an old friend of mine. Agatha. My granddaughter Victoria. Hiya, nice to meet you, I offered, doing the little bow that was pretty common here in Kanto. It was basically Pokemon Japan after all. Ho? So you are the girl that wrangled a Milotic. She is smaller than I thought, Agatha offered, looking me over. She is only 9, Agatha, she is normal sized, Gram offered. Ha! I just expect a girl that can catch a Milotic must be a good swimmer. I didn't think there were many good swimming places here in Viridian. I'm a terrible swimmer actually, I answer honestly. I mean I wouldn't drown, but I hated going underwater with my eyes open, so it made it hard. Agatha blinked. If you aren't a good swimmer, how did you catch a Milotic? I opened my mouth to answer truthfully, but Gram was giving me the look to remind me to lie. I seduced him with sherry berries mostly, I answer instead, still the truth. Pfft. The old woman broke into a cackle at that. I suppose that's one way to skin the Meowth. Agatha, Gram hissed, earning a further chuckle. Gram's defense of cats coming into play. It's an expression, Melanie. An expression. Faye. Not under my roof, it's not. Chuckling, the old woman turned back to me. Well, it's a hell of a catch, girl. You are going to make your family quite wealthy with that one. I guess? I don't suppose you would tell this old woman where you caught him? Let others share in a prize catch. Agatha. Stop trying to get my granddaughter to tell you family secrets. Oh? It's a family secret now? Didn't she just catch him? It is now, Gram offered, her smile turning feral. Pfft. Ha, just like you, Mel, just like you. Alright, you convinced me, let's go sit and talk about what I can do to help keep the association from busting down your door. They wouldn't actually do that, right? I asked suddenly, really hoping my image of men in black suits busting the door down to kidnap Pokemon wasn't real. Hardly. But they are likely to list your friend as a conserved species, which means they might try to say that you have to take it to a refuge. Of course, they would require you to pay for the housing and maintenance, which would probably just cover the value of its scales. Evil. Ha, it can be, but let's see what we can do to make that not happen, Agatha informed me as they walked further into the house. Okay, Vicky, sign here, Papa informed me after taking me to the Pokemon Center a few days after Agatha showed up. There had been a meeting after that with a guy in a suit that was apparently the family lawyer, and a guy from the Pokemon Association that had been he had tried to be nice, but I could only feel greed from him as he looked at Milotic. Anyway, it was all taken care of. There had been a contract signed between the Ferris family and the association about Milotic. It was pretty simple. We couldn't sell his scales to anyone but the association. In exchange, the association would pay current market rate for them. We couldn't move to a new region with Milotic, as he was a conserved species here in Kanto, and we had to try and breed Milotic to produce more. Not that it would work, cause Feebas, thankfully as a breeder family already, Gram had been able to tell the association to very kindly fuck off, when they had offered their help with that. That was it. Milotic was known and now accepted by the Kanto Pokemon Association, and today in the Pokemon Center I was filling out the paperwork to register him as my Pokemon. Done. I answer my name spelled out on the papers. Excellent. Miss Ferris, your Milotic's checkup is completed as well. He is perfectly healthy and wonderfully taken care of. Excellent work, Nurse Joy tells me with a happy smile, which I returned. We had been forced to request a private meeting with Nurse Joy, which she had accepted, but finding a Milotic had not been something she expected. She had been through the roof after meeting him. Milotic had that total chat energy. All the girls fell in love with him. I would have to be careful to keep him from becoming a playboy. Your Pokemon? Nurse Joy informed me, handing back the Pokeball, which I grinned as I received. As a registered trainer, you are permitted full access to the Pokemon Center at any time. If your Pokemon are ever hurt or need healing, please come see me. I will. Don't worry. Milotic's health is very important. Walking out of the Pokemon Center hand in hand with Papa, I couldn't help but think that this was a great day. Everything was working out, and Milotic was now registered as my partner, which required me to finish registering as an actual trainer. Luckily, the tests were meant for 10-year-olds, and not even smart 10-year-olds. It took me an hour to finish the whole thing, and I had my license not long after. This means I can actually show him to people now, right? Yes, Vicky. You don't have to keep him hidden anymore. But just know that when you do, you are going to get a lot of attention. People are going to want to see him, or they will want to take him. Some might try to trick you into trading him, which you are never going to do. Don't worry, Papa. Milotic is my partner. I wouldn't trade him, not even for a legendary bird. I offer, which earns a snort from my Papa. Well, if that is the offer, say yes. He offers, poking me a little, earning a giggle. No way. Milotic is my partner. Alright, let's stop yelling the name of your new Pokemon and head home, okay? Your mom has been cooking a special welcome home dinner. Oh yes. Let's go. While I had brought Feebas up to my room a few times like I told him I would, now that he was a Milotic he could actually travel under his own power. For some reason they actually floated a bit once out of the water, so I would often wake up to an eel having slithered into my bed as I slept. Milotic was a bit of a snuggle bug. Unfortunately, it led to situations like this. No Growlithe. I give. I'm up. Milotic, please move. He is licking my toes. I begged, breathless as I couldn't help my giggles as Growlithe was taking his duty to make sure I was up seriously. Unfortunately, I was pinned under almost 400 pounds of eel, so I couldn't actually get out of bed, which is the act Growlithe required from me, for him to stop. Growlithe, let her off, I don't want to have to wash her sheets, Mama called out, which did pause my torture as I whined breathless. Thank you. Almost peed. I gasped as without the constant torture attack I was able to wiggle Milotic off my legs. My dumb fish was passed out, uncaring about the horrible torture his favorite person in the whole world was subjected to. Grumbling, I got up to get ready for the day, leaving my lazy eel in bed. A quick shower and a brush of my hair let me put on my hairband and I was ready for the day. Milotic joined me in his pokeball, and I was good to go. Back to school. Ugh. I had been given permission to show Milotic to people. The knowledge of his existence was already spreading around town thanks to the Pokemon Association having sent out hunters to see if they could track down more of them. Poor bastards. They were going to be stuck wet and cold and not getting anywhere. Vicky, a voice called out as soon as I entered the classroom. Hey Ivy. I wave as the green-haired girl runs up. The fact she wasn't slowing down meant I braced myself as she slammed into me. Are you okay? Hurt? Sick? Fine. My birthday was a crazy day. So I had some family stuff I had to stick around for. I mostly just spent time hanging out with Gram. Are your cheeks okay? They are fine, I grumbled. They still hurt, evil old hag. So what took you out of class for so long? You were gone for a week. I sighed, pulling out the Pokeball. This is why. What does your parents' Pokemon have to do with it? It's not my parents' Pokemon. He is mine. The gasp in my ear as Ivy sucked in air and didn't stop meant I had just long enough to put my hands to my ears. Eeeeee. You have a Pokemon? Your own Pokemon? What? Vicky caught a Pokemon? What kind? Is it a Magikarp? I bet it's a Magikarp. The torrent of voices of our classmates all called out from around the room. And I mean, Kiba was sorta on point, even if he was wrong. Thanks, Ivy. Really helping me here. I grumble, earning a contrite look from the girl. Yes, I caught a new Pokemon. I'll show you later. But Vicky. Sorry, I have to talk to Ms. Kurosawa about it. If she gives permission, I will show everyone during our class. Come on. Let's go find Ms. Kurosawa. Ugh, Ivy. Stop pulling. Okay, class. We have a special treat today. Vicky was allowed to register as a trainer for her birthday, and she captured her first Pokemon. Since so many of you have wanted her to show you what she caught, we are going to spend a little time letting Vicky talk about her new partner. Go ahead, Vicky. Ms. Kurosawa offers, although the fact that a moment later she was grabbing a camera ready for Milotic's release told me she was still in awe of my partner. I had been forced to release him in her office after Ivy had dragged me over there, and well, Ms. Kurosawa was more than happy to let me talk about Milotic. Okay, let's do this, I sigh, as I stand in front of the class, pulling out my Pokeball. Come on out, Milotic. The gasps as Milotic fully formed and trilled out a quiet greeting to the room was my only warning before all the kids starting speaking, squealing, or clamoring from their desks to try and come closer. Ms. Kurosawa was on top of it. After snapping a few pictures, she blocked the kids that were hurrying forward and regaining the class's discipline. Alright, everyone, back to your seats. Vicky is going to talk to us about her Pokemon today. I waited for everyone to calm down. Although Milotic was loving the new attention, it was completely different for him from how it had been the last time he had been in front of the class. Once everyone quieted, I began. So this is Milotic, the tender Pokemon. He is a water type, and people call them the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. As I say that, Milotic trills and curls around himself, letting his scales shimmer in the classroom light. The kids were oohing at the display. Milotic is a pretty unique Pokemon. Their scales, called prism scales, are super valuable because of their looks, and because of how rare a Milotic is. You might have noticed the Pokemon Association hunters in town this last week? That is because of Milotic. They are trying to find if there are any other Milotic in the area. Where did you find him? I want one. Sorry, Cammy, that's a secret. Literally a family secret. I was told not to reveal anything about where Milotic came from. Family stuff. But my family used to be Pokemon breeders. It is likely we will actually be doing that again with Milotic, trying to create a population of them here in Kanto. According to the Kanto Pokemon Association, there is only one other Milotic in all of Kanto, but that one is a foreign trainer's Pokemon. So he is not a native and will be leaving once the league is over. Wait, Vicky, does that mean I can get an egg? Please, I want my partner to be a Milotic. It's so beautiful, Kina called out, waving her hand. Gram said that market price for a Milotic right now is over $1 million. I informed the girl, earning a dropped jaw at the reveal of that knowledge. So I have to be super careful not to let Milotic get stolen. The look of despair on Kina's face had me smiling. I had been horrified at the price too. The fact was Milotic were in the super rare class of Pokemon. I mean, I understood it. How many people are going to look at a Feebas and train it, and then even more importantly, train it so that the Pokemon feels beautiful? Who would even think that was the way to do it? It was such an odd training method. Well, I knew for a fact that I wasn't the only one that knew that Feebas evolved into Milotic. There were other Milotic trainers out there, and someone had to try and breed them at least once or twice, but at the same time, how many of those trainers would know exactly what caused the evolution? Most of them were probably natural evolutions without a prism scale. Maybe Feebas fans that took good care of their Feebas end up with a Milotic. And end up capturing more Feebas to try and evolve them, only for it not to work. After all, Feebas have to feel beautiful to evolve. That is a really difficult requirement. This also wasn't the Pokemon world I was familiar with, where the Pokédex shared all the information with anyone that wanted it. Secret Pokemon knowledge was a real thing. Families that discovered something secret often kept it that way, like the Blackthorns and their dragons. I had even learned more about where my family and their breeding focus came from. We were immigrants from Galar. The Meowth of the Galar region was a steel type, so when we came here to Kanto we bred and sold special Galar Meowths in the area and made a ton of money, until the Meowths stopped being Galar variants, and we simply focused on cats in general. Which was interesting. That was why we were the Ferris family. Live and learn. Anyway, I did go on to explain a lot about Milotic, how to take care of scaled Pokemon, nutrition, everything I had learned so far. Since class was completely disrupted at this point, Ms. Kurosawa released us to the field to let everyone interact with Milotic for a while. He loved it. The attention whore. Funnily enough, Kiba got a face full of water after trying to pet Milotic. Vengeance was sweet for Milotic that day. Things got more peaceful after that. Sure, I sometimes had people stop me to ask me questions about Milotic, but thankfully I knew most of them, and could leave them with a teasing smile. The ones I didn't recognize, especially the ones that offered me food or treats, were quickly run away from, straight towards the nearest police officer. Considering Papa worked for the police, it meant they were pretty protective of me. Otherwise most days were spent like this. Come on Milotic, don't give me that look. I am like at least 40% sure this will work. I saw it in a cartoon once. I tell him as I finish tying the rocks to his tail. Mai. I know it's heavy. It's a rock. Just trust me. I tell him the big old rock was tied to his tail as I finished, settling onto the ground beside him. Okay Milotic. I know you have it in you. Now lift that tail. Think iron thoughts. I call out as I settle in and begin doing push-ups beside him. Well, I did like 4 before having to stop, but Milotic was stronger than me. That's it. Keep it up. Remember, your tail is iron. Vicky, what are you doing? Gram asked as she walked up to the two of us training by the koi pond. Training? Milotic needs to learn Iron Tail. Iron Tail. Can they even learn that move? Sure. Okay Milotic. Keep it up. Remember, your tail is iron. Vicky, I can't say I have ever seen a trainer try and teach Iron Tail to a Pokemon in this way. But you are the trainer. Just don't injure Milotic. I won't. We will visit Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center after. I tell Gram while urging Milotic on. Power. MIA. Milotic cried out as his tail glowed white and smashed down into the rock I had brought over for him to practice with. The fact the stone shattered under the power of his iron tail had me cheering as I pounced onto Milotic's neck. You did it. Also, I'm not crazy, that actually worked. Milo Mai? Yeah, it was super cool. Great job, buddy. Me. Impressive trouble. Papa, I called out, turning from my tight hug with Milotic to see him standing on the deck. From the way he was standing, he had definitely been watching for a while. Mom told me you were training Milotic in Iron Tail. Doing some weird stuff like tying rocks to him. But I'll be. Looks like it worked. I took the idea from a cartoon. I was only like 40% sure it would work, I said proudly. Chuckling, he stepped forward, patting Milotic on the head as he then threw me into a big hug. Well, you will be a great trainer, my dear. Look at you already teaching your Pokemon new moves. Yeah, Iron Tail is super important for our eventual domination of all of our enemies. I cackled and Milotic sang alongside me. Scary. Papa offered, messing my hair before he turned. Come on, trouble, dinner is ready. Time to tell your grandmother that you actually succeeded. Yeah. Gram watched for a bit. Let's go tell her. Chapter 3. Huh, what's this? I asked as I woke up one morning a few months after Milotic's evolution. He had stirred me awake before forcing something into my hand. Blinking my tired eyes, I was forced to rub them on my forearm since my hands were now full of Milotic slobber. Finally, I cleared them enough, and using the harsh morning sunlight, I blinked when I realized that inside the saliva was something glittering brightly. Oh. It's a prism scale. Milotic. Yeah, oh shit, Mama, prism scale. I called out as I hurried out of bed, wiping the scale on my pajamas to clear it of the slobber. Hurrying down the hallway past sleepy Growlithe, who was growling at me for shouting so early, I rushed into my parents' room, leaping onto their bed, earning some grumbles from the half-asleep adults as I shoved the scale into their face. "Oh," Mama whispered, looking at the glittery scale that sparkled in the early morning light. Mama quickly wrapped me in a hug and started laughing as we giggled at the shiny trinket. Papa gave us both a single look of pure done, stood up and headed out of the room with a blanket over his shoulder. I could hear him and Growlithe head towards the living room and flop onto the couch. But Mama and I were so excited. The first prism scale. "We are gonna be rich," Mama chortled, which wasn't what I was going for. But yeah, I mean that was gonna happen too. Fortunately, that wasn't the only scale we got that day. Turns out Milotic created multiple prism scales in a batch. We would still need to work out how often it happened, but the first shed gave us 5 of the pretty scales. I did keep the first one, but the other 4 were sold off to the association according to our little deal, and my bank account basically went from grade school kid to that's a lot of zeros in a flash. Everyone was happy. The extra money didn't go all to me, most of it was set aside for feed and care costs. Bigger Pokemon ate more. That meant more food. My parents had taken care of the cost so far, but now I had enough to take care of it like a trainer is supposed to. That, and we could actually buy some stuff for him. First we hired some contractors to expand our pond. It went from a feeder pond for our berry trees, to a massive pond that went all around the farmland, giving Milotic plenty of room to swim around. It reminded me of a water park as it meandered around. That cost a chunk of the first sales right there. But Milotic was so flattered that we did so much just for him, that the entire afternoon that the crew that expanded the pond, he was crying in my lap at how much we loved him. He was a crybaby when he wasn't Mr. Steal Yo Girl. Of course, that opened up the question that I asked a few days later while visiting Gram. "So I still have this prism scale. Can I evolve another Milotic?" The question caused the entire room to go silent as all the adults looked to each other. "Well, trouble. We have been talking about that," Papa answered slowly. "If you want more Milotic, we think that's great. But first, we want to make sure we have enough protection in place first. Expanding the pond was one of the steps, but I've been talking with the chief. Officer Jenny. Chief Jenny Trouble. Officer Jenny is her daughter. Right? Chief Jenny always has some Growlithe that flunk out of the training course, some are just too aggressive to be police dogs. They usually get sold to people who need guard dogs. Or battlers. Oh, can we get more puppies?" I asked, no begged, as I nearly stood up from the table. "They are a little expensive for now. So let's see how long it takes for the next batch of scales. That way we will have a better idea of cost. But yes, daughter of mine. We can get more puppies. Faye. Dogs. What good are they? Get some Persian instead. Mother. Don't you mother me, boy." The argument went a long way, but even Gram couldn't deny that Growlithe made top-tier guard dogs. And Persian? Well, they would kill anything that attacked them. Maybe. But I was gonna get puppies? Best day ever. Second best day ever. Time passes, as it always seemed to as a kid, in fits and spurts. The summer heat turned to fall, to winter. Each season brought new adventures, and my and Milotic continued training for when we could go on our journey. And we kept getting prism scales. Turns out we get a batch every 3 to 4 months. Of course, the third time they came in, I noticed that Milotic was actually pulling them out early, which was causing itchy spots. Silly boy. I forced him to stop doing that, and it balanced out to about 5 every 5 months. If I let them come out naturally. Considering that a scale did have a variance in price depending on how it looked, how large it was, if it was scuffed or damaged, meant as the time went on, my bank account was shooting up. Which was only half the benefit of having my own Pokemon. I said before, it was a very stupid person that wandered into forests without something to protect themselves with, because Pokemon can and would eat someone if they were hungry enough. But I had protection now. Milotic was happy to join me on my adventures into the forests and fields around Viridian, although I avoided the titular Viridian forest itself, only touching the outskirts. Beedrill were not a laughing matter. Instead, we explored what interested me the most. The water. I mean, it was basically not going to happen, but Dragonite. Well, I didn't find one, but I did find this little guy. Ah, he is a baby. I cooed as Milotic brought the tiny Feebas up to the surface. We were on one of the rivers outside of Viridian, long off the beaten path. I loved coming out here, because with Milotic I was safe from hungry Pokemon, but more importantly I could see all the Pokemon scurrying around and living their lives. Phoebe. Yeah, you are a cutie, yes you are. I baby talked at the little Feebas that was hanging out in the shadow of Milotic. Does he have a parent around Milotic? He didn't. That was sad. But to be fair, fish and Feebas weren't exactly on anyone's dinner plate. Well, in that case, you want to come home with us? I don't have a Pokeball, but we have a big pond at home. Feebas, Milotic let off a calming trill at the little fish's questioning noise. See, even Milotic is okay with you coming with Feebas. He such a cutie. I giggled as we hauled the little guy out of the water. We hurried home from there, dropping him into our expanded pond to his happy little splash. I hummed a little. That was a good idea. We were going to need more Feebas eventually, and if we were going to evolve them into Milotic, then it would be best if they weren't recently captured, instead understood we were all friends. Come on Milotic, I'm gonna get my bucket this time. Milotic. Okay Milotic. Try it now. Ice Beam. Milotic cried out once again, trying to charge up the attack only for cold air to escape. You're definitely having trouble focusing it. I can feel the change in temperature though Milotic. So you are using ice energy? Milo. Try again huh? Okay, how about this time? Focus on the cold and keep it in for longer, let it get colder then try. And my big silly eel did just that. Its neck arched as it focused, trying to draw cold type energy into a ball. Finally, after almost a minute, it released in a cry, and this time it was an ice beam. The frozen rock looked like it had been in the Arctic fighting against hoarfrost. But that was it. Ice beam. Great job. I cried out in excitement, jumping onto Milotic's neck to hug him tight as he cried out to the air in exultation. It had been months of work to try and teach him ice beam. Made me want to get a TM for it. TMs were a thing. They were just super expensive. Plus the training to learn the move was good to strengthen Milotic anyways. So honestly better to just keep practicing. Trouble. Come inside. Coming Papa. I yell back smiling. Papa must have just got home. Come on Milotic. Time for a nap. Returning Milotic to his pokeball, I raced inside, only to slow because Papa had a look on his face that made him wary. That was his "I'm gonna tease you" face. What? Nothing, trouble, come over here and sit. No, I tell him, instantly glaring as I looked around looking for the trap. My denial made Papa smile even wider. Are you sure? Stop teasing. He chuckled as he patted the living room couch that he took a seat on. Fine, but I will prank you if you are tricking me. I grumble as I sit beside him, only for Mama to look in a moment later. Ready? We are, Papa said, grinning, and I felt very uncomfortable. Like I was in a trap. Bark. I jerked as the loud bark ripped through the room as Mama revealed herself fully. She was holding a Growlithe. But that wasn't Growly. It was too small. And it was a girl? Puppy. Ha ha ha. Click Papa? I looked into the eye of the camera before snorting, realizing his plan. But if he wanted a picture, that was fine, because puppy. Careful, trouble, this little girl dropped out of police training. Bark. Yeah. I know you didn't drop out, you decided to leave. Right? Growl. She was a bad fit for police Growlithe training. Too aggressive. Too headstrong, but I offered her a job as a guard. And Vicky, if you want. As your second registered Pokemon. I know you want to be a train dash. Yes. I accept. Growlithe. I'm Victoria. I'm gonna go on an adventure all across the world soon. I'm going to find rare Pokemon and love them. We will need to be strong. Super strong, legendarily strong. So join me. Growlithe. That was a no? Growl. Wah. That sounded rude. Hey. My father's laughter as I was completely dismissed by the little Growlithe was so mean. I sent him a glare, but he simply shooed me towards the pup that was now on the ground out of Mama's arms. Fine. Growlithe. You think I'm full of hot air, huh? Well, I have a Pokemon already. So how about a match? If I prove that I am going to be strong, join me. Growl. Awesome, outside then. I stomped past the Growlithe that followed me out into the dusklight, and grabbed Milotic's ball. Trouble, you will need this if you win, Papa called out, and a moment later I juggled the Pokeball he had thrown me. I gave him a strong nod, after a moment, even if Growlithe was making laughing noises at me. Okay. Here we are, this is our training area, so we can mess it up. Now Growlithe. This is a one-on-one battle. My Pokemon I train versus you. Ready? Bark. Milotic. I choose you. The slow rise of Milotic as he appeared from the light of his Pokeball flooded the courtyard with light. And Growlithe suddenly didn't look as confident, but only for a second before it barked and spread its legs, puffing up to seem bigger. Alright, Growlithe, fight. Bark. The Growlithe was well trained. Papa trained her well after all. She instantly burst out a flamethrower. Water gun. Put out the fire. But Milotic was a water type. Growlithe flamethrower might be impressive, but Milotic and I had gone through a ton of training to enhance his special attacks. The water gun easily fought back the blast of fire until the flamethrower ran out. Now Milotic, Aqua Ring. Bark. Growlithe, seeing his attack failed, went for a tackle, which hit a moment after Milotic's Aqua Ring. Problem was? Even as Growlithe jumped back to avoid a follow-up Iron Tail, Milotic shot out. I could already see the bruise healing from Growlithe's attack. Aqua Ring's constant healing removing the effect of Growlithe's attack entirely. But I did get to watch as Growlithe glowed white for a moment and started racing. Agility? Quick attack? I wasn't sure, but considering how big Milotic was, it gave me a chance. Milotic, let's try out your new Ice Beam on the ground. Make it slippery. It took a few moments of charging, but Milotic managed it, a burst of Arctic cold. The Growlithe jumped away from the ice beam that landed close to him, but then Milotic simply swished it across the ground, freezing long strips of ice. Bark! The Growlithe wasn't putting up with that. A second flamethrower raced out, cutting across the ice strips to still hit Milotic. Water gun again. MIA, and the two elements once more smashed together. Milotic, once the flamethrower ends, go for another ice beam, coat the ground. I called out just in time, as Growlithe ran out of breath, and a moment later Milotic quick charged the ice beam again. I was so glad that Pokemon were natural murder machines, because just figuring it out once in training meant Milotic had a firm enough understanding to use it in actual battle. This time my plan worked. Growlithe started running to dodge, trying to use its agility, but it slipped on the ice paths Milotic was forming, and went spinning. Now ice beam her down. MIA. The attack would be resisted. Growlithe as a fire type was strong against ice, but Growlithe was now wet from the water guns Milotic had fired, and flat on the ground. A moment later a frost-covered pup slowly clambered to its feet. Still good to fight, Growlithe? Bark! I winced at the force of the noise. Growlithe didn't like losing. Alright, Milotic, water gun. Growlithe charged back with another flamethrower blasting into the water attack to try and fend it off. But that was it. Growlithe hit the ground a ways away puffing as the battle was over. Okay, that's it. I called out, earning a trill from Milotic but a growl from the pup. She was trying to rise to her feet. Walking up to her I stopped in front of her ignoring the fire in her eyes. You're strong. I tell her earnestly. You have a fierceness I need. That my team will need. But you can be stronger. You can be a legend? I tell her, but no one becomes a legend alone. I put down the Pokeball before her. We train every day. Body and mind. Every other day we work on attacks. Refining every hint of power in every attack we use. No attack is useless, and every attack can be made better. Your flamethrower is wide. You probably were taught to make it big and bright, right? All the better to scare someone. I'll work with you on making it thin and hot. So it burns? Growlithe. My smile turned bright as she pushed her nose into the Pokeball. Papa, I'm going to the Pokemon Center. I call out hurrying over to see Nurse Joy. My poor puppy was hurt. Adjusting to life with a new Pokemon was fun. Growlithe was very opinionated. And a puppy that was opinionated that could open doors on her own? Well, that was how I kept getting woken up, or pulled out of whatever I was doing at any time at the demands of puppy teeth for more training. Even Milotic was getting worn out with how often Growlithe wanted to train. The fact was I had to return Growlithe to her Pokeball during school hours, otherwise she would literally leave home and come find me demanding training. It had been a lesson learned in detentions. Miss Kurosawa had not been amused. Growly, Papa's Growlithe was not a fan either. He was like the older tired doggo that clocked in his 9 to 5, only for my girl to run in and demand he get off his lazy butt and work more. I felt really bad for him, and made sure when he was napping I would distract her. Of course another good thing did come from having a second Growlithe. Gram, love you, I called out as I watched her walk into our home. It was time to start expanding our Milotic farm, as Mama called it. You are looking well. Your Pokemon? Gram asked as she settled beside me. Great. Growlithe is running me ragged but we train a lot, and Milotic is super healthy. Good to hear. Now let's get this started. I heard you already have a Feebas ready to evolve? Sure. I call out as usual. Gram took over the pace of any situation as she entered. I could already see Papa sigh, as he got up from his chair. He had just sat down to put his feet up, but Gram wanted to get this evolution train going. We head out to the long pond that was almost like a big circle river around our trees now, and I quickly released Milotic. Hey Milo. Can you gather everyone up? Me. With a gentle ripple Milotic disappeared and not a minute later Feebas started popping up in front of me. I giggled as I took off my shoes and slipped my feet into the water to pet my friends. Vicky. How many Feebas did you catch? None. I didn't catch them. I just offered them a chance to live in our pond instead of in the rivers. They all wanted to. I inform everyone as I giggle as the Feebas tickle my feet for attention. They were like puppies. Water puppies. How many did you find then? Mama asked, irritated as she was giving me a look that made me smile in apology. There are 10? Milotic, was it 10? Me. So 10 Feebas we found while exploring. I've been giving them a new home. Well, that makes this easier, doesn't it? Gram asked with a chuckle as she looks over the fish. Thankfully she hid her obvious distaste from the Feebas. The cat lover didn't like fish. Go figure? So how many should I evolve? I ask, which earns that moment of quiet looks among the adults. I had only thought of adding one more. Papa answers, Mama nodding, but Gram shrugged. Plans changed. How many scales you got? She asks me, and I grin. 5. Well, sounds like 5 it is. Get to it, girl. Hold it. Mother. We don't have that many Pokeballs. I only brought one. We will have to go to the store first. There was a quiet moment as Gram simply smiled at Papa before he had a realization. He sighed, shoulders slumping. I guess I'll get on that then. Well, what are you waiting for? Gram asked, causing Papa to release an even louder sigh as he turned and walked over to our car. Poor Papa. Gram was pretty mean to him. So if we are going to have so many Milotic, what are we gonna do? I don't think I can train that many of them at once. Maybe. We aren't training them for battles, Vicky. These 5 will be family owned. Although we will probably still register them under you. But they will mostly stay here, be fed and pampered and produce scales for us. Gram answers. Like your Persian? Exactly like my baby. The scales from these fellows will probably be more valuable than from yours as well, since they won't be training and getting them scuffed in fights. Gram informed me as she settles into chair. My fishing chair that I used when hanging out with the Feebas. That sounds kinda sad though. What if one of them wants to be a battler? Ha! Then you train them, or even sell them off to some battler. Don't be daft, child. We want happy Pokemon, not troublemakers. Not that I am all that concerned. Water Pokemon are usually happy to be fed and left alone for the most part. Except Gyarados? I love Gyarados, I whispered, stars practically shining in my eyes. I could literally see the shiver run through my Gram at those words. No, you don't. You just think you do. Those things are monsters. Believe me. Had to deal with a Gyarados attack a few times. It's never pretty, girl. If people treated Magikarp better, you wouldn't have that problem, I grumble, but I wasn't going to argue with Gram anymore. I'm back. Papa huffed with a bag from the Pokemart on his arm. Okay, Vicky. Go ahead and pick out the ones we are evolving. I nodded, looking into the eager eyes of my little friends. Okay, everyone listen up, okay? I can only choose 5 of you right now. But that's just for right now. All of you are going to become Milotic eventually, I swear it. With so many Milotic around and more prism scales, we will be able to get all of you evolved pretty quick. Just a month or 2. So guys, if you get chosen today, remember your Feebas friends. Don't be mean to them. We are all together in this. Okay? Feebas. I grinned at the positive and grumbly noises from my little guys, but I reached into my shirt. There was a silver necklace, which had my Gram hum a little as she noticed it was the necklace she had given me for my birthday, but now it had 5 different prism scales on it, instead of just the one. Your gift was great, Gram. Of course it is, she offered, but the way she reached out to grab my shoulder said how much she appreciated that I liked her gift. With that, I started pulling off prism scales and sticking them onto the Feebas nearest me. I was picking randomly, trying to be fair, and so we watched as 5 Feebas became 5 Milotic. My Milotic watching on as they called out their euphoria at evolving. He joined in a moment later, and I got enjoy 5 Milotic, singing to each other. Beautiful, I told them, although I turned from them for a moment to pet all the Feebas that were looking morose. You will have your turn soon, I promise, I tell them, patting heads and even pulling crying Feebas into my lap for pets. An hour later, Nurse Joy was giving me a particular look as she registered the 5 Milotic under my trainer ID, even if they were listed as non-combat Pokemon. I just gave her a bright smile, and a few minutes to snuggle with one of the Milotic during its examination. Listen, me and Nurse Joy have an understanding. Of course, popping up with 5 more Milotic had the Pokemon Association in a frenzy. Thankfully Gram took care of all of that, although a lot of people in suits were wandering around the outskirts of our home for a good while. It was definitely becoming a problem. But Growlithe and Growlithe were having fun tracking them down the moment they got too close. Papa was also quick to call in backup from Officer Jenny when needed. I guess the Viridian Police Department were super happy to be able to throw Pokemon Association agents into jail for an hour or 2 to check them out while they could. But I wasn't really focused on all the drama with having so many Milotic. I was too busy with Growlithe. She was difficult. No, Growlithe, I called, but she continued unheeded, smashing into Milotic with a physical attack, which Milotic reacted by wrapping her up and then sliding into the water, pulling my waterlogged puppy out of the river a bit later, and another loss on her record against Milotic. Okay, this needs to stop, I tell her as I grab a towel and start trying to dry her off. It was pretty easy. Fire Pokemon don't stay wet if they don't want to. Growlithe. I know. But you need to listen. I saw Milotic prepping for that grab, which is why I called for you to stay back. Bark. No, don't do that. I tell her, firmly spinning her so we are face to face. Don't just disregard what I am saying. Growlithe. I think you have what it takes to be a champion Pokemon. You are aggressive and skilled. Despite a type disadvantage, you have Milotic on the ropes sometimes. But you can't do it if we don't have trust together. Growlithe. No, you don't. You are a good dog. You listen. But you don't trust. You don't trust me to lead you. This is my fault. Papa didn't want me battling despite having my trainer license now. He wants me to wait until I'm 10 to start my journey. But you want to fight, so you feel I'm holding you back, huh? My question hit on some truth because Growlithe went quiet after that. Okay, wait here. I tell her with a boop on the snoot. I headed inside. Mama? I need your help. A few minutes later, I stood beside Growlithe as Mama stepped out of the house, Meowth at her side lopping along. I challenge you to a Pokemon battle, I called out, causing Growlithe, who had been looking back and forth between us, suddenly perked up. I accept. One-on-one battle. Agreed. Growlithe, I choose you. Meowth, let's mark your territory, Mama spoke, sounding almost sinister, as Meowth was suddenly grinning, teeth glinting and claws revealed. Mama, I knew, was actually a real battler. She had completed her journey, earned all the badges in Kanto, and took part in the league conference. She hadn't won, but well, she was not some novice, even if she was out of practice, and Meowth was a lazy house cat now. Growlithe, this won't be an easy fight. Trust me, I order, and then Mama drops her hand signaling the fight begins. Agility move. Then fire spin. Keep Meowth away. Meowth agility back. Payday through the fire. I grimaced as Meowth without hesitation sped up to catch Growlithe, who wasn't moving enough. She hesitated again instead of listening, and by the time she noticed Meowth charging her, it was too late. Her fire spin was ignored as Meowth bashed a handful of change into Growlithe's face. Shake it off, flamethrower, keep it thin, try for a burn, I shouted out, only for Mama to speak again. Meowth, sand attack? What? Close your eyes, dodge. Thankfully Growlithe did as I said, cutting off her flamethrower and jumping to the side. Somehow Meowth, that little asshole, had picked up dirt during payday just for this. That was a nasty combo. Fire spin again. Block sight between Meowth and you. Meowth dodge back, gather for another payday. Mama was so serious. Scary. Okay Growlithe. Howl. We aren't afraid. Meowth payday. Silence the dog. Scary. Before I could even open my mouth, Growlithe yelped as the payday hit her throat as she howled, disrupting the boost. Okay, that's bad. Growlithe. Agility. Then fire spin, but run around Meowth. Stop him from being able to gather more for payday. Meowth, bite. And then Meowth wasn't being encircled by Growlithe, instead that lazy cat somehow appeared on Growlithe's back, fangs bared. I winced at the yelp as Meowth's fangs pierced puppy fur. Growlithe. Don't panic. Fire spin yourself. Meowth. Agility. But even Mama was a tiny bit too late, and Meowth yelped himself as he got burned by the flames. He ended up jumping around a little bit until he rolled and they went out. But I could see he was burned a bit. That's enough, Mama called out firm, and Meowth froze in his tracks, suddenly falling onto all fours and looking grumpy at his wounds. Growlithe though? It was obvious why Mama called the fight. She was panting, struggling to get back on her feet but failing. I rushed forward even before Mama could say anything. You did great, Growlithe. Let's go get healed up. We learned a lot, didn't we? Wait, Vicky, Mama said as she walked up. Growlithe, you never stood a chance against Meowth. You are too young, too inexperienced. But I'll admit, you managed to actually injure Meowth. Impressive. Go ahead, Vicky, Mama offered, and I nodded, returning my pup and rising to my feet. Want me to run Meowth to Nurse Joy too? Please, Mama offered, pulling out Meowth's pokeball and returning the irritated cat. With both pokeballs I rushed out of the field, worried for my pup. This was the first time any of my Pokemon had actually gotten injured. Waiting in the lobby for Nurse Joy to finish healing the two Pokemon, I paced around a bit. Growlithe had still hesitated in trusting my orders at first, and while she did at the end, she also lost. That was bad. I had been pretty sure I could beat Meowth, mostly because he was a lazy cat that hadn't been a battler in years. But well, experience tells, I suppose. That move with payday sand attack had been. Damn, Mama was scary. Anyway, we had lost. Growlithe? I don't know how she would take it. She had lost against Milotic too, but that had been different. That had been me showing that I had strong Pokemon already. That Growlithe could trust me to guide her growth. All done, Nurse Joy interrupted my pacing as she handed me back the two Pokeballs. Thank you, Nurse Joy. How were they? Oh, minor injuries at best. Your Growlithe just needs some rest before she battles again. Meowth was fine. Putting Meowth's ball away for a second, I released Growlithe, watching as she stretched for a moment before turning to me. How are you doing, Growlithe? Growl, she told me, looking actually quite pleased with herself. It took me a moment to notice her tail was wagging. It was a tough battle, huh? Bark. Growlithe nodded, seeming pleased with herself. Right, she was a battle maniac. Win or lose, she was just happy to test herself. I reached out and gave her a firm scratch. You did amazing, Growlithe. We just need a bit more practice between the two of us, don't we? That caused Growlithe to look up into my eyes despite her pleased look at the scratching before giving me a firm nod. I couldn't help but break out into a happy smile. I hadn't screwed up. We were totally going to be battle buds. Battle buds, I whispered to her, and that caused her tail to wag furiously. How lovely, Nurse Joy spoke, looking pleased as she watched Growlithe. Thanks. We had our first real battle together. How nice. Nurse Joy says, patting Growlithe on the head as well. You two will definitely grow strong together. Thanks, Nurse Joy, I say, turning to look at her. Out of my eye I see a Chansey wandering around, which gave me an idea. Hey Nurse Joy? Weird question, do you know any Chansey I can get for my team? I really want someone that can help keep my Pokemon healthy when I eventually go on my journey. Nurse Joy blinked, actually looking quite surprised at my question. A Chansey? They aren't good battlers, Victoria. I blinked in return. Chansey, not a good battler? Have these people never heard of Stall Chansey? Fucking invincible pink blobs are not to be underestimated, ever. I didn't mean for battling but support, but Chansey could totally be a top-tier battle Pokemon, I argue, which earns me a sort of twisted smile from Nurse Joy as she pats my head. Well, I can't help too much. The Chansey population has been low for a few years now. Unless you catch one in the wild, or pay for one. I can't help you. Pay? I asked, grinning. She opened her mouth to say something but then remembered who it was she was speaking to. My army of Milotic must have flashed through her head. Before she chuckled. I'll call my cousin, who is our head breeder. I'll let her know you have some interest. Thanks, Nurse Joy. Chapter 4. Wow, they are all so beautiful, Vicky, Ivy muttered beside me as she had come over to hang out and swim again after school. Yeah, they are cool. Come on. Because the pond leads back into itself, we can set up Milotic races. Warace, Ivy stuttered, looking at me in shock. Of course. They like helping people. Let's go ride some of them. Although I have to leave my partner out of it. He is too fast to be fair. Why, yeah. Let's go. I laughed as Ivy tugged me along. Suddenly our afternoon hanging out and swimming had turned into an amazing adventure. The Milotic mostly hung out in the pond, although they could move around as they like. The weird hovering ability they had meant they weren't waterlocked, so they would happily wander our property, quite often slithering up the berry trees to get treats, although Mama had to discipline them a few times for that. She just called out to them and glared. That pretty much sorted it. Mama was scary. Hi guys. I called out to the Milotic hanging around the river, and in return I got turned heads and happy calls as we approached. The fact that a moment later I actually slipped into the water with them had them swirling around happily. Ivy eagerly joined me in the water a moment later. So, you guys want to race? See who is faster carrying me or Ivy? I teased, and I had plenty of eager helpers. One slipped into the water and came up under me, so I was forced on her back. Oh, Ivy earned the same treatment, and a moment later, without any mark, the two Milotic were off, swimming down the path with Ivy and I squealing at the sudden acceleration. The race soon simply turned into rushing around, splashing in and out of the water. Our rides would get stopped by the others every few cycles and force us to switch to new ones, but it was all in good fun. Even the Feebas would jump out of the water at our passing, taking part. It was overall a really fun day. We all ended up warming up in the sun after an hour of playing in the water. Berry juice slathered over Pokemon and human faces alike as we simply lived. The first time the new Milotic shed was a wonderful day. We had almost 30 prism scales once they were done, although I had made sure that it was only when their scales were fully formed and ready to be shed. Finding out that my partner had been forcing them out early had been a wake-up call. Milotic in general were almost too eager to share themselves. I guess that is what happens when you have a Pokemon that everyone thinks of as trash, even themselves, only to suddenly gain value. I guess the fact I valued them even as Feebas meant they were a little too self-sacrificing. Of course, we had another 5 Milotic to get registered that night. With 11 Milotic in total, I was pretty sure we had more of them than anyone else in the entire world. Or at least more than anyone was admitting. So of course a few days later, after registering the next batch, the Pokemon Association had finally had enough. I was at school when it started, but as I walked home it was impossible to miss the line of fancy cars that were lined up outside our home. Seeing that, I palmed Growlithe's Pokeball and broke out into a run. Luckily before long I noticed Mama and Gram both outside the house looking over the pond. As I rushed closer I noticed the line of suited men that were inspecting my Milotic. I frowned. They better not be bothering my babies. Mama, I called out as I approached. Vicky, come here, Mama called, waving me over, pulling me into a side hug as I approached. What's going on? Are they bothering my Milotic? No honey. That's why I'm here watching. The Pokemon Association GU men are doing an inspection of the Milotic habitat. Apparently with how large our flock is growing they are very interested in why so many are gathering here, and to make sure they want to stay. Got it, I answer, hearing the unspoken reminder of don't tell anyone. After all, Milotic was a family secret now. Gram had been firm. I still wasn't sure I liked the whole family secret thing. It kind of went against the grain, you know? I mean, the whole thing with the Pokemon games was to catch them all, but the reason for that was to fill out the Pokédex. The open source concentration of all the known information on Pokemon. I had reopened my paper Pokédex a while back after realizing that no one knew about Milotic, only to realize on a second read through all the information I had assumed to simply be incorrect because it was out of date, wasn't even close. It was what people actually thought. There were only like 5 of the EV evolutions known, since some of them had difficult evolution requirements, or had only been registered once or twice. Some Pokemon were considered myths, or were so rare no one knew anything about them, like Dragonite. Yeah, that had been a shock to the system. Sure, Lance of the Elite Four had a Dragonite, but that was because the Blackthorn family of Johto. They were a family of dragon tamers, or more accurately a clan. They hoarded their dragon knowledge, and to the layman Dragonite were legendary Pokemon equivalent to the legendary birds or something. This world. It was like Pokemon, but the knowledge wasn't there. I still hadn't quite figured out what had changed, or if it was just hundreds of things. Anyway, with that I realized how valuable my nerd Pokemon knowledge was. I could sit down and name off a dozen Pokemon that had evolutions that no one knew about. Oddish, for example, evolved into Gloom. And everyone knows that you could use a leaf stone to get a Vileplume. Bellossom? Completely unheard of. Well, it was known to exist, but only listed with a single picture, and this Pokemon exists. Rarely found in jungles. No other knowledge. That was pretty much it. I could tell the Pokemon Association right now to collect Sunstones and use them on Gloom. Boom. A new Kanto-only species. Considering that the number of variants, type, and value of Pokemon all across the world had recently become a big factor in international politics. I learned that from the TV. Listen, Mama likes the news, and I was mature enough to understand it, even if I mostly listened while doing homework. But it means that new Pokemon were a big boon for the Pokemon Association, or government of any region. You might think that it should be common sense for people here. Oh, you have a Pokemon? Rub them with this evolution stone, see if they evolve. But that makes sense in games, where stones are easy to get. That is not the case in the real world. Evolution stones are expensive, like, rare to get your hands on any of them. And that is if there is enough in the country to supply you, and if they haven't all been purchased by rabid EV trainers. That last part isn't a joke. EV is the single largest source of where evolution stones go towards. A lot of people like Eevee. They are small and cute, their evolutions retain their small size, making them excellent pets for more casual trainers, and the variety meant people could often show off their wealth or uniqueness by having an EV evolution. EV breeders were big business. Anyways, what that all means is that the Pokemon Association of Kanto is very interested in ensuring any new species becomes a Kanto-only species. That way it becomes something they can use in war or trade against other regions. Basically politics. Which is why they were currently examining everything they could about the area, trying to figure out what they can about the Milotic. They would have asked a lot of questions about where they came from or how they were brought here. But family secret was an actual law on the books in Kanto. Secret Pokemon knowledge was not required to be shared, and in fact couldn't be forced by the Pokemon Association. It was an old rule from when the association first became a thing, back when the gym systems first rose. But that didn't mean they couldn't try to suss it out themselves. After all, if they discovered it on their own, well, it must not have been a good secret. Hey, I called out, pulling myself out of my thoughts, as I noticed one of my Milotic was being pressured a bit too much by one of the guys in suits. With a throw, Growlithe was at my side and growling, earning me the attention of all the people harassing my babies. Don't touch Milotic. You are irritating her. She is a sweetheart, and that means you are pushing too much. Back off. I yell at the man who had been trying to push some sort of device into Milotic's face for a minute now, causing her to slowly back away, only to be trapped against the side of the pond. Looking me over for a moment, the man sighed. Listen, kid. I'm just Dash. Bark. Growlithe didn't care. In her eyes someone was bothering her herd that she was supposed to protect, so a moment later the man was backing up as Growlithe bared her fangs and stalked him down. W.O. Call off the Growlithe. Growlithe, that's enough. He isn't bothering Milotic anymore, see. She went under, I said, and she had done just that. Once she wasn't being pressured anymore, she disappeared back under the water. I could see her shadow under the pond swiftly vanish. This jerk had scared my baby. My glare towards him didn't seem to affect him much, his eyes focused on my angry Pokemon, but before I could say anything more a voice interrupted. Takashi. Go take a break. You pushed too much. Yes, Taicho. The man nodded as he stepped around Growlithe to leave. Another man, this one wearing his suit casually, even having his tie half undone as he looked me over. The messy hair and looks didn't suit the idea of a Taicho, but if he was their boss and looked like this, that meant he was important enough to get away with it. So you're the Milotic girl. Nice to meet you. Chief of Ecology with the Association, Richard Brushfire. A pleasure. He mentioned smoothly, as he nods towards one of my Milotic that was accepting the attention of some men in suits taking pictures. Beautiful Pokemon. They are well taken care of. They are friends. Of course I take care of them. I answer simply. But they are gentle. If your people bother my Milotic again, they won't like it. Roger that. He answers casually, seemingly unconcerned. I don't suppose you will tell me why so many Milotics seem to be coming to this pond over anywhere else. Family secret? Yeah, I figured that would be the answer. He sighs, scratching his messy stubble for a moment as he pulls out a cigarette and then a lighter. He flicks it twice. Flamethrower, I say simply with a glare, and suddenly that cigarette he was trying to light was burnt to ash. Growlithe's flamethrower was narrow, a thin line. It wasn't powerful yet. We were still working on mixing accuracy and power. The product of months of training and focus to narrow the stream. Fair? He coughed after a moment, taking the butt of the cigarette from his lips and stuffing it into a pocket, which made me ease off on my glare. If he had littered, I would have been forced to dunk him into the pond for the Milotic to play with. We stared at each other for a minute before he sighed again and turned away. Faye. Good job, granddaughter. You showed that one. Gram. I called out, surprised as she had appeared behind me while I was dealing with brush fire. Yes, my dear. I heard these ones showed up. Did they cause too much trouble? I can send a complaint if they did. Only one got a little pushy with Milotic, but it was dealt with. Brats, coming onto our land and messing with our Pokemon. TCH, bet they didn't learn much though, did they? Gram asked with a smile that I returned. Not likely. We didn't have any more Feebas in the pond right now. I had been busy training Growlithe. Seriously, she was a battle maniac. Just remember, they can't do anything to you, or your Milotic. So don't ever let those bastards push you around. Mother, please don't curse around Vicky. Mama says as she walks over looking annoyed. You know how impressionable she is. I'm not impressionable, I instantly argue, only to be ignored. This being a kid thing again sometimes was a real bastard. Sorry to intrude. Richard was back this time with a stack of papers under one arm. What do you want? Ready to leave? Unfortunately not. He was as calm as ever. Due to the numbers here, your land has been labeled as a potential conservation for Milotic. You bastards, Mama hissed, which had me blinking in shock. Mama just cursed. Shit was getting real. I agree with my daughter. You can't do that. I can. As the only location Milotic have been found within Kanto, the Pokemon Association has determined something about this location is drawing them here. So we are labeling it as a conservation in order to learn more. That's dumb. I tell him instantly. We built the pond after I brought Milotic home. There isn't anything special about our pond. That is up to the Pokemon Association to decide, he answers simply. What does that mean then? I turned asking Gram, who was glaring but not cursing the guy out. It means the land becomes government protected. While we still own this land, the association have complete control over it from here on in order to ensure the Pokemon they are trying to conserve don't leave. That's right. Dumb. So dumb. We built the pond last year. But whatever, so they can bother us a bunch? It means that everything on the land becomes part of the conservation, Vicky, including our berry tree farm, Mama hissed, glaring. Oh. The berry trees across our land had been Mama's baby. Her family had been berry farmers before she became a trainer, and on her travels, she had gathered up all sorts of rare berries from across the world. When she retired, she came home to Viridian and expanded the farm by a ton. Mostly it was a hobby for her. We did sell the berries all the time and we made good money from it, but for Mama it was a family thing, something her family had done for generations. This is blatant strong-arming. How dare you? Gram finally said as she watched me come to the realization of what was happening. It's the decision of the association. Then perhaps the association should be careful over its decision. A voice called out, and I turned to see Agatha. Gram's friend called out. It is a foolish decision to ostracize someone bringing such value to our home. Agatha? Melanie, I hope I got here in time, Agatha offered as she walked up, grabbing the paperwork out of Richard's hands. Look at this. Is the association trying to pick a fight with the Kanto families? Agatha asked, earning a tired sigh from Richard. I'm just doing my job, ma'am. Sure you are. Go call your boss. Now. Before you make any further foolish decisions. I would hate having to smuggle my friend's family out of the country. I rather like Kanto. For a moment Richard's casual rumpled look sharpened at Agatha's words, but he didn't seem to respond to the threat. I'll reach out, he offered, turning and walking away. I waited a moment to see if anyone would say anything, but the adults were simply quietly looking between each other, sharing something nonverbally. I was missing, mostly because I was too small to see it. Stupid shrimp legs. So, what now? I asked, interrupting the stare-off. Nothing for now, why don't you head inside and relax? I am sure you have some homework, Mama offered, but I denied that instantly. Fate of the orchard is at stake. Homework can wait. Besides, I already did it. Just math stuff. Don't brush me off, I demand, earning an amused look for a moment. You are too headstrong, Mama said, patting my head as she said nothing more, making me realize it really was just going to be a wait. I sighed. Fine, come on, Growlithe. I call out, my pup running after as I head inside. There wasn't much I could do here. Even with an adult brain, Kid body made any solution I come up with difficult to implement, better to let the adults handle it. Agatha seemed to be here to help, so that was nice. I'm glad Gram had a friend. Heading inside, I plopped down on the kitchen table with a grunt. This was such a mess. A few hours later, Mama came inside. I had watched as the Pokemon Association goons left in their cars. How did it go? Better than it would have without help. Mama answers, sitting down looking to me. The association is withholding the conservation of our land, but they are listing the Milotic flock as a protected species. What does that mean? I mean, they are registered to me, right? Right. You are fine, dear. You are still their trainer. It just means that the flock has a lot of protections and restrictions. What kind of restrictions? Nothing that you need to worry about. That isn't an answer. And what if I break these restrictions without knowing? Mama snorted, but eased back. The Milotic flock is not a protected group. It doesn't affect you because you already caught them, but if any more Milotics show up, they can't be captured by us. They would be either left free, or captured by the association for their protection, but left alone. Basically, normal trainers can't capture any more Milotic that show up. But what about our plan to expand? We weren't going to stop with just 10 Milotic. I'm not sure yet, Vicky. We weren't planning for this. We will have to get a lawyer to go through the requirements to find out what we can do. Can they do this? Usually no. In fact, Agatha will be reaching out to some of the other Pokemon families. I can't imagine the Blackthorn will take this overreach by the association sitting down, but the Pokemon Association has grown powerful over the last few decades. Who knows what will happen? Mama sounded tired. That more than anything pissed me off. Damn these jerks for causing trouble. I'm home, Papa called out from the front, earning a relieved sigh from Mama as she got up to tell him everything that happened. He had heard some of it already. News was spreading around the city. Honestly, despite everything, not much changed after the association stuck their nose in. We did have more people showing up, usually on the weekends, to check on the flock of Milotic, but otherwise they left us alone. Almost religiously so. My guess was, Agatha was raising a stink. Regardless, it didn't stop my games with my buddies. Milotic was currently undergoing mostly physical training. Lazy Fish had been slacking, but I needed him to be physically fit for the future. Growlithe, I had training mostly on learning new moves. Flamer Thrower and Fire Spin was a solid start, but there were other fire moves she could learn. We were basically going down the list of moves and helping her get the hang of them, and then to power them up. Will-O-Wisp is our current game. A fire that doesn't really do damage, but burns. Interestingly, it wasn't a normal flame but blue-white fire. It was a work in progress. Mostly Growlithe was ending up with embers, but it was good endurance training to keep spamming the fire while trying to control it. But things continued into normalcy. A while later we got another batch of prism scales, and that calmed things. Because the Pokemon Association was very happy with the new luxury good, and we were happy because money. Lots and lots of money. Over 50 scales, each of which sold for huge sums. And this time we weren't saving many since we weren't expanding our Milotic flock. I did keep a few just in case, but otherwise, we had a massive influx in cash. Of course, most of it was under control of my parents, but that was fine. It's not like there was much out there I wanted. Well, there was one thing. Or two. I grinned as I considered it. We did need more defenses for our home. It had been a topic of discussion that Papa had mentioned. Bringing Growlithe home was good, but he had thought about bringing another Growlithe, or even a few more, just to make sure poachers couldn't get away with any of our Milotic. But then I had a better idea. It would be expensive, but well, that was hardly a concern. But first I would need a disguise. Listen, if it was good enough for Jessie to be able to trick people constantly by putting on sunglasses and a new dress, it would probably work for me. Or it would fail, because this wasn't an anime, but it would be fun anyways. I had enough funds, mostly because I was a responsible girl, and this was the Pokemon world, where everyone trusted 10-year-olds to go on journeys on their own. So I had access to all the money we had made. Deciding to do it, because fuck the Pokemon Association, I returned Growlithe and Milotic and headed out into town. After a quick stop at an ATM to get all the money and cash I would need, because I can guarantee everything I did today was going to be looked into after this, I headed towards the Viridian City Mall. First I bought a new jacket, and sunglasses, and even a fake wig that I found at a store. The spiky red hair would fit with my plans pretty well. With that I hid in a bathroom and changed, and then, ruby red, I offer my face in the mirror a wink and finger guns. No one would recognize me now, especially if I don't pull out Milotic. With that I was ready. I headed into the city. Ruby was a fire Pokemon trainer, obviously. My red jacket and red hair and my fiery smile informed everyone of what I was. Which is why when I entered into one of the Pokemon Association shops that catered to very specific items, it wasn't odd at all as I walked straight towards the sections of evolution stones the shop had for sale. The price tags were ridiculous, and I had to restrain myself from whistling as I looked over the many zeros. But it was fine. I had already known how much they would cost. I need a firestone for my Evie. Flareon fits me better, don't you think? Also a second one if you have it. My little sister's birthday is coming up. You understand? I spoke with a more haughty accent to the clerk, only receiving a quick bow as the Kanto politeness meant they quickly ran me through the process. Dropping the money in cash instead of a trainer card might be a little weird, but not super out of the ordinary. I looked like a rich girl after all. And with that, they packed the 2 firestones in a fancy little box, like you would get from a jewelry store, and I sauntered out of the store. Thankfully, there weren't many video cameras or things like that around the city, so I was able to easily make my way back towards home before disappearing into a park bathroom, and coming out as Victoria again. Then I walked home, my backpack heavy with the future. I didn't just do it right away. Instead I hid the firestones in my closet, and simply let the days pass for a while. Training my partners took up most of my time when school wasn't taking up the rest. But the months were getting closer and closer to my 10th birthday, and once that passed, it wouldn't be long until my journey began. So late one night, long after I would normally be in bed, I slipped out of bed with Growlithe at my side. Growlithe looked up at my passing as we walked out of the house. He was on guard duty currently, but I put a finger to my lips as we passed and walked out into the night. There was an area perfect for this, a bit into the forest, a stream passing through a small clearing. Growlithe didn't know what was up yet. I hadn't explained to her what the plan was, only that we were going to do something special. Then finally we stopped, enjoying the sounds of Pokemon skittering around in the night, Metapods humming quietly, and the entire place sounded calm and peaceful. Okay, Growlithe, I got something for you, but it's a big choice. I pulled the firestone out of my pocket. This is a firestone. It's super rare, but I got one for you. It will let a Growlithe evolve into an Arcanine. I inform her simply, earning a blink, and then the lovely sight of my Growlithe, the normally fierce battler, that she is literally so shocked she leapt onto her back paws and then continued to fall back. My giggles earned me no favor from Growlithe as she rose back up and growled at me in annoyance before refocusing on the stone in my hands. She looked from it to me, then again. Growl, Growlithe. Yeah, it's true. The only way to turn into an Arcanine as far as I know. You use a firestone. So Growlithe, I told you when we first met that we would have to be legendarily strong. So, Growlithe, how about it? Want to become a legend? Growlithe, she offered simply along with a nod, before she closed her eyes and huffed out a cute puppy breath, and then her nose bent in, touching the firestone. And there was light. I grinned as Growlithe grew bigger and bigger. Did you know Arcanines stand at around 6 feet tall? That they weigh around 350 pounds? The biggest dog in the old world was an English Mastiff. They only weighed around 200 pounds. Arcanine? They were big fucking dogs. Heckin' big boys, and girls, you could say. Of course Arcanine wasn't going to allow her evolution to be silent. As the light began to fade, it was joined with a howl. A massive intake of air blew around me, and then Arcanine called out her existence into the world. She howled. And the world listened. I didn't, because I had put my hands over my ears and was wincing at the volume. But afterwards there wasn't a single Pokemon making a sound in the whole forest. She stood huffing a little at the exertion, at her call as she looked down, and then down some more to meet my eyes. Even as I stood I wasn't up to her chest, which meant I felt tiny compared to my puppy. So, want to go for a run? I asked, and the doggy grin I got in return said it all. I clambered onto her back, and grabbed fur, and we were off. Arcanine were some of the fastest land-based Pokemon. I mean, even Rapidash weren't as fast. So when Arcanine started running, I started holding on for dear life, because she started moving so fast, I wasn't able to see without the wind stinging my eyes. We ran for hours. Although I kept redirecting her back towards home from time to time, I didn't want to have her run in a straight line away from home. And in the wee hours of the morning, the sun thankfully still under the earth, I stumbled home exhausted and wind-swept with a pokeball on my hip that felt warm as Arcanine rested from her first exercise as an evolved Pokemon. Sleep. Vicky. Wake up. Blurg. I retort, only for the Growlithe attack to come. My whines of surrender are ignored. Growlithe has no concept of surrender. Only drool. I was dragged from bed eventually when Growlithe refused to stop going for my weak point. Feet dripping in drool, I stomped out of my room and into the kitchen. You don't look great, Vicky. You sick? Tired. Stayed up late. I mutter, blinking weakly as I sat down, a large yawn ripping from my throat as I settled in. What were you doing up so late? You know you have a bedtime, Mama asked, looking unhappy. Secret training? Oh, we will need to pick up new Pokemon Chow. I muttered tiredly as I blinked into the plate of food put in front of me, my mind unable to figure out what I was supposed to do now. Vicky, did you capture a new Pokemon? You know you aren't supposed to buy Pokeballs, Papa asked, glancing up from his own breakfast with a frown. I blinked at him, before shaking my head. No, I didn't. I looked at myself for a moment, realizing that I was still wearing my outfit from yesterday, including Arcanine's Pokeball. Here, I say as I grab the ball and toss it. And in a rush of sound Arcanine was standing in our kitchen. Wow, she was big inside. Definitely not an inside dog. Oh, who was I kidding? She was gonna be my snuggle buddy from now on. There was silence in the room for a while, even as Arcanine started slinking over to my plate, and I, as was tradition, slipped her a sausage. Growlithe was funnily enough the one to break the silence as the old pup made a sound of demand. Arcanine. Oh Arceus, Mama said in shock, which startled Papa from where he had been having an almost religious experience. She's beautiful, Papa finally said as he rose up and stroked a hand through Arcanine's fur. I guess, this is my mistake. I guess I wasn't a good enough trainer to see it. Your potential, he tells Arcanine. That's dumb, you're a good trainer. Arcanine was really well trained when you gave her to me already, Papa. She is just headstrong, I whisper sleepily, my plate nearly becoming my pillow. Ha! That's not possible trouble. A Growlithe becoming an Arcanine isn't something that just happens. She was special and I missed it. I guess it's good I gave her to you. Nah, I just cheated. Firestone evolves Growlithe into Arcanine, I bought one last week. I tell him simply. My response is broken by a massive yawn as I just plop my head into Arcanine fur. Soofed. I ignored the conversation going on around me, because oh my god, Arcanine is the fuzziest. This is it. This is how I sleep from now on. Warm and soft, and Arcanine had a soft rumble when she breathed that was super relaxing. This is the life. Vicky. Wah. I jerked, blinking as I looked up to Mama. Oh my child, this is all you're doing, Mama said, turning to Papa and pointing at me. What did I do? I don't know if I can take responsibility for this, my love. He said, shaking his head, but he was laughing a bit. If I could, I think I would have had an Arcanine myself by now. Ugh. Mama made a noise of disgust at that, but I was looking around trying to figure out what was going on. What? I asked fuzzily, what was everyone talking about? Nothing, dear. Go back to sleep. You aren't going to be any use until you get some sleep. At least she doesn't have school today. Thank Arceus for small mercies. Whatever, soft and warm, sleep. I gave off a deep yawn as I stretched, walking into the kitchen. I don't know exactly what time it was, but it was mid-afternoon by the sunlight coming in through the windows, but I wasn't exactly thinking about that, because I had slept like a baby curled up with Arcanine. My girl was the softest bed in the world. Morning. I called out as I entered the kitchen to see Mama, Papa, and Gram all sitting around the table. Oh hi Gram. Victoria. It's nearly 1 in the afternoon, you can't really call it morning anymore. Gram teased as she reached out to start settling my hair when I sat next to her. Of course that was when Arcanine walked into the kitchen giving plaintive looks for food as well. Hungry? I ask her, getting a soft wuff in return. Instead of grabbing the food I looked to Papa, who sighed. I put together a blend for Arcanine until we can get something shipped in. It's in the fridge. Thanks Papa. I chirp as I head into the fridge and grab the big bowl of Pokemon chow. Most of it was berries at this point, but I could also see some of the Growlithe chow in there, although not much. Growlithe and Arcanine were different Pokemon after all, they had different dietary requirements. Now that the beast isn't going to eat us. Sit down, child, Gram ordered as Arcanine began chowing down, her first meal. What is it, Gram? The old woman gave me a single arched eye before pointing at Arcanine. Where did you learn you could evolve Growlithe into the legendary Pokemon with a fire stone? My little shit brain almost instantly popped up with internet, but that joke didn't exist, and Gram would not be amused. It just made sense? I offer with a shrug. Oh, it made sense, did it? Explain it to me. I bit my lip as Papa and Mama were both watching on. Apparently this was an interrogation because they wanted to know too. Okay, so Growlithe can't evolve on her own. We know that. Everyone knows it's only rare that a Growlithe becomes Arcanine. That's why they are the legendary Pokemon. Now we do know that Growlithe becomes Arcanine. 100% everyone agrees to that. I waved my hands a little as I explained. So if it's not an experience or strength evolution like most Pokemon, there is only a short list of what is needed to evolve them. Like, Graveler. The discovery of how to evolve Graveler into Golem was only found a few years back, right? In the wild the Graveler will join together, and their combined power is what prompts the evolution. We created the transfer cord so trainers could do it without an avalanche of Graveler. It was a neat explanation. A transfer cord connected 2 Pokeballs together, and allowed the Pokemon to share power, causing some Pokemon to evolve. Basically, instead of trading Pokemon you did it this way. Funnily enough, it actually was discovered after the association created the trading machine, which did something similar. The transfer cord was just a way to do it without trading the Pokemon. Right, which is why everyone thought there must be something we needed to find, like Onyx in the metal coat, to evolve into Steelix, Gram said. Exactly, but everyone has been digging through the weeds looking for that and not realizing that Arcanine might usually live in plains, but they probably evolve near volcanoes. I grinned, teasing the older people with an explanation that honestly was just a guess. They probably stumbled across a firestone in the volcano and evolved. Then they go to the plains, because Arcanine are fast. Like super fast. So of course they would want flatland. There aren't many Pokemon that can keep up with an Arcanine running. So you went and bought a Firestone? To test this? Mama asked, looking a little pale. What if it didn't work? Then I have an expensive rock, or I sell it back. But I was like 99% sure. Like I said, it made sense. I shrug. And it worked. Isn't that right, Arcanine? Wuff, she offered back, licking her jowls from her breakfast. Let me call Agatha. This could work to our benefit. Gram suddenly said. Vicky, keep your dog inside until we figure things out. Yes, Gram. That was how Arcanine and I ended up playing games in my room for most of the day until Agatha showed up. Also, Arcanine cheats at Pokemon World version of Monopoly. It's the only explanation. Well, that is certainly an Arcanine. Agatha muttered, her eyes wide as she took in my doggo, who was curled around me as we watched TV in my room. Mostly Pokemon battles. I would watch the pro battles with my team, and if they saw something like a move they wanted to learn, I would work with them on it. It was pretty efficient actually. Pros tended to know their stuff after all. Oh, hey Agatha, I called out only to earn a sigh from the older woman. I don't even want to know how you managed that. Melanie would kill me for stealing a family secret of this magnitude. But the association is going to freak, heh. Her words ended in a sharp grin. Alright girl, stay hidden for a bit longer. I'll take care of this. Hee hee. Agatha laughed darkly as she left my room. I could hear her chatting with Gram in the living room, but honestly? Okay, sure. I would let the adults handle this. Besides, this match with Lance was pretty awesome. He had a Dragonite. Chapter 5. The next day Papa, Mama, and Gram piled me into Papa's car and we drove into the city. We were going to the Pokemon Association Viridian branch. Apparently, Agatha had set up a meeting. Thankfully all three adults had told me firmly not to say anything, or answer any questions without them okaying it first. That my job would be boring, but I had to be there regardless. Okay, boring but okay. Honestly, it wasn't even worth the effort. We were invited into a room with Agatha, and a few men dressed in suits and asked for Arcanine to be released, which I did at Papa's confirmation. The men did lots of tests on Arcanine, apparently to ensure she was being taken care of properly. But otherwise half their questions were returned with, don't answer that Vicky, family secret or my favorite. Stop asking my daughter, she is underage, you will ask me. Papa getting all protective was cute. And then not long after we left, with my trainer registration card updated with Arcanine, and apparently a confirmation she wasn't stolen? It was weird. But apparently Arcanine were so rare that trainers had to be checked to ensure they weren't stolen from a preserve, or from another trainer. I wonder what they were going to think when I gave Papa his birthday present. Growlithe deserved to evolve too after all. He was a good boy. Vicky, I challenge you to a battle. No thanks, I replied, turning away as our lunch started. I was hungry, and didn't have time for the battles the kids here tended towards. It was pretty bad. Most of the time they only had like Pidgey or Rattata. Which, don't get me wrong, that little rat scared me. But not at the hands of these guys. Don't run away. Vicky, I'm literally not running anywhere. What do you want, Kiba? Fight me? No, I tell him, turning to continue to walk to the cafeteria. Mama packed me some goodies this morning, for being a good girl during the Pokemon Association meeting. Damn right I'm gonna enjoy this. A hand tugging my arm stopped me cold as I turned to Kiba. Don't be a coward. I don't care if you have a Milotic. My Poochyena won't lose. It's a rare Pokemon too. They don't have them here in Kanto. He proclaimed, and I heard a few oohs from the other kids. It was true. Here in Kanto Poochyena didn't exist. Because Growlithe killed them. At least that was the general consensus. Poochyena couldn't keep up with a pack of Growlithe. Their dark time working against them. Sure, a Mityena was much more common than an Arcanine. But not all dark types stuck together in little gangs. Poochyena weren't quite loners, but they usually only gathered in small groups. 2 or 3. So a Mityena and maybe 2 Poochyena running into a pack of 12 or more Growlithe. Well, Scorched Hyena was good enough for Growlithe. I don't have Milotic with me right now. He is home resting with the flock. Kiba, let go. Ha! You still have a Pokeball. Is it your Growlithe? Let's go then. A battle between your dog and mine. That wouldn't even be a competition, Kiba, let go. Seriously, Arcanine would be overkill on a normal Pokemon. She had been trained as a police dog first after all, and she was a battle maniac. I had been run ragged working with her as a Growlithe. The power increase of an Arcanine would be too much for a schoolyard brawl. Oh. Gonna trash talk Vicky? That means you can't refuse. That's the rules. I sigh. Damn it. The kids did have a rule like that. If you talked shit, you had to back it up. It was one of those weird schoolground rules the kids all followed. Like that swing was always that person's, and things like that. Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you, Kiba. Ha! The brash boy laughed off my warning as he turned and headed towards the field. I followed after, swiftly gaining a following. Pokemon battles weren't really allowed, but they were also something that inevitably happened. As long as no one got hurt, the teachers let it happen. Following Kiba's stupid spiky shonen hair, I split from him and took my position as he did the same. Alright, Poochyena, time to bite, he called out, and his Poochyena burst onto the field, giving a little howl in its excitement. Let's not do any bites, that might be too much, I called out opposite Kiba, as I threw Arcanine's ball. The burst of bright light quickly grew much larger than Poochyena, and then as Arcanine solidified, she howled. But this wasn't Poochyena's little howl. This howl rattled the windows of the school, it caused everyone to back up. Although I had been smart and covered my ears, it still was a bit too much. And then Arcanine breathed in and was ready for battle. I could see Kiba's throat swallow as he was forced to face a Pokemon that was as big as a grizzly bear, and much smarter. Arcanine took a moment to look over her foe. The Poochyena was frightened but had its teeth bared. It would fight. For a moment Arcanine looked over her shoulder to me, and I could feel her exasperation at this match. But that was okay, I had a way to keep her interested. Arcanine, this is a practice match. Goal is as follows. Don't get hit. Don't hurt the Poochyena to knockout, I called out, loud enough for Kiba and his Poochyena to hear. A moment later Kiba cleared his throat. You heard her, Poochyena. This is accuracy training. Started off with a scary face. Extreme speed into double team. Go. While Arcanine wasn't happy not to be able to go all out, she did love challenges. So the moment I called it out, she was gone. A burst of embers left in her wake as she suddenly started running. With double team, after images of her began appearing, and I sighed in relief that scary face didn't work. But the biggest boost came from the small training we had done so far. After all, Arcanine was always wanting to do more. Extreme speed was Quick Attack's big brother. Better in every way but much harder to learn, unless you are an Arcanine. So of course first thing I had done was get her to start using it less as an attacking move, and more as a combo, bursting into the movement of extreme speed but turning it into another attack. We didn't quite have it yet, but moving fast into a double team? That she could do. Howl to power up Poochyena, Kiba called out. Disrupt it with Roar, I responded. It was something I had seen in an elite battle before. Roar was a fear effect, it caused wild Pokemon to flee, but it didn't work on trainer Pokemon. At least it didn't make them flee. But it was still something that caused them to jerk. Arcanine's roar washed over the starting to howl Poochyena, causing it to swallow its howl in shock and jerk away from the much bigger Pokemon. Great job. Agility. Poochyena. I know. Roar back. And then bite. The idea was good. Poochyena's roar was loud and it did cause Arcanine to still for a half moment, but it wasn't enough. Extreme speed dodge, I called out, and the moment Poochyena had created for the attack was missed as Arcanine disappeared. Alright Poochyena, hit them Y-. Enough. The loud shout startled both of us and the Pokemon, as well as everyone turned to look at the very angry teacher. Hey Ms. Kurosawa. Victoria. Kiba. With me. Now. Kiba and I met each other's eyes as we quickly returned our Pokemon and followed after the angry woman. Oops. Couldn't go one day, could you trouble? Papa asked as he walked into the office. I just shrugged innocently. This was totally not my fault. Your daughter's AR Arcanine roared loud enough to crack some of the windows of the school. Here is the bill, Principal Fuya offered with only a hint of a crack on Arcanine's name. We will take care of it, I apologize Principal. Kids will be kids, Papa offered, and unfortunately while the principal did have a slight twitch of his lips at that, he shook his head. We have a no battling during school hours rule for a reason. Mr. Ferris. My daughter is very sorry. I will ensure she is punished appropriately. The principal huffed but nodded after very well. I will leave it at that. After all, a young trainer with her potential. Well, no point in wasting time any further. I actually winced at that. To be let off with a slap on the wrist because I had an Arcanine? Because I was special? Ouch, that hurt. It was my fault. I offer getting their attention. Please let Kiba off. This is my fault. Wha? No, it was me. I'm the one that dragged you to the field. You even told me to leave you alone so you could eat. This is my fault. Kiba offered instantly. The boy instantly realized I was trying to cover for him as well. So I kicked his shin, hard. Definitely my fault. Kiba is just still deaf from the battle. And dumb apparently. I whispered the last part, but I could tell both adults heard. Kiba funnily enough didn't. The loud rattling of a door opened too forcefully brought our attention away and thankfully kept the adults from saying anything more as the door to the office opened. What did my brat do this time? A woman stomped in, her hair as spiky and gray as Kiba's. Nothing. Battling during school hours that resulted in broken windows, Principal Fuya offered, earning a sigh from the woman. What's the damage? How much am I paying? Nothing Akari. The damage was my daughter's fault. It's been a while. Papa spoke and suddenly Akari perked up as she noticed Papa in the room. Well, hell, maybe this day isn't a complete disaster, Mr. Ferris. You never did come over for that dinner I said I owe you. I gaped. Was she? Flirting? Did Papa have game? Akari, as I said last time, I cannot receive gifts while working with the department, or bribes to breed their Pokemon together, he said flatly. Don't say that. My Mitina was saved by your little Growlithe boy. Don't tell me he wouldn't enjoy a little dash. Akari, we have little ears, Papa interrupted, but that only earned a giggle from me as I realized it wasn't just Papa with game. Apparently Growlithe was a little stud. Oh, is this cutie yours? Ha. Hey girly, I'm Akari, your daddy is a good guy, yeah? He saved my butt from a real nasty pack of Beedrill a few years back. Papa is pretty cool like that. I agree, earning a chuckle as the woman leans up to wink at Papa. Even your daughter thinks you're cool, eh? Sure, we can't get that dinner. Kiba whines, and that only makes me laugh more as the sound of betrayal was too much for Kiba. I couldn't help but giggle at Kiba's utter disgust at his mother flirting. How funny. Fine, seems my pup is going to block me this time. But don't think I'm done, Mr. Ferris. I'll reward you someday, mark my words. My wife would have something to say about that, Akari, Papa offered out, sounding a little tired from the woman's aggressiveness. Ha, invite her too then, Akari offered with a laugh as she pulled Kiba out of the office. Wait, did she just sneak Kiba out of here while distracting everyone? I couldn't help but ask, and my words earned a startled jerk from the principal as if he was going to rush out the door before seemingly giving up. So Arcanine was a lovely Pokemon. Her aggressive nature as a Growlithe was eased a tiny bit since she became so much more powerful in a moment, but she still had a constant need to grow stronger, and while she was more of a match for Milotic, fact was, type advantage meant Milotic still won most of the practice battles we had, which had swiftly punctured her arrogance. But she had caused some other problems. News reporters had taken to watching our home trying to get new images of an Arcanine. I had heard the phrase homegrown legend, bandied all over the local news in the last few days. An Arcanine was serious business for poke watchers. All in all, it really put a damper on our training, and Arcanine was starting to get irritated that even when she dragged me outside to get some exercise, people were bothering us. Papa had to call the police a few times for trespassers even, which is what eventually led to her crashing into a tree because someone was not where they were supposed to be, some weirdo that wanted to hug my Arcanine. Well, I returned her, and then had Growlithe, who was on guard duty, take care of that, but it led me to heading into town. Arcanine needed a visit from Nurse Joy. Stupid weirdos. Only I got to snuggle with Arcanine. Nurse Joy, I called out as I entered the quiet Pokemon Center. Sure, we had traveling trainers coming through, but it was a slow period right now. Viridian was busiest late into journeys. Most people didn't challenge Giovanni until the end. Oh, if it isn't Vicky, how are you? She asked, smiling at me over the counter as I walked up with a grin. I'm alright. Arcanine is a little roughed up. I lean in to whisper. Someone snuck onto our property and she was distracted while training extreme speed. She hit a tree. Don't bring it up, she was really embarrassed. She really was embarrassed, which was hilarious, but I had to be sensitive. Nurse Joy has a little frown when she hears Arcanine is hurt but giggles a little at the end of the story. I will heal her right up, and I won't bring up how it happened. I don't suppose? She trailed off. I grinned, knowing exactly what she wanted. I don't have anywhere else to be. If you need an extra long examination, I trailed off, earning a brilliant smile from the pink-haired woman. Why don't you come on back with me? Arcanine will likely appreciate the company, she said, and I followed her around the counter. See, Nurse Joy loved Pokemon. I mean, duh. But she did have a weakness for rare beautiful Pokemon, like Milotic and Arcanine. Which is why I bribed her with time with my buddies so that she could do this. Swoofuffy, she screamed into Arcanine's mane. Arcanine was used to this by now, plus like many Pokemon had a soft spot for Nurse Joy. So we pretended not to see the pink-haired nurse snuggling face first into Arcanine's fur as she hugged her. She pulled away a bit so she was resting her cheek on the fur. I love Chansy, she gives the best hugs out of any Pokemon, but a fuzzy Pokemon like this. I wish it wasn't a family secret, so I could interrogate you on how I could get my own. Nurse Joy sighed. Sorry. Gram was firm. Oh, I know, please don't think I am actually asking. Us Joy have a firm neutrality when it comes to information we might learn when helping Pokemon. In exchange, of course, we are paid well for our duty, she offers, smiling as Arcanine nuzzled her a little in turn. Like I said, Pokemon love Nurse Joy. Oh, Vicky. There was something I wanted to speak with you about. Do you remember your request about purchasing a Chansey? My eyes widen as I sit up from where I had been slouched on the couch as Nurse Joy snuggled Arcanine. Of course. Did you hear back from your cousin? I did. I'll admit to you, Vicky. I hope this doesn't hurt your feelings. I didn't really make it a priority at first. Chansey are not exactly something we eagerly try to trade out of the clan, even if they aren't clan secret Pokemon or anything. But when you showed up with this girl, Nurse Joy said, stroking Arcanine's chin, causing the big girl's eyes to roll up at the feeling. I realized you deserve the chance. I took in her words for a moment and shrugged. I get it. I'm not even on my journey yet. Milotic aside, I was nothing special. Although even Arcanine doesn't really make me special. Well, it made you special enough for me to put in a call. You are also in luck. There are some requirements though, if you are still interested. Of course. Chansey is so strong. And she would be so useful even outside of battles. Nurse Joy titters. I can't say I have ever heard of a strong Chansey, but I am glad you respect them. We have a Chansey that would be willing to head out with a trainer. But the price is high. A lot less Chansey have been found in the wild in the last few years. Well, Nurse Joy. As long as the price isn't too obscene. I think we have a deal. A Chansey would be huge for the training plans for my team. Well, in that case, I will ring her up. She will give you a call in a few days. Once the trade is complete, we can have her Pokeball transported over. I gave a dopey grin. Pink blob, I couldn't wait. Are you sure about this, Vicky? You are going on your journey in less than a year. You really don't need to buy Pokemon, especially ones so expensive, Mama asks concerned. We were taking a momentary pause from the video conference with Nurse Joy, the other Nurse Joy, the cousin that apparently trained the Chansey before they were sent out to assist Nurse Joy, the other one. This world. If it wasn't a family of twins in the thousands, with the Jenny clan, it was the Joy clan. Chansey are amazing at taking care of the health of other Pokemon. They can even provide food with their egg, they are super nutritious. Plus, I need one for a training idea. Very well. The money from your Milotic is yours. I just want to make sure you aren't spending it on things you don't need. Or on Pokemon you can catch on your journey. I don't have any plans on buying any other Pokemon. I just need Chansey, I explained urgently. And I did. A Chansey. If I was right? If my idea worked? Well, my Pokemon wouldn't be easy to deal with at all. And even if it didn't work, I wanted a healer on hand. This wasn't a game. A Pokemon could get injured far from any civilization, far from a Pokemon center. Alright, Mama offered before rejoining the vid chat, and accepting the offer for Chansey. Nurse Joy, no, the other Nurse Joy, was more than happy to transfer Chansey over to our Pokemon center, after the cash went through. Which is how on a lazy afternoon after school, damn school wasting most of my day, I walked into the Pokemon center, and was handed a Pokeball. Nurse Joy was kind enough to let me use one of the conference rooms for a bit, and I released Milotic and Arcanine first, letting them settle in. Now, it's your turn, come on out Chansey. I called in a flash a big pink blob was bouncing on her toes in front of me. Chance why Chance? Nice to meet you too. I couldn't help but exhale in a rush as I smiled broadly. I'm Victoria, but my friends call me Vicky. This is Milotic and Arcanine. I waved to the other two Pokemon which both called out their greetings and were greeted in turn. I let this go on for a bit, letting everyone settle in. It was important after all for my Pokemon to work well together. Chansey, I know it's weird to be traded, instead of captured. But I went out of my way to have you join my team, because I am planning on going on my journey soon. When I do, I wanted someone with me that could help take care of my Pokemon. But that doesn't mean that is all I think you can do. If you want to battle, let me know. I can definitely train you to be a strong Pokemon. Chansey, the pink blob queried a little confused, pointing her little fin hand at herself. Yeah, you. Chansey are really strong, and if you use a few specific moves, you can beat a lot of Pokemon out there. But only if you want. I know not all Chansey like to fight. Chansey, she offered, waving her arm back and forth. I couldn't help but giggle at that. Well, we can train you a bit, and if you like it, we can do some test battles, but if you end up not wanting to, that's fine. But I do have plans to have you help train my other Pokemon. It's gonna be a little tough on you, even if it will be really tough on them. Chance? I giggled at her questioning tone. It sounded like me. Yet Chansey, you're going to be super important to training my team. Arcanine wants to become a legend? More than she already is, and we will need your help with that. Chansey. Chance. My smile was wide as I hugged the pink blob. As much as I wanted to start on my secret training plan, I still had a life outside of training. School took up most of my day, and of course I still wanted to spend time with Mama and Papa, and Gram. Which is why after school, a few days after picking up Chansey, I headed over to Gram's house to see her. She had taken to inviting me over to visit at least once a week. I mean, Gram had loved to have me over before, but not only did she really enjoy chatting with me now about different topics, but it was also a lot easier to get there. Get out of school, release Arcanine, ride Arcanine to Gram's. It let Arcanine stretch her legs, and I got to visit Gram. Plus I loved hanging out by her pond. It meant we could have tea surrounded by our Pokemon. Milotic resting in the koi pond, Arcanine acting as a big pillow, and Gram's Persian cuddled up. I loved it. Plus I had to introduce Gram to Chansey. But this time it was weird. First off, there was a car in the driveway, and it wasn't Papa's or Agatha's. Weird. I slid off Arcanine and returned her, as I headed inside. Gram, I'm here. I call out as I enter, stepping into the living room only to still because Gram had company. A family, in fact. I blinked as I was the center of attention from the family that were all wearing really fancy kimono. Did I just step into a period drama? I wondered for a moment, but it was only when Gram gave me a look that I must have said it out loud. Oops. Vicky. Come in, sit. We have guests. I doubt you recognize them, but this is your Uncle Leopold, and his family. His wife, Melissa, and your cousin Elizabeth. They are visiting from Fuchsia City. I blinked. Oh yeah, the man in the old-style kimono did look a bit like Papa. Huh, yeah, I do recognize him. Gram has a picture of you. Right over there, in fact. I say, pointing to a table Gram kept a bunch of pictures of the family on. Right up front was a picture of Papa and his brother when they were younger. Well, it's nice to actually meet you. I offer with a chirp, although I sense the tension rather quickly. Yes, it is nice for my good-for-nothing son to show up for the first time in more than a decade to see his mother. Gram offered with a hint of fire in her tone. Or see his niece for the first time? Mother. My job doesn't give me much off time. Not like Victor. Faye, Gram mocked simply. Oh, that wasn't I'm being silly and acting like a grumpy old lady Faye. That was I am actually a grumpy old lady Faye. I learned over the years to tell the difference. I suppose that makes us cousins. A voice spoke, as a girl probably 5 years older than me stood from the couch. The pretty kimono she was wearing was adjusted without a misstep as she stepped over, offering me a bow. Elizabeth Ferris, of the Fuchsia Ferris clan, she bowed in greeting. I didn't know there was a Fuchsia Ferris clan, or that we were a clan. I like your kimono though, very pretty, I said with a smile, but I definitely hit a nerve somewhere because she was hiding a glare behind a blank face. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, Victoria, she offered with a stilted uptick, making what she said sound utterly fake. The fact she looked over me for a moment after hinted that she was trying to insult me. But joke's on her. I have no shame. Ponytail in a tangled mess from the Arcanine ride. Growlithe t-shirt that Papa had bought me a while back. That still fit, because my body refused to grow. A pair of shorts cause they were comfy and easy to wear. And clean socks. Cause Gram would kill me for tracking my dusty hiking boots in her traditional Cantonian home. So of course I just smiled brightly. You can call me Vicky. We are family after all. Elizabeth, huh? Do you prefer Liz, or Beth? Or Eli? No, Eli would be weird, I think. Right. Elizabeth, I don't use nicknames, she offered with a fake smile. Right. I offer in return before just walking past her. Nice to meet you. I gave a small bow to Melissa, who was apparently my aunt. That was cool. It looked like she was going to spurn my greeting, but since Gram was right there, she gave a head nod. Nice to meet you, she offered back, although it didn't sound sincere. Faye. Trouble, come sit. You had a good day at school? It was okay. I'm still in detention from the Kiba fiasco last week. But we can talk about me later. Hello family, what brings you all to Viridian? I asked, looking toward the family all dressed up like they were in a period drama. How exciting. Finally, after a moment of stillness, my uncle responded. We are here visiting Dash. Come here to sniff around for money. Gram interjected immediately. I called the family about the new family secret, if not what the secret is. Apparently my good-for-nothing son wants to be more directly involved. Oh. They want to know how to get a Milotic. Oh no dear. My worthless son and his money grubbers want to take over the flock and move it to Fuchsia City. Fuchsia is on the ocean, it will suit water-type Pokemon far more than the small rivers and lakes you have here in Viridian Mother, and we can help protect the flock better than Victor can. He still only has the one Pokemon left, does he not? He couldn't even finish his gym run. Family drama. I almost wished I had popcorn. Was this a certain bitterness between brothers? And was my uncle here to try and take over my Milotic? How exciting. Of course I knew they couldn't, and Gram knew that as well. They were registered to me after all, and not Gram, or the rest of the family could touch them without my permission. Faye, money grubbing doesn't suit you. The flock stays here, and your brother, my worthless son, has done well protecting them, Gram offered. Although I blinked, realizing Gram's plan in an instant as our eyes met. I kept my smirk off my face, but I did wink at her, which I noticed caused her lips to twitch. My uncle apparently didn't know that the Milotic were my Pokemon, and not registered under the family clan? Did I have a clan? That was weird. Victor has a single Growlithe. Our family still has our Pokemon teams. Elizabeth's starter Skitty has taken her to the Indigo League. She has more than proven herself dependable. Under her, the duty of managing and protecting the flock, the new clan resource will be well protected into the future, at least better than a berry farm, he said, and then I was frowning a bit. Mama's berry farm was great. We supplied all of Viridian City. Hell, the Milotic adored the berry trees. You couldn't push a berry tree on our farm some days and not knock a Milotic out of it. No, Gram said with a simple word. Denying my uncle. The Milotic are fine where they are, besides, the Pokemon Association will make the move difficult. I have connections with the association and have already gotten an acceptance to rehome the flock. The concerns of being so close to Johto, and if fighting starts up means the Kanto Association members would prefer the rare Pokemon farther from the border. I didn't give permission for any such move, nor did I give you permission to even speak with the association in regards to them. You forget yourself. Gram said a simple sentence without any of her usual joking taunts. Uncle bowed his head slightly. I simply wish to ensure that the association would not cause any issues. They will not. I am sure you made no promises to them in order to gain that permission either, Gram asked, her Persian on her lap no longer purring. Despite being a total baby, he did have a scary face. Something about the way his eyes were set made it always look like he was glaring. Hence one of the reasons he was so prized as a breeder. But right now it worked pretty well as he was glaring at Uncle, who was looking a little uncomfortable about the whole thing. I work with the association, mother. Of course I have had discussions about the assistance they will provide for our flock. I almost spoke then. He has never even seen my fishies. How dare he claim them? But Gram wasn't putting up with that. They are not yours? Gram said, glaring now as well. The very fact you would move behind your family's back is why you will not have them. Mother. I am looking out for the future of our clan. Elizabeth is responsible. She has proven her strength in battle, and she has nothing to do with this conversation. Ouch. Gram bringing some heat. I disagree. Victor has made his interests in the clan clear. I have expanded the clan and set up a true clan home. My daughter has done everything to prove herself a member of the Ferris clan, including ending up within the top 8 of her last Indigo League attempt. More than high enough to earn respect from any battler. Again. Elizabeth has nothing to do with this. The flock does not belong to you. Oh man, I really wanted popcorn. This would be great with popcorn. Uncle Leopold looked like he was about to blow a blood vessel in his forehead. The association has concerns about the protection of the flock. This can be a simple fix, mother. Settle the flock in Fuchsia. I will even move you there if you wish. I am sure you will enjoy spending time with your family. I do. Which is why I am confused why my good-for-nothing son appears now of all times. Interesting that it is only now, when a large cash cow falls into our laps. You certainly didn't come for any of the holidays over the last 15 years. I was in Fuchsia City, and busy, mother. I was ensuring our family had not just a home, but a compound open for all of the family when needed. I don't remember any invitations to this compound before now. Gram wasn't joking anymore, and Uncle Leopold didn't quite flinch, but I think he realized he had trapped himself a bit. I am now not interested. I'm not leaving my home. The one your great-grandfather built. Mother. We are getting into details that aren't important. You know as well as I do that the Ferris clan can't continue as it used to. We are making too much money now. Too much attention. The Pokemon Association likes having a contact within each of the important Kanto clans. We are on that list now. I know Victor won't do it. I don't know why you would even allow him to handle such an important resource. I never had any issue with dealing with the association. Gram sighs. This conversation is over, Leopold. You aren't getting what you came here for. Are you here for anything else, or was your greed the only thing that brought you home? This isn't my home, he snapped, and I blinked at that. His family also looked surprised at his outburst. Gram says simply. So it is still about that. His fist clenched, and I could see him restrain himself. No. I am no longer a child. Nor will I act like one. Mother. I am trying to do what is best for the family. My son. You are trying to do what is best for your family, at the expense of your brothers. You still can't get over your grudge against him. Just because he left, does not This isn't about Victor. Leopold snapped. You have the greatest prize our family has ever had standing almost unprotected in a farm pond. Don't you see how foolish this is? Let us take them to Fuchsia. They will be safe and support our clan for centuries. We can be the second Blackthorns. Okay, this back and forth was fun for a while, but it's gotten a little too real. I interrupt. I think I'll step in. My Milotic aren't going anywhere. They love the farm. The trees provide lots of extra food for them. We literally have to poke them out of the trees some days. I interrupt, popping Gram's plan. She was looking pretty upset, like real upset. So I think it has gone past fun. Your Milotic? Elizabeth asked with a noise closely resembling a scoff. Yumu. Yep, all of the Milotic, all 11 of them are registered to me. I'm their trainer, so bothering Gram isn't going to get you anywhere. I say, earning a surprised look from Leopold. Faye, I wasn't going to tell them trouble. I planned on leading them around for a long time with that. Gram offered, but I could tell her joking tone was flat. Yeah, I know. But it was starting to not get fun for any of us. Listen. I'll be honest. I don't know you. I mean, this is the first time we have ever met. I point out, my uncle's face looking quite irritated. If you actually mean what you said, then instead of demanding we do it your way, why don't we all get together? I am sensing a lot of bad blood between you and Papa, but I don't have any issues with you. I don't mind having more help protecting my flock. But Uncle Leopold didn't seem to have any desire to respond to me. Mother, you allowed a child to register ownership of the Milotic. This is preposterous. I didn't allow anything, Leo. Vicky is the one who caught them. Who brought them in? She probably knows more about Milotic than any trainer alive. They are hers. She simply allows the family to manage her extended flock and take care of the finances. Gram was smirking a bit. So if you want to make any deals about their care, she is the one you need to speak to. That. Why? Why would Victor allow a child control of the finances of the entire clan? Because my flock, my Milotic are not the resources of the clan. I don't know where you get this idea, but it's wrong, I muttered, but Gram surprised me with an answer. It's because your father is a smart man. He knew he had no idea what to do with all the money rolling into your account, and asked me for help. I started pouring some of the money into additional investments. Of course those investments are done through the clan, so your cash is revitalizing our extended family's finances single-handedly, Gram says with a shrug. Oh cool. Cool. All you can say is cool? A heated voice asked, and I looked towards Elizabeth, who at that moment looked very much like her father. You have control of the entire clan's finances because your investments are controlling the entire income stream, and you say cool? Grandmother? I agree with father. This girl should not be in charge of such a vital resource. She is a child. Elizabeth stood pointing a finger towards me. You have an entire flock of Milotic and you are trying to call us greedy? Such a find would have spread to the entire clan from anyone with any duty to their family. I didn't know you existed until like 10 minutes ago. So maybe stop flipping out? I asked, looking towards Gram. Ignoring the way Elizabeth was not handling me, telling her to calm down very well. So the investments are done through the clan? Correct. It allowed the investments to have a much higher return. Clan Ferris might not have the funds it once had, but we have been in Kanto for generations, and we were well respected for a long time. When I started investing, by using the clan name, I was able to get very nice opportunities. Faye. If I had known it would bring this trouble, I would have just done it under your own name. Mother. But this way it helps the whole family? I mean, wow. I don't think I've ever met any other members of the family before. How come I didn't know this clan stuff? Simple girl. Your father was kicked out of the clan for abandoning it. Uncle Leopold said with a heated not quite shout. He abandoned his duty, and so the clan excommunicated him. Mother is the only member that was willing to even talk to him. Oh. Drama bomb. I guess that explains why everyone is so worked up. The funds were put through clan channels, so you thought Gram had control of the flock. You didn't realize she was just trying to help me. Ha, you might look a little slow, but you are quick on the uptake, trouble. Gram teased, earning a pout from me. I was super smart, you know. I literally had straight A's and my teachers thought I was a genius. Adult brain is strong. So if Papa was excommunicated, doesn't that mean I'm not a member of your clan? I asked, thinking it through. Well, I guess that means you really can't do anything about the Milotic, can you? Hee. No, granddaughter of mine. My good-for-nothing son certainly can't. You mean this kid has complete control of the flock and we can't do anything? Elizabeth asked, surprised. But father. I am aware, Elizabeth. He spoke firmly, although he didn't snap. I suppose as always you are enjoying your little game, mother. No, I didn't have any fun with this, my son. I thought I would, but I most certainly have not. Gram says finally, quietly. Weak in a way I have never known her. Then we should leave. It seems our business here was a waste of time. Wait. I called out before they could move. I don't know the history of all this. But really, we are family, right? Why don't we all just try to work together? If the prism scale money is helping the rest of the family, even if I never met you before, that's a good thing. Never. I will never work for Victor, or his spawn, Uncle Leopold said simply before turning and offering a bow to Gram. His family stood doing the same, ignoring me completely before walking out, in a little parade of kimono and hurt feelings. Wow, he really has a stick up his ass, but, I hastily corrected. Usually my near misses made Gram chuckle, but not this time. She patted me on the head. Victoria. I want you to know what your uncle said, and whatever questions you have. Your father did nothing wrong. He simply followed his dreams, with my blessing. But it had repercussions. You are my granddaughter, no matter what the clan would say. I smiled. I love Papa, and I love you. So I can't really care that much about a clan that I didn't even know existed until a few minutes ago. Heh. Good. Don't mind it at all. Live your life as you want. Your father did that, and he is happy. That is all I want from you. Thanks, Gram. I think I wouldn't mind learning a bit more about this whole clan thing either. Even if I'm not part of it. I'll be happy to explain it all to you, my dear. Now I think we all had a busy afternoon. I know you were coming over to play, but why don't you head home? Gram said, sounding tired. But not the physical kind. I knew it well. Nothing hurt worse than family conflict. Sure, Gram. I love you the mostest. I tell her as I wiggle into a hug, earning a tight squeeze before she lets me go. I headed back outside, noticing Uncle's family clambering into his car as I passed. But I just shrugged, throwing out Arcanine, and ignoring their reactions as I climbed on her and raced home. If the Pokemon Association thought we weren't able to keep our Milotic safe, I would just have to grow so strong that any fear was wiped away. Chapter 6. With the oddness of meeting my extended family and an awkward conversation with Papa, I pushed any thoughts of that away to focus on what is important. Training. I felt kind of bad in a way. Most kids my age did have a Pokemon, even if it was just a family Pokemon that they were responsible for, to teach them what they would need on their journey, but there was a difference between that and what I had. The early trainer license I was given in order to ensure Milotic was registered to me meant they would be joining me on my journey. It meant I was legally allowed to take them to a Pokemon Center and use all the benefits that entailed, as well as battle them for money, or even start my journey if I wanted. I didn't, cause Papa said not until I was 10, so I could start at the same time as the rest of the kids my age, but I would have an advantage. I had years to train Milotic, up until now mostly focusing on his move roster. Arcanine I had less time with, but she was also a police Growlithe, so she already had solid training, and the spark that meant she wanted to train every moment of every day. But other kids wouldn't have that time. They would head out with their baby starters, and be expected to evolve them as they go, and catch new Pokemon on their journey. I already had 13 Pokemon, even if most were Milotic and weren't battlers. But as unfair as it was in some ways, I wasn't about to let this chance slip me by. The Pokemon world was crazy, and while I wasn't planning on saving the world or fighting God, who knows what would happen, so I was gonna cheat. Well, in between tea parties with Chansy below the berry trees, with the testing and discovery that the Iron Tail training like Ash did in the anime worked, I was more than willing to copy a few other things. Cough, counter shield, cough from the cartoon to see if it would work. But I had another idea as well. It was why I needed Chansy. Chansy were healers, but they also got a lot of support moves. Soft Boiled was an amazing healing ability on top of Healing Pulse. It meant Chansy could restore injuries and fatigue amazingly well, hence why they were so popular with Nurse Joy and Pokemon centers. So they were built to take care of Pokemon. The perfect workout buddy. More importantly, I had read something back in the old world that had given me the idea. First things first, teaching Chansy a new move, which was slow going. I knew Chansy could learn it, but it wasn't a natural move like Healing Pulse. It was a move that only came from two ways in the game: breeding or move tutor, which were people that could teach moves to Pokemon. So I knew it was possible, just not how. Thankfully, Pokemon were literally designed to learn moves and fight. And with Chansy willing to put in the work, it only took 2 months of daily attempts before Chansy figured it out. 2 months. I mean, it took less time than teaching Milotic Ice Beam, but I also did have a better understanding of what to say and do to help. But it was no wonder professions like move tutors were a thing. If you already knew what to say to a Pokemon to get them to learn a specific move, especially a useful move, it made sense that trainers would pay you good money to teach their Pokemon. Saves a lot of time. Yes, I couldn't hold in my shout as Chansy activated the move. Her little hand flippers showed a purple field that almost seemed to absorb light. The field we were practicing in was just another part of the orchard. It was quiet, and purposefully out of the way. I didn't want anyone seeing what I had planned. At first it didn't look like anything had changed. You can't see gravity after all. But the way all the grass suddenly arced downwards, how all the noises from insects in the area cut out. Chansy called out, dancing around a bit at the success. Yeah, it's amazing, Chansy. You really did it. I gushed as I hugged the blob, earning a full squeeze back as Chansy lifted me off the ground and started dancing. My own giggles matching her own as we danced around the clearing, giggling together. 2 months of effort to get this far. Okay, Chansy, let's go grab Arcanine and Milotic. I want to show you and them just how important you are to our team. I inform her as she settles me down with a pat on my head, as I run off to a clearing nearby where Milotic and Arcanine are training. Today was speed day. Milotic was working on his movement. Without water, he could still move around in a sort of floating motion, but it was much slower. So today he was doing sprints, trying to get used to moving faster. Arcanine was in a grid square. Her job was to move back and forth over and over, constantly changing directions to the 4 cardinals points on the grid. Arcanine's greatest strength was her amazing speed. I wanted to make sure she didn't have just speed, but maneuverability. She had to be able to change her direction on a dime. Break time. I call out, pulling both Pokemon from their practice. Arcanine was practically sweating, breathing deep after working hard to improve. Milotic was a bit lazier as long as I wasn't there, and while he was a little tuckered out, he had been mostly half-assing it. At my call both of them turned and walked up, Arcanine taking a moment to grab some water from the pond river. "Alright Chansey, can you fix them both up?" Chance, my pink blob walked up to Arcanine first, and with a soft-boiled which created a weird energy egg that slipped into Arcanine restoring her health and stamina. She instantly started shaking to stretch out, sending Arcanine drool across the clearing. EW. Chansey even took a moment to wipe the drool from her face, much to Arcanine's embarrassment. "Doggo gonna doggo I guess. Here Chansey." I offer my blob a towel as everyone settles and Chansey giving a healing pulse to Milotic as well once her face was clear of slobber. So I want everyone to give Chansey a round of applause today, despite my complete ignorance on how to properly teach it. Chansey has learned the move we spent 2 months working on. Woof. Arcanine offered a happy woof, while Milotic trilled and used his ear fins to clap a little. Chansey turned more scarlet than pink for a moment as she hid herself behind the hand towel. It was hardly enough to block her from sight. It was cute though. I giggled as Arcanine even gave her a lick as a reward which Chansey used her towel to wipe down. So, that means our special Let's Become Legends training begins now. I call out earning a riveted look from Arcanine, and a bit of a sigh from Milotic. Milotic was a lazy eel. "Okay Arcanine. This first training is easy, because we need to find out how much you can take. First rule of secret training, don't overdo it." I poke Arcanine in the nose, earning a lick as Arcanine's tongue came out in response. Cute. Unable to resist I distracted myself with booping the snoot and getting a tongue to pop out each time. Favorite hobby found. But eventually Arcanine huffed at me to get on with it. "This training is going to be rough, and we have to be very careful not to overdo it, especially at the start. So let me step back here. Chansey, go ahead." I comment standing well behind the pink Pokemon. And a moment later both of my Pokemon gave out a noise as if they were struck. Milotic went from floating to resting in the grass, his normal melodic voice grunting a bit. Arcanine was staying on her feet but I could tell just how much strength she was using to sustain that. Arcanine. Slow walk, get used to the feeling of being heavier. Milotic, same for you. Don't just sit there. Try out the muscles, see how it feels. I grinned as both Pokemon did just that. Slowly starting to move around. If you feel it is too much, call out instantly. Don't try to power through. If you injure yourself you set back your training not forward. Gravity was an interesting move in Pokemon. It was described, if I recall, as creating an area of intense gravity. Was it twice as much? 3? No idea. But it didn't actually hurt Pokemon, and they could still fight under the effects. So it should be safe for them. Plus with Chansey, both the creator of the field, and their medic, she would know instantly if a Pokemon was getting overwhelmed. This was step 1 in my legendary Pokemon fitness plan. Train in heavy gravity, which as long as this world ran on anime physics which, Pokemon. So it should. It would leave my Pokemon much stronger and faster than normal. Watching everyone falling into their roles. Chansey, having to refresh the gravity pretty consistently, was also giving her training in using her new move. So everyone was training. With a sigh I realized I needed to put in some work too. I started jogging around the clearing. I would need to be used to long distance travel so endurance was my keyword. For the next hour until Chansey needed a break we all sweat. Chansey and Heal Pulse, and soft boiled meant we weren't dying after our exercise. Chansey was a good blob. Training became our go-to. When I wasn't at school Arcanine was whining and wuffing at me to do more training. Battle junkie. Yet time passed. School continued on. People reacted in awe to Arcanine and Milotic. We continued taking care of the Milotic flock. And then Papa's birthday came up. I couldn't hide my excitement as the sun rose on the day. The Firestone was hidden in my pocket ready to go as Mama wished Papa a happy birthday with a birthday breakfast. Papa had the day off, we spent it doing things for him. I cuddled with him as he watched his favorite TV shows. And Mama and Papa sent me over early to Gram's to help her prepare for Papa showing up. Which meant they were going to spend some private time together. But I didn't mind. I took Growlithe with me, and his Pokeball for Papa's gift. Even if Gram hated dogs in the house. Except Arcanine. She was nice to her. I grinned. It was perfect. Gram had used me to help her cook dinner, and all the while I was practically bouncing until finally Papa and Mama showed up. Both looked relaxed. Bleg. But we all sat down, ignoring Gram's pointed remarks about dogs, and simply enjoyed sharing in each other's company. Then, as dinner finished Gram passed Papa a little box with a happy birthday son. Mama gave Papa a box too. And then I slid my box across the table to the surprise of the others. Happy birthday Papa, I offer with an ear-splitting grin. Oh, I was waiting for him to open that. Of course being Papa he instantly knew I had something planned and opened Gram's gift first. Just to spite me I knew. I pouted at him, as he threw me a grin before opening the gift. As always Mother, thank you for the cat-themed merchandise. Papa said dryly, pulling out a pair of cufflinks with Meowth paws printed on them. Faye, she offered in return, although both were smiling at the common refrain. Then she reached out and grabbed Papa by his cheek and pinched, earning a yelp. There, a birthday pinch, Gram offered with a laugh as Papa rubbed his cheek and glared. Mama bought Papa a very nice new belt to hold his pokeball and his duty equipment. The fact it had a few Growlithe paw prints on it meant Mama and Gram had been conspiring for sure. Papa's chuckle when he noticed it meant he realized that too. But then finally, he reached for mine. My grin grew so wide, I am sure it must have been disturbing. Okay, trouble, I'm opening it, he tells me with a laugh at my eager urging. And then his smile disappears as he opens the box to see a firestone. Mama's gasp was loud enough to get Gram's full attention as she wandered around the table to see, since Papa was quite frozen. When I bought the firestone for Growlithe, I bought two, so Growlithe could evolve if Papa wants, I tell the room, causing an intake of breath from the adults. To them Arcanine was still the legendary Pokemon. To me it was just a good doggo. I don't know if I can accept this, Vicky. You should keep it. Use it on an EV or something, Papa argued, trying to push the box towards me. Nope. I answer simply, putting my chin into both hands. I don't need it, or want it. If I got an EV I would probably use a leaf stone. Or an ice stone. Both are cute. What's an ice stone? Mama asked, but it was surprisingly Gram that answered. An evolution stone, you can find them in Alola. It's highly regulated. The only reason I know about it is because my grandfather had a friend with an Alolan Sandshrew from a trade, he never did manage to get one. Now how my granddaughter, who I know has never been to Alola before, knows that is interesting. The trailing off at the end told me Gram expected an answer. Internet? I answer with a shrug. Which was a complete lie. But Gram wasn't an internet person. Faye, she answered, but something about her eyes told me she wasn't done. Well, worthless son of mine, what are you waiting for? Turn your pup into a dog. At least we will get some use out of it as a guard dog for my granddaughter's flock of Pokemon. Gram ordered, earning a snicker from me and jolting Papa out of his staring contest with the jewel. I can't. One Arcanine is already too much. If people see we have two, Vicky will be in danger. People will know that we have a way of evolving Growlithe. That would put a target on our back. Her back, he told Gram, who looked at her son and then once more grabbed his cheek in a pinch. Silly boy, we have a flock of Milotic. You think we are not already targeted? Boy, you ran away once when duty called, I understood then. But are you going to flee from being your daughter's protector? I don't believe it, Gram said with a firm tone, staring into Papa's eyes as she nodded. Besides, you think no family has ever learned how to evolve, or breed rare, valuable, powerful Pokemon before? This isn't the first time. The way you survive isn't to hide what you know. It's to use the knowledge to protect your family. Evolve your pup so it is strong enough to protect your family. Is this your dog brain at work? She mocked a little, easing up the tension that had been rising. Mother. Mama offered, gently pulling Papa out of Gram's grip. Perhaps a gentler approach. Faye, Gram as usual had no need for gentle. It is a gift from my granddaughter. Stop being a fool, she finally added, and Papa sighed, rubbing his face at what he was facing. Sorry Papa. I know it's a big deal, but I figured, we might as well, you know? Plus Growlithe is a good boy, he deserves to be an Arcanine, don't you think? I say, but honestly I hadn't expected this much resistance to the idea. No Vicky. You didn't do anything wrong, I just never expected. I became a Growlithe trainer back when I first went on my journey, you know? Yeah, Papa told me Growlithe was his first Pokemon. Faye, should have been a Meowth, Gram hissed, but Mama actually glared a little and Gram quieted down. Well, I never was any good as a trainer. I only got 3 badges. And most of that was luck. Going through the rock and water gym back to back, well, it burnt me out. I wasn't very good at raising other Pokemon. I had a Spearow back then too. Well, he didn't much like me. Anyway, trouble. I never expected the chance to have a legendary Pokemon. Growlithe was good enough for me. I'm almost afraid I wouldn't be able to train them right. Growlithe is a good boy, Papa. He won't be any different as an Arcanine. You just give him belly scratches and treats and he will love you like always. I chirped before finally my Papa sighed. Well, since every girl in my life is telling me to stop wasting time, Papa had glanced to Mama, who was giving him the, you had better do this look. Papa grabbed the firestone. Okay, when we get home, I'll offer it to Growlithe. He agreed and Mama let out a breath of relief. Gram was grinning wide. Come on out, Growlithe, I call out, releasing Growlithe from his Pokeball, startling everyone else. Bark. Growlithe yelled at me as he didn't like being put into his Pokeball by anyone but Papa. Sorry Growlithe. It was a surprise. I tell him, which earned me a few moments of glaring before the old pup huffed at me and looked around. Seeing Papa, he simply walked over to sit at his side. As usual, Growlithe was very loyal, which made Papa's wide-eyed look at his partner all the more hilarious as Papa went from Growlithe to the Firestone. Hey Growlithe, he finally said, earning his Pokemon's full attention. Do you want to be an Arcanine? Papa asked hesitantly. But a moment later Growlithe's tail started wagging. Growl. Well, I guess. Papa began to offer the fire stone, but I reached out pushing that back quick fast, practically jumping over the table to stop him. Papa, maybe outside, I point out, earning a startled look from everyone present before Gram realized. Don't you dare evolve in the house, she barked an order, and that was that. Papa laughed a bit as he got up and headed out into the yard. Next to the koi pond, Papa once more offered Growlithe the fire stone. And then in a quiet moment Growlithe looked up at Papa, gave him a bark, a word passing between two old friends, and Growlithe nudged the fire stone with his nose. And in a moment of blinding light, evolution. Things did get a bit complicated after that. 1. Arcanine had caused a flurry of news and attention from the Pokemon Association. 2. Well, that had caused an uproar, but I was kinda used to it by now. Sure, I had a few times where people casually tried to get me to spill on how it had happened, but I had adult brain, so none of them got more than a mocking laugh. Thankfully this time Papa was getting most of the attention, mostly because while my Arcanine was legendary, Growlithe, now Arcanine, was, well, a monster. Growlithe was Papa's partner. They had spent years working together, and while Papa had given up on his gym challenge that was 20 years ago, Papa worked with Growlithe every day as a police trainer. Growlithe had fought other Growlithe every day for years to train them. So Arcanine was a fucking monster, capital M. When Arcanine had first met Arcanine, she had very swiftly submitted with a wagging tail. Because Arcanine was almost half again as tall as Arcanine. He was a big boy. Papa soon grew used to having Arcanine instead of Growlithe. In his own words, it makes training the more obstinate Growlithe a lot easier. Of course, having 2 Arcanine in a house made things a bit more difficult at times, especially since I couldn't order Arcanine around. Arcanine, you can't sleep here, I grumbled as Arcanine passed out in his usual spot, his little Growlithe puppy bed, something he refused to stop using, but the problem was it was in the hallway that he now barely fit in. The hallway that meant he now blocked the entire hallway I had to use to leave my room. And of course if we moved his doggy bed he would just pick it up and put it back in his spot. Woof. No. I whine as he woofs at me and then lays back down. I need the bathroom. I whined at him but his bulk continued to block me, uncaring. What a jerk. You are doing this on purpose. I hiss at him, earning a doggy smile that I caught in the corner of my eye. Fine, then I will climb Mount Arcanine. I tell him, and do just that. With a leap I clamber over the bear-sized dog to his amusement before sliding down the other side to freedom. Jerk face, I tell him as I pass, giving him a scratch behind his ear like always, and I could hear his tail thumping against the wall. So yeah, having a massive bear dog in the house made things difficult. At least Arcanine preferred sleeping in my room, or in her pokeball if she wanted, rather than in the hallway. It was also a good thing that we had the prism scale income, because 2 Arcanine were enough to eat us out of house and home. Morning, Papa, I call out as I enter the kitchen after hitting the bathroom, earning a smile and a plate of food as I sat beside him. Any more problems with the Pokemon Association? I asked. They had set up a meeting today with Papa. Nothing too troublesome this time. Trouble. They want to do a spread of Arcanine in the association magazine. Apparently they want to show off that they have 2 more Arcanine in Kanto. How many is that now? Last I checked, 5, known? 1 is wild, the other 2 are trainer-owned, but neither trainer says they know how the evolution happened. Might be they stumbled on a fire stone somewhere, or they know and just don't want to share, Papa offered. Maybe, I agree, and chow down. Of course that wasn't my only Arcanine adventure. Summer was hot, as Kanto homes didn't tend to have AC, and while I had begged to get one installed with all that delicious Milotic prism scale money, Mama had refused. Apparently she didn't want to seem weird. Stupid weird traditions. I grumbled, but it did lead to Mama buying me cool drinks I could chug down by the dozen. Which is why when I walked out of my room grumpy and sweaty to get something to cool off, I stilled with narrowed eyes as I discovered my path was blocked. Arcanine was splayed out right in front of the fridge, obviously enjoying its cooler temperature against his back. He was fully on his side, massive orange legs tangled with the kitchen tables and chairs, and I just knew he would scatter them around the kitchen when he got up. Arcanine, move, I need my Sudadea. I whine as I walk over, grabbing the handle of the fridge only to know it wouldn't move. Over 300 pounds of very relaxed dog was blocking the way. I sat down trying to use a bit of leverage by pushing with my legs against the pup, but I might as well have been trying to push a skyscraper. Stupid massive fluff dog. No, that's a lie. The problem was he wasn't stupid. His tail was gently flapping against the floor and I noticed his eye was open and he had one of his little doggy smirks. Oh, so it's like that then, huh? I grumbled as his tail only increased its pace. Come on, Arcanine, just move. It's Hoot. I whine as I push against his fur, which only made it all worse, because he was a fire type, and so he was honestly really warm to the touch. It was awful. My pushing was ineffectual, and my whining was ignored with the grace of an old dog dealing with annoying puppies. The jerk. Come on, don't be mean, just move. And then the jerk revealed his motive. With Mama and Papa out of the house, he was without anyone above him, but there was one thing he couldn't get away with without assistance. The jerk licked his lips. "Oh, you absolute jerkface. That's extortion." But all he did was lick his lips again. I growled, which only made his tail wag harder as I desperately tried to move him myself. Then, tugging on his paws was pointless. His legs alone were probably as heavy as I was. The big fat jerk. Ugh, fine, but I'm telling Papa you are extorting me for treats. I grumble at him, finally causing him to perk up a little at the T word. He sat up a bit, although still in front of the fridge, and opened his mouth as if waiting for my payment. "You are the worst," I grumble at him, as I dig through a few cupboards with puppy locks to keep him out. Not that it would really stop him, but Papa was not okay the last time he had tried to break into something he wasn't supposed to. With that I grabbed a Growlithe treat. The bone-shaped dog treat was pulled out and waved at him, but he just kept his mouth open as if waiting. "You jerk face," I grumble as I walk over and put it in his mouth, and then, proving he was the absolute worst, he sat there and ate it slowly, still in front of the fridge. Despite my orders for him to move, he ate the whole treat like it was expensive ice cream, before he finally rose up a little, took a single step away, and lay back down. But at least I could open the fridge. Grabbing one of my sodas, I realized I was more sweaty than I had been before. "I'm going out to the pond," I yell at him as I stomp out the house. When Papa got home, I complained to him about Arcanine's crime, only for Papa to laugh until he cried at my description of Arcanine's extortion. "Chansy." I couldn't help but laugh at Chansy's motions, as made pumping motions with her little arms as we stood in the gravity field. Chansy had taken a while to get to the point where she could use gravity and be able to join in the exercise with Arcanine and Milotic, and a few of the flock who were interested in growing stronger. I was more than happy to sneak a few of them over to our training area deep on the farm and let them build some muscle. I was practically dreaming of the day someone decided to try and mess with my babies. If their prism scales weren't quite as perfect, well, that was something I was willing to allow, and not all of them wanted to train, so we still got pristine scales as well. But Chansy was my main focus right now. Watching my pink blob pump herself up through exercise was absolutely adorable. Whenever she moved, it was always with this energy and perkiness. So cute. We bonded pretty quickly. I don't know if that was just Chansy, or if it was something I did, but we definitely shared a wavelength. Our shared love of Pokemon had meant that Chansy had taken up healing lots of wild Pokemon that wandered by, and I fully supported that. Today, though we were moving away from move training, almost everything I had done up to now was work on Chansy move list. Healing, support, debuff moves like gravity. But today we were gym buddies, because I was exercising a bit under the gravity as well. While Chansy was cutely moving her muscles like she was benching weights, I was just walking around, one massively heavy step at a time. I had a towel around my neck, but it felt like I was carrying a Growlithe around my shoulders. But I kept moving, slowly letting the weight work my muscles. If I was on Earth, I would never have done this, but this was not Earth. Pokemon often attacked humans only to lead to minor injuries. A hyper beam hitting a human on Earth wouldn't leave more than a smear. Here it just knocked you through a wall and left you with a bad week in a hospital. Well, for most people anyways. Aura was a thing, and humans can use it. Although I wasn't really working towards that. The amount of people that had knowledge of Aura was zero? Just about zero in my experience. But I was fairly confident that the durability of humans in this world meant I would be able to handle some light training. Chansy being right there with me helped me feel 100% confident. Chansy healing was magic. Literally. So we worked out, sweating together as we worked on our physical fitness. Chansy moving on to using the small array of moves she had: pound, double slap, and of course iron tail. Tying rocks to Chansy's little tail had been hilarious. I started feeling my muscles really protest the abuse, so I moved out of the field, letting out a sigh when I finally escaped. Phew. I was sweating and exhausted just from a short stint inside. I had no idea how Arcanine handled it. My girl literally never wanted to leave the high gravity. The fact she had seen pretty hefty improvements to her physicality over the last few weeks of practice had turned her into a gravity junkie. I might have to start calling her Vegeta or something. I wonder if a normal Arcanine can go shiny? I shook the stupid idea out of my head. Seriously, too much anime up there. "How you doing, Chansy?" "Chansy, she called out, continuing to pump up and down, her tail shining with steel energy as she spun her little tail around. I had only really taught it to her for one reason, which was going to be one of our secret moves, although I hadn't had a chance to test it yet. But Gym Bunny Chansy? Had I unleashed a monster? I giggled at the thought. I guess it was still a good thing that Chansy hadn't gotten much out of battling when we had done some practice matches. She hadn't really wanted to hurt anyone, although she had done the battles to the best of her ability. In the end, it had been obvious she preferred to just help out rather than take part. Well, I was still planning on having her used in matches, but just as a setup, or debuff Pokemon. Although I suspected I would have to rely on her battling prowess at some point in the future. Hopefully it wouldn't hurt her feelings too much to fight. I turned to look at the rest of my team. Milotic was slacking again. The eel was supposed to be working on his movement again, since he was the slowest of my team on land, including Chansey. Although I suspected 90% of his speed was just laziness. I had seen him move pretty quick to come snuggle or to get a treat. Lazy fish. Regardless, it was nice to see my team strengthening themselves. I could feel a tooth-filled smile stretching across my face at the idea of what was going to happen once we started our journey. We were going to wreck the gym circuit. I was giggly when Chansey finally took a break settling next to me as I passed her a bottle of water while she cooled off. Unfortunately, Chansey was able to train for the least amount of time. Using gravity when she was already exhausted wasn't easy, but she was getting better at it. Her gravity use had, at least in my opinion, been getting stronger as well, which made sense. She was constantly using the move, over and over for hours at a time, only broken up by breaks to hydrate. It made me wonder if creating a submission fighter was possible. Chansey didn't like hurting Pokemon after all, maybe just utterly pinning them would count for a knockout? I would actually have to check into that. Of course, my little break with Chansey was broken up by a massive crash followed by a yelp. I gasped. That flash of fire had been huge. Arcanine. I cried out as I instantly started running, bulldozing through the gravity without a care. My dog was hurt. I grit my teeth as I stomped into the field past the trees to see what had happened, wincing as not only was Arcanine on her side, but a tree wasn't standing anymore. Arcanine, Milotic. I cried out as well, and a moment later my noodle was at my side rushing towards Arcanine to look her over as I stumbled after. Chansey was already ahead of me as well, doing her little shimmy jog as she rushed towards the downed Pokemon. I stilled when I finally made it to her before sighing in relief. She was definitely knocked out, with a big bump on her head, but she would be fine. What happened? I ground out, not feeling super great under the gravity. Chance? Chansey. I didn't catch most of that. Sorry. I offer, actually sad. I always felt like I messed up when my team tried to communicate with me and failed. A moment later Chansey reached up and put her hands up near her mouth and growled, looking like, oh my god, she was doing Arcanine charades. I almost died laughed. Mostly cause I fell to the floor, and that actually was pretty dangerous in high gravity. But after wheezing a bit from knocking the breath out of myself, I followed Chansey's charades as she made an Arcanine face and then slammed her face into where the tree had been. That idiot. I couldn't help but growl, earning a startled laugh from Chansey as I turned to my dog. I knew exactly what she had done now. With my heart no longer pounding a heavy metal song in my chest, I could think. My girl had tried to train Flare Blitz, a move I had ordered her not to play with. Flare Blitz was Arcanine's most damaging move. It was also a signature move they learned upon evolution. But it was a recoil attack. It was a wild attack, uncaring that it would reflect damage back. The harder the hit, the more the damage. It was big, flashy, and powerful. Arcanine had been wanting to use it ever since she evolved. But it was the exact kind of move I hated the most. Hurting yourself to hurt others. Nope, not a fucking chance in hell. I had put a firm ban on that move. Of course my hard-headed pup had wanted to practice it. A battle maniac like her wouldn't mind taking damage to hit even harder. I gasped, then sighed as the gravity returned to normal, letting my aching muscles relax as all of us gathered around Chansey healing up Arcanine. Should I take her to the Pokemon Center? I asked Chansey before my Pinkette gave a shake of her head. Then to my utter delight she threw a flipper towards me. She was definitely trying to give me a thumbs up, probably trying to be reassuring. But she had no fingers. I burst into giggles, which I only realized after was probably her intention, as Arcanine finally stirred, twitching as she came to, looking around, before noticing me close by and my very, very unhappy look. Grounded. Her whine and drooping ears didn't move me at all. Chapter 7. Class, I want to introduce a new student today. This is Zealous Bia. She joins us from distant Unova. Let's all be kind to her. I glanced up from my personal notebook. My absolute irritation with incorrect Pokédexes available made me start writing one for myself, going through all the weird evolutions I could remember. But the call made me look up to take in our new classmate. She looked like an American? I laughed. That's right, Unova was basically Pokemon America. She had long blonde hair, longer than mine, and where mine was more golden, hers was a straw color, almost white. She was tall, taller than most of the girls in the class including me. She wore a casual outfit that made me think rich girl. Every piece of clothing she wore, from her blouse that covered an undershirt, looked expensive, bangles on her wrists, and a skirt over workout pants showing she was definitely athletic. She also had a Pokeball belt on her hip with a few balls on it. Neat. She might have some cool Unova Pokemon. I never played Black and White, so I have no idea, unless the Pokemon were in other versions anyways. Ms. Bia, go ahead and take a seat there. We are going over some Kanto history today, so I won't make you take the test, but it might be fun to learn more about the region. Mrs. Hikaru informs the girl, earning a nod as the class begins. Of course, before class was over, she was surrounded by the other kids, asking her questions and wanting to know what her favorite Pokemon were. then of course Kiba stepped up. Hey, back off, Kiba demanded as the others made room for him. Not because they were afraid but because Kiba was pushing them away. New girl, I'm Kiba, you got Pokemon, so let's battle and see what you are made of, Kiba demanded while holding Poochyina's ball. Oh, fine, I wouldn't mind a workout, Zella said as she stood up, her hand shifting across her 3 Pokeballs on her waist. Kiba, don't get the new girl in trouble on the first day, I called out, but Kiba scoffed and the new girl didn't seem to care about getting in trouble. The class wandered out, and I sighed. Damn it, Miss Kurosawa had the next class. She was going to murder everyone for not being ready for class. I stood up, sighing. I did want to see the Pokemon battle, plus with Chansey I was sorta the go-to medic for the kids. After all, most of them didn't have a trainer's license and would get in trouble if their Pokemon were hurt. Besides, watching Kiba get his face kicked in, or actually win, would be fun. Despite being far behind, I knew where to go. The place the kids would go to battle was out beside the Pokemon fields, far enough away the teachers wouldn't see from the building. As I walked through the crowd I saw that Kiba and new girl were already facing off. Go Poochyina, Kiba called out, his only Pokemon quite to howl a challenge as it landed. Oh, a dark type, and a dog? Very well. Herdier, she calls out and I whistle as a Pokemon I hadn't seen in this life popped up. Herdier was a second evolution, a normal type dog. It was basically a Yorkshire Terrier from my last life, but this one was a Pokemon. Alright, Poochyina, go for a bite. Herdy, play rough, she calls out, laughter, and a moment later we understood why, because while Poochyina ran in to bite, Herdier was simply faster. Her Pokemon was well trained, I noticed. Quick on its feet, and it even set up so that if the bite did hit, it would strike Herdier's tough fur. But then Herdier's attack struck Poochyina first, and the fairy-type move battered the poor pup into the earth, a loud yelp coming from poor Poochyina. And that was it. A single super effective move took out Poochyina. Heh. I thought you Cantonians were supposed to be good battlers. Zella mocked, cocking her hip as she looked over the group. Anyone else want to go? Go Chansey, I call out and instantly get the eyes of the new girl. Her glare at me was ignored as Chansey instantly went over to Poochyina where Kiba was holding his pup. Poor boy was looking pretty worried. But Chansey took care of that. A soft boiled and a few moments patting poor Poochyina with a healing pulse and he was back on his feet and licking Chansey in thanks. Alright Chansey, come on back, I call out, but I don't return her, instead having her happily trot over to give me a hug. If there were going to be more battles, which was likely, she might as well stay out to heal. Huh? Not going to fight then? Just a Nurse Joy wannabe? Zella mocked, but I simply shrugged. Kids playing strongest on the playground was pretty tiresome. I'm just here to make sure no one gets hurt, I tell her with a shrug. It would be super messed up to beat the new girl while she was figuring out her place in a new region. She was just following jail yard rules. She got challenged and beat Kiba down without effort, so now everyone would give her a bit of respect. I could understand that. She was obviously nervous. I could tell from the way she was standing, arms shaking a little as she had challenged everyone. Vicky. Come on, I want to see Millie today. That is not his name. He is a boy, I tell Ivy, who huffed at me. Well, any of you others want to go? Herdier is only my first Pokemon, Zealous called out, earning a little bit of ire from the kids. A challenge? Well, some of them couldn't refuse. I smiled as I watched a few more battles take place. Some as short as Kiba's type advantage, or simply being more powerful as Herdier fought Rattata caught in secret. Or a Pidgey. Chansey went out after every fight to heal up. And even Zealous thanked her when she healed up Herdier after a nasty clash between him and a Weedle that got through a poison sting. Well, if she can thank Chansey, she was a good girl, so I was happy to watch. But unfortunately I had a very aggressive dog on my hip, and the more Herdier won, the more he started barking and howling. In Pokemon he was basically calling out that he was the strongest here. I could feel Arcanine's Pokeball shaking as she wanted to come out. And I was doing my best to quiet her. I know she wanted to fight, but come on. Fighting a Pokemon like Herdier after it had already gone through a bunch of battles was bullying. Calm down, I whisper to her Pokeball as I pull it off my waist. Let's give Zella some time to settle into class, and let her Herdier get some rest. If you want to fight, you want to do it while he is fully rested, right? I whisper, and after a few more shakes of the ball Arcanine settles down. To my relief, Arcanine had been growing really strong thanks to our consistent training. I really didn't want to see her fight someone unless they were a full trainer. Alright, looks like my Herdier is the strongest Pokemon here, Zealous called out, earning a few grumpy looks which then turned to me. And a moment later I realized everyone was looking at me. Even Zealous, who was following everyone else's eyes. Don't give me that look, I demand, pointing. I'm not battling someone on their first day, I tell them, earning a few groans and a frown from Zealous. What, scared to fight me? She demanded, and I simply blinked. No, it's just you did such a great job showing how cool your Pokemon is, but he is getting tired, you know? We will definitely battle some other day. Also, Mrs. Kurosawa is going to kill us soon unless we get back to class. I called out much louder, earning looks of horror from the kids around me as the group began dispersing as some ran back to class, and others sauntered back. Humph. Don't think my herdier is tired just from that. He can definitely fight anything you throw out. Maybe, I offer with a smile as I hop off the fence I had eventually gravitated to, returned Chansy and started walking. But you really should hurry if you don't want to get in trouble. We are already way late for our break. Alright, Zealous called as she broke into a light jog, which passed me in the dust cause her legs were really long. Dang it, I broke into a run to catch up. I didn't want to be the last one back. Thankfully Mrs. Kurosawa didn't kill us. She just gave us the max difficulty chore on the fields as we were forced to take care of Tauros while he was told to basically attack us. Wild Pokemon training. He wouldn't actually hurt us, but it was supposed to represent a wild Pokemon getting angry and how we should handle it. So there was a lot of mud, and being seismic tossed by Tauros as he happily dumped us all into the mud. Other than a few bruises, no one was hurt. Hey Vicky, do you have any citrus berries? Ivy asked as she panted in the mud beside me. I had long since given up and was simply laying there. Nope. We were supposed to deal with the Mareep today. So I didn't bring any citrus berries, and Tauros hates most others. Unless you want him really angry with you for giving him a berry he hates. No thanks, Ivy whispered in horror as another child got flung into the mud beside us. Pokemon World had no chill. People really were just tougher. It wasn't quite to the point I would consider it super strength, although I had met some martial artist types that were ridiculously strong compared to a normal person. But it also meant that kids were treated a lot more hands-off here. So Wild Tauros wrestling. Well, Kiba tried wrestling Tauros and got a one-way trip back into the same pond I had kicked him into so long ago. Really? Zealous questioned, looking down at us in disgust at how muddy we were. Come on out, herdier, she called out instead of doing what she was supposed to. Hey, don't do that. This is a no Pokemon zone. I called out, but was ignored. I grinned, turning to look Ivy in the face, who was grinning as well. We both turned to watch as Zealous tried to guide herdier into, well, hurting Tauros. Then Zealous learned why we don't bring in Pokemon to help with this. For one, Tauros turned at the barking dog, immediately threw an absolute shit fit. And then Zealous learned that Tauros was actually part of Mrs. Kurosawa's former Indigo League ready team. Mrs. Kurosawa had actually done really well in the league, although she hadn't won, or gotten an Elite Four battle. But that doesn't make Tauros not a monster of a Pokemon. Herdier yelped as he was tossed into the air, literally disappearing from sight as he was launched. Tauros used strength. It was super effective. Herdier, Zealous cried, but a moment later she squawked as she was lifted and tossed into the mud right beside Ivy and I. A few seconds after her splashdown, Herdier howled as he splashed into the pond beside Kiba. Sorry, I tried to warn you. Tauros isn't just a farm Pokemon. Mrs. Kurosawa fought in the Indigo League during her journey and Tauros was one of her mains. I informed the muddy blonde laying still beside me. She slowly sat up, staring at her clothes that were now coated in mud, and I could see her throat swallow a bit as she swallowed down the obvious tears growing in her eyes. I hate this place, she whispered as she sat up, returned Herdier, who was spraying Kiba as it tried to dry off and started walking off. Hey, I called out, rushing up. Oh, red alert. Little girl crying. Wait up, Zealous. It's okay, we are pretty used to getting muddy like this, so we have it all worked out. Come on, let's get you cleaned up, okay? I say with a smile as I offer my hand. Zealous Bia. Zell had never wanted to come to Kanto. It was a backwater. Not like Unova and the big cities that she had grown up in. She had been happy. Her Pokemon she had captured before her journey would mean smooth sailing through it, and with her good looks and money, she would be a hit on the battle circuit. But then Daddy got a transfer to Kanto. She had begged him not to travel all the way to Kanto, but it was too late. An ambassador travels where he is needed. She hated it. She argued, pleaded, but in the end she got on the plane. At least she was allowed to take her team, and she even had an allowance to capture many of the Pokemon in Kanto. Not that she really wanted to. They were weird. Different from the Pokemon in Unova. It was just 1 year. She only had to stay for 1 year. Once her first journey was finished, she could just travel to Unova using the money she earned. But then again, Mom had ruined her life. She had admitted Zell to a weird hick school. Instead of the one that all the rich people would go to, it was public school. So now Zell was on the other side of the world dealing with hicks in a farm field, and all of her friends are not only on the other side of the planet, but thanks to the time zone difference, they were all asleep during most of her day. She hated it. And now her favorite clothes, her special outfit she had picked out to wow the other kids, was covered in mud. It's okay, we are pretty used to getting muddy like this, so we have it all worked out. Come on, let's get you cleaned up, okay? The other blonde asked. Zealous frowned as she looked the other girl over. Ratty jeans that looked like they were often covered in mud. A flannel shirt that was over another t-shirt, and her hair up in a ponytail tied back with a tiny hair tie. And big clunky boots that weren't cute at all. No style, no flash. Zealous would have made fun of her back home. No taste for fashion, she looked like a farmer. but right now Zealous was covered in mud. And if this trash heap of a girl could get her cleaned up before she burst into tears, she would take it. Fine. Great, come on, Ivy, you too. She calls out, turning behind her to see the green-haired girl sit up and wipe some of the mud off her body to join them. Tauros raging around to the sound of children fighting, it was their backdrop as they headed over towards the pond. I am not getting in that, she demanded simply, and the other blonde laughed. Don't worry, we only shove Kiba in there. No, I just don't want to make another pond. Tauros would be grumpy, and Mrs. Kurosawa would make us fix it, the blonde offered with an easy laugh as they finally reached the other side of the pond. Hey Vicky, a little help? The gray-haired boy called as he slogged over his shoes, squelching on the grass. Sure Kiba, get close, the blonde, Vicky, Zell supposed was her name, offered with a smile as she reached onto her belt and pulled a pokeball off it. Okay, let's get cleaned up, she called out, and suddenly Zell gasped, because what materialized around them was a Milotic. Milotic cried out as it came into being, before arching down, and to Zell's surprise, Vicky reached up and hugged her Pokemon, mud and all. Milotic seemed not to care as it trilled happily at the attention. Okay Milotic, we are power washing today, Vicky called out, and Zell had just a moment to wonder what she meant before Milotic suddenly used water pulse on them. Zell's scream had just a moment to eke out before she was surrounded by swirling water completely around her. The water suddenly spun around quickly, like she was in a washing machine. For a few seconds everything was a blur as the water spun around them. And then it was over, and she was gasping for air. The other three kids were giggling as they wiped hair out of their eyes and smiled at each other. What was that for? Zell yelled as she turned on the blonde. Sure, she now wasn't covered in mud, but everything she was wearing was soaked. Sorry, I jumped the gun, the blonde offered seriously. Sorry about that. I should have warned you, I'm so used to everyone knowing about the power wash special, she offered, and Zell noticed she did actually seem contrite. Although with that Zell was having trouble taking her eyes off the Milotic. Well, now I'm soaked, and these clothes are probably ruined, she hissed, but Vicky simply waved her hands in denial. No way, no way. Milotic was just step one, now we dry off. It's okay, we do this all the time, she says hurriedly, and then grabs a second pokeball. And Zell feels her throat close up as something massive appeared beside her. Not just massive but truly legendary. An Arcanine. She had never seen one in person, only once or twice on TV when they rarely appeared in league battles. But this one was right there, close enough to touch. Bark, it called out, and the noise startled her, causing her to flinch even as it started licking the girl beside her. And no, Arcanine, stop, Vicky called out, giggling as her Pokemon, her Arcanine, showed its affection. This was impossible. Vicky was a weird farm girl. Why does she have a Milotic? Why does she have an Arcanine? This is impossible. Down girl down. We need a blow-dry express. You ready for it? Vicky spoke as she struggled to keep the massive dog from her face. Finally it stopped. Woof, it offered with a big doggy grin, and then it turned and started running. And oh my god, was it moving fast. Zell jumped back until she was back to back with the other girls because the Arcanine was starting to blur around them. Sunny day first, extreme speed, now fire spin, Vicky called out, and as the sun overhead suddenly brightened drastically, Zell yelped as the fire burst around them, hotter and hotter, until it was like she was in an oven. She could feel the water drying off her clothes as the heat hit her. This was crazy. She figured it out. The extreme speed. The Arcanine was literally pushing the fire spin to be even stronger by creating wind that the fire was absorbing, and all the while it was running through it, completely unbothered. She had challenged this girl to a battle earlier. What was her herdier supposed to do against an Arcanine? Finally the heat stopped and it left her breathless as the rest of the kids were happily patting themselves down, checking for damp spots as the Arcanine slowed, coming to a stop in front of the other blonde with its tongue happily hanging out of its mouth. Good girl. Who is a good girl? You are, Vicky suddenly called out as she tackled the head of her Arcanine in a massive hug, giggling as she was lifted bodily off the floor by the Pokemon, who seemed to wiggle in happiness, its tail thumping the dirt ground. Zell stared in shock at Vicky. The blonde was a farm girl. A nothing. How can she have two incredibly rare Pokemon? Even in Unova, Milotic were top-tier rare Pokemon. And an Arcanine? Forget about it. There were a few packs of Growlithe around the area in Unova, but none had an Arcanine. How do you have an Arcanine? She demanded, her voice breaking a bit at the very idea. That was a legendary Pokemon. Oh? I raised her as a Growlithe. You should see Arcanine though. He is huge compared to Arcanine. The dog gave a grumbling growl at that, which earned Vicky's full attention. I love you mostest, even more than Arcanine, she tells her Pokemon, earning a return to the thumping tail. That doesn't explain anything, Zell almost screams, but Ivy the mousy girl walks over and shakes her head. It's a family secret. We take those pretty seriously here in Kanto. It's considered super rude to ask about stuff like that. Same with Vicky's flock of Milotic. Flock, she gasped, causing the green-haired girl to blink before giggling. Yeah, Vicky has 11 Milotic at my last count. Vicky, did you get any more Milotic? Nope, she calls out with an impish grin that Zell couldn't decipher but Ivy seemed to. That's crazy, Zell whispered and Ivy shrugged. That's Victoria Ferrous. Zell had no answer to that. But how? How could someone so dorky have such amazing Pokemon? She couldn't accept this. After school I was attacked. Battle me, Zealous demanded before I could walk out of the schoolroom. My point towards my face was seemingly taken as an insult because she turned red. Yes you. I want to fight your legendary Pokemon. I opened my mouth to retort, before shutting it. Okay, I agreed. She knew what she was getting into, and I had Chansy in case anyone got hurt. With that, despite school being over, and half the class having rushed towards the exit, everyone stopped. The whispers that followed even caused other classes to start running after us as we left the school building towards the battlefield. I'll start with Arcanine, I tell her, as I pull her ball from my hip. She did the same once we were facing each other. Go, I called out and Arcanine appeared with a roar as she was practically buzzing at the chance for a battle. And a moment later something I hadn't been expecting popped out. Fracture. I couldn't help but gasp. It was a dragon Pokemon. So cute. I could practically feel the stars in my eyes as I looked at such a cutie. Pay attention, Zealous demanded, and then I remembered to focus. Fracture. Dual chop. Extreme dodge, I called out, and as Fracture burst into motion for an attack, Arcanine simply disappeared, a burst of dust all she left behind as she moved. Howl. TCH Fracture, Dragon Dance. If she wants to play around. Both Pokemon began powering themselves up. I grinned. How fun. None of the other kids tended to use their status buffs except Kiba, since I had literally beat it into his head. Flamethrower, I called out, and in a moment Arcanine was shooting a line of ultra-hot flame towards the dragon. Dodge it with Dig, Zealous called out, and I gasped in happiness as the little dragon burrowed into the ground, dodging Arcanine's charge. Arcanine. Agility. Keep moving. The attack will come. Fracture. You know what to do, Zealous called, and I grinned at that. How smart. Training your Pokemon into a move without actually saying what it was. Nothing happened for a few moments. Arcanine kept herself in a jog circling the battle, but leaping, or changing course from time to time, but nothing. Only as the time started stretching did Zealous call out, Dragon Pulse. And from a hole that suddenly appeared in the ground a blast of draconic energy burst out. Dodge it, I called, and Arcanine managed the angle of the hole, meaning it was pretty easy to move out of its field of view. Keep it up, Zealous called, and then a few moments later a new hole appeared and a new pulse. My mind raced. What was happening? That was so fast it was almost like Fracture. It dug multiple escape holes and is attacking you from them in surprise. Arcanine. Flamethrower down any hole you see, I called, and my dog did just that. Roaring in anger at being attacked from below, it started shooting fire down the holes, collapsing them each time. The two methods slowly wore on, but Zealous cracked first. It's not working, Fracture. Hit them with a dual chop. Arcanine. Jump, I called out, and my dog did just that, leaping into the air and just barely dodging the Fracture coming up from directly below her, its tusk blades glowing. Flamethrower. Dragon Pulse. We both shouted together and the attacks collided, but it was obvious in an instant one was overpowering the other. And it wasn't the dragon. Fracture cried out as the flamethrower blasted it back down into the ground. And then Arcanine was back on the ground, having landed, and was moving again. Fracture grumbled out a roar as it clambered out of the ground, but I could tell it was done. I waited, not giving any orders as Zealous kept glaring at the field. I hoped I wouldn't have to tell Zealous to recall their Pokemon. It was pretty messy when dealing with kids. Half the time they would freak out. Fracture, that's enough. We will train harder and get them next time, she called out and returned her dragon. To my relief, I didn't have the heart to order an actual physical attack out of Arcanine. Her flames were strong, sure. We trained them hard, but her physical attacks were godly thanks to the gravity training. Hey, let's call it here, okay? Any more and the teachers are going to come out, I call out, earning another glare from the girl, but slowly she nodded. I smiled as I walked up and gave her a big hug, to her immediate shock. Well, let me go. No way, that was amazing. Your Fracture is so cool. I love dragon types. Did you capture it as an Axu? It was really well trained, I tell her as I finally put her back on her feet. Even if she was taller, I was definitely stronger. Of course, I met Axu when I was little and successfully caught him. He is my partner, she answered haughtily. That's so cool. We don't have many dragon types here in Kanto. You are so lucky to run into one. It's nothing compared to an Arcanine, she muttered, but I grinned. So? It's still cool. I smile as I pull out Chansy's ball. Want to heal Fracture? Come on out, Chansy, I call, and my pink blob of love comes jumping out looking around for her target. Fine, Zealous grumbled after a moment, releasing her Fracture, who was still scuffed and beaten up, but Chansy quickly took to her task, ignoring the dragon's grumbles as she smothered him in healing. He still looked tired after, but at least he didn't have any more scrapes. Great job, Chansey. I tell her as she in turn buries me in a hug that has me giggling in delight. You're weird, Zealous suddenly says as I peek curiously over Chansey's shoulder. Am I? I can't help but ask, causing Zealous to roll her eyes. Of course you are. You have super rare Pokemon, but you're not even a trainer, and you act like a total dork, she says. Well yeah, I chirped, confused why this was such a big deal. Being a dork is like October 10th fun. Being serious all the time makes everything boring. Ugh, I can't believe you are the strongest trainer in this school. Don't think this is over, dork. I'll train and beat your Pokemon, legends or not. And with that Zealous flipped her hair over her shoulder and started walking away, Fracture hurrying after. Weird. Vicky. You shouldn't let her talk to you like that. Ivy said looking grumpy. That was really mean. What? Was it? I asked, thinking about it. Adult brain had difficulties treating insults from preteens as serious. I mean I am a dork though. Ugh, you're impossible. Okay. Chansey, gravity. Chance, and the field we were training in shifted. Nothing dramatic, it wasn't an anime. The color palette didn't change, and no fuzz appeared, but like before the grass seemed to suddenly press down like something massive was pushing it all down. Okay, practice time. Arcanine, extreme speed. Milotic, strength. I want your physical attacks to shock other Pokemon. Work on Aqua Tail. Go. I call out and both Pokemon step into the gravity field, or float in Milotic's case, and then they go at it. Arcanine was furious about making herself so fast that no one could ever touch her. There was a reason that Extreme Dodge had been our go-to opening move against Fracture. Milotic though was still having trouble moving fast on land, his normal floatiness didn't work so he was using muscle power, so instead I had him working on physical attacks. Aqua Tail was his strongest since it was a water stab attack. When activated there was a blue light on the Pokemon's tail, but it also created a whirlpool effect that increased the damage. So it was also kinda beautiful, but it was important. Milotic's tail was his main form of physical attack after all. I wanted Milotic to train this move until he could do it in his sleep. Good job Arcanine. That agility is looking great. Milotic. Make sure the Aqua Tail is perfect. Don't just spam them out. Try to make them as good as you can. I know the gravity makes it hard. Great job Chansey. Those toe touches are looking great. Trouble, what are you doing? I eeped and leapt off of my feet before turning to see Papa looking over my Pokemon with a certain look in his eye. No. This is secret training. I told you. I whine as I run up and try to push him out of the clearing behind the house. You can't see, it's a secret. Hey now, I already figured it out. Gravity. Your Chansey can use gravity and is making your other Pokemon train in high gravity. It's brilliant. He admitted almost breathless, but I refused to be flattered. It wasn't my idea anyways. Idea thief. I proclaim as I continue to try and push him. Papa is immune to push. Vicky takes backlash. I grunt as my pushing failed to do anything as Papa lifted me up, making me glare and grumble as he tucks me under his arm, my arms and legs hanging as he walks up to Chansey. I've been wondering what you have been doing with Arcanine. Her fitness has been insane, but look at this, no wonder. She is doing dodging practice under gravity. Wow. I actually fought a Clefairy that used gravity against my Spearow once. It completely crushed my team. We could barely stand in it. Look at Arcanine go. I grumbled watching sideways as Arcanine continued her practice. As dedicated as always, she ignored any outside interference as long as it wasn't an order to stop. Single-mindedly she raced back and forth in the big square we had burned into the grass, training multi-dimensional dodging within the square. You are making sure she is being fed enough? I can't imagine the calories she is burning. Of course, Nurse Joy and I went through it. Chansey keeps a close eye on caloric intake, and we take break days in between to ensure full rest. Well, mostly. She still wants to train, so I have her work on her flame attacks every other day. Eventually I'm going to have her start integrating flame attacks into her dodge practice. Can't hit her if she is always moving, and spraying fire everywhere, I inform him, earning a whistle. Good job kiddo, he finally said after a few more minutes, causing my face to flush. Why you? Praising me won't make me forgive you for acting like a ninja. Sneaking into my special training. All I got was a chuckle from Papa as he patted my head, finally putting me down. I'm going to get Arcanine. I want him to see this, and get some exercise. Fine, I do love Arcanine. I begrudgingly accept, earning another chuckle as Papa pats my head. Stupid Papa. I wanted to have his first realization of how strong my Pokemon were when I won the Indigo League. Break. Chansey, rest up. Arcanine. Get a drink and walk slowly. Stretch out. Milotic, you too. No falling asleep, work your tail slowly, let the muscles stretch out. You lazy eel. School from then on ended with Zealous challenging me to a battle. Funnily enough, she was pretty popular in class, pretty and smart, and she quickly had a clique of other girls following her around, and yet despite being the alpha girl in class, whenever anyone needed Pokemon help, they came to me. Rattata attacking people in the outside bathroom? Arcanine had a roar to talk to them with. Spearow causing trouble with lunch? Chansey happily used gravity, had a forceful conversation with the bird Pokemon, and then healed them and sent them on their way. Goldeen spitting water at people near the river? Milotic would aquatail the fish right out of the water and onto dry land as a reminder. I would put them back in the water after, of course. Which sorta pissed Zealous off. She seemed to take it personally that she wasn't the strongest Pokemon trainer in school. Apparently it was a Unova thing? I don't know, I just grinned and happily battled her every day. She was getting better, but the difference between any of her 3 Pokemon and my 2 monster battlers was too much. Her third Pokemon was actually a Snivy, because she was already 10, and was just waiting on the traditional start time for the journey in Unova before she moved here. They gave her one as a starter for her journey here in Kanto. It was cute, but not really ready for battle, and so I haven't actually fought it yet. That and it had weakness to both fire and ice, so it wouldn't last long in a fight with my fire dog and ice shooting eel. Thank you, Chansey. I chirp as my blob healed Herdier, earning a woof of thanks from the dog as well. Zealous though was not smiling. Another battle, and another loss. Herdier was strong, like really strong, but he wasn't able to match Arcanine's speed and power, or Milotic's crazy defenses. How have I still not managed to KO even one of your Pokemon? You let me fight just your Milotic with both of my battlers and they couldn't even tire him out. I train really hard, you know. I answer before Zealous could blow up anymore. Like really hard. We even went to the Pokemon Center and Nurse Joy helped me put together a dietary and fitness build for my Pokemon. I mean, Arcanine is a fitness nut. Literally I have to put her in her Pokeball when I come to school or she breaks in to make me train her more. Milotic is a lazy guy though. Fine. I'll go train more too. She yelled, grabbing Herdier and hefting him in her arms. Don't think you will be on the top forever. Once Herdier evolves he will definitely match up to your Arcanine. Herdier is pretty great, I offer with a grin. That fight would be great, a heavy defense Pokemon like Stoutland would be a great training partner for Arcanine. Ugh. Zealous growls out as she stalks off. What did I say? I called out, but no response came forth. She was simply upset about something. Don't know Milotic. Maybe she is just upset she lost again? Kids have trouble with losing too much. But I can't really give her a win, she would know and that would be worse. Yeah, it's troublesome. What's going on? I asked as I looked out towards the Milotic field. I had woken up this morning to the noise of trucks, which had instantly sent me scurrying to get ready to outside. If someone was bothering my Pokemon again, easy trouble. We were contacted by a Pokemon professor. Since Milotic haven't really been native to Kanto, he wanted to gather data for the Pokédex. Remember the Pokemon Association wanted to list Milotic as nationally registered Pokemon? Yeah. Well, they are here to gather some data for it. Next Pokédex release will have Milotic as listed within Kanto, although that might be another year? Honey, when is the next Pokédex release scheduled? It's every 4 years. Right, when is the next one? Papa called out and Mama came out of the kitchen to glare at him. Papa had pulled me onto the couch next to him while he told me about the professors. 2 years, Victor, Mama told him in a, "Are you dumb?" tone that had me giggling as Papa pouted. Thank you, dear, love of my life. Yes, dear, Mama called back flatly and headed back into the kitchen. So they aren't bothering the Milotic? Are you sure? I should dash. Easy, kiddo. Professor Seras is a professional. His team won't be bothering the flock. I made sure. They are just taking pictures and studying them. The flock was actually pretty flattered once the first picture was shown back to them. I sighed. I was wondering where my partner was. Of course he is out there, probably hamming it up too, I said flatly. I hadn't awoken with my normal Milotic cuddle pillow while surrounded by warm Arcanine fur. So Professor Seras? Isn't he out of Vermilion City? Oh, you actually know who Seras is? I'm impressed. Good job. Papa offered me a pat on the head as a reward. I should go out and talk to him then, I guess. He probably has questions. Oh, the professor himself isn't here. He just sent a team. Professors don't usually move around too much. They have a lot of responsibilities. Oh, bummer, I grumble but shrug. If the Milotic were happy to get their picture taken then that was fine. I wandered back upstairs. Arcanine wouldn't be able to get any training until the assistants left, so I had better distract her. I didn't want to be dragged around again. Seriously dragged out of bed by a leg and hauled outside before the sun is up only needs to happen once. Arcanine's wagging tail and eager looks for exercise had not at all saved her from a grounding. Chapter 8. Happy birthday, I smiled as Gram pulled me into a tight hug, and then as usual pinched my cheeks until I cried. Look at this, 10 years old, my little granddaughter. Gram offered tears in her own eyes as she looked me over. I grimaced. You know kids were supposed to grow when they were my age, you know? But my stupid body hadn't gotten that message. I had grown a whole half inch in the entire year. Bullying, Arceus, I am pretty sure my being here is your fault. How dare you make me small? Ha! Look at that grumpy face. Gram laughs at my obvious irritation. My height had become a common mention over the years as I remained tiny. Well, come on then. You brought your fish, right? Of course. Milotic is having his evolution day as well. I told her as I grabbed his pokeball, I would release him into the koi pond once we were inside. He even had a special berry cake that was good for Pokemon that I had bought from a cake shop in the city. Heading into the house, I settled in for my birthday party. This year was a bit special. 10th birthday. It means I would go on my journey on the next journey date, which was only a month or so away. I was nervous. Heading out into the Pokemon world with nothing but my pocket monsters to protect me? To go do something? I mean, I was planning on the gym challenge, but I wasn't obsessed with it like Kiba. I guess I would just head out and see where my feet take me. An hour later I finished my cake, as Milotic trilled happily at his. When the presents were broken out. It was my 10th birthday, so this was the day I was given everything I would need for the journey. New boots. A new satchel that had the crazy near infinite space effect on it. Camping gear, cold weather gear, and an electronic map. It was like Poke Gear, but it didn't have any call ability. Just a GPS map. It looked sort of like the early Pokédex. It had that same weird sideways flip open function. Unfortunately, they were nothing like the virtual Pokédex I remembered from the anime, even the large one that Ash first received from Oak. I still hadn't gotten an answer as to what happened there. Was it just not out yet? Ash had received an early version, right? So maybe I'm just a year or two ahead. Who knows? Doesn't explain why so much stuff is unknown though. In the end, it was a peaceful evening. I loved my new hiking boots, and would start breaking them in soon. My new journey clothes were great. They were really tough. I guess parents knew kids would be rough on clothes. I also got a new hat. I made this for you. I figure this is best. If it gets damaged you can just repair it. I know I taught you how to fix them. Gram offered as she pulled out a big straw sun hat. Ooh. I love it. I whisper, unable to keep the smile on my face as she pushes it down onto my head. It was big. The brim was longer than a normal straw hat, but that just made it better. Thanks Gram. Faye. Just keep it on your head. Sunburn will make your journey a lot more painful. Got it. The next month passed with startling speed. Every day was like normal except all the adults around me were giving me tips on things to avoid or do. Don't get overconfident in swamps. I once got stuck in the mud up to my head. Luckily, I had one of my pokeballs in my hands or I would have been in trouble. Make sure you check that you aren't camping on top of a Pikachu den. That was a shocking morning. Make sure you change your underwear. It got a bit tiresome, but as the time of journeys came closer, more and more adults came out of the woodwork to try and offer their sage wisdom. Class had turned heavily towards survival training, and things that someone on the road would need to know. And every class was reiterated that if you are in trouble go to a Pokemon Center. They would find help. But as it came closer, the kids were going crazy. Most of them didn't already have a registered Pokemon like me, so they were waiting for the day they got to choose. Technically I could choose a starter as well, but the fact was there was a limited amount of starters available, and as much as I loved Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur, I already had a strong team. So I didn't add my list to the starter Pokemon request. And then it happened. The morning I woke up to start my journey. Yes, I have it. Toothbrush? Yes. It's in my pack already. Mama, I'll be okay. I didn't forget anything. If I did, I can either come home to get it. I have Arcanine. Or just buy it from a store. Gee good. Mama offered, her eyes tearing up as she looked me over in my new outfit, bag over my shoulder, and of course pokeballs on my waist. I looked myself over. Cooling undershirt? Check. Flannel top? Check. Nearly infinite space bag over my shoulder? Check. Heavy-duty pokeball belt? Check. Jeans tucked into my hiking boots? Check. Big old honking straw hat? Check. I was ready. I'll call you from the first Pokemon Center I stop at. I promise. You have to. Mama was full on crying now. Papa looked on, seeming filled with pride as he watched me hug Mama hard. Then it was his turn. Take care of yourself, Trouble. And don't hesitate to ask for help from any officer you run into, even Jenny. I will. I answered simply as he hugged me tight. Arcanine was here too, looking over Papa's shoulder in support. He was gonna miss me too, or at least all the snacks and treats he would extort out of me. And with that a few more goodbyes. Gram pointedly carrying a young Meowth, one of her Persian's litter that would love a trainer, that I promptly ignored. I really didn't need a cat right now. And then I was on the road. I walked through the city. I considered tackling the Viridian gym first, but well, Giovanni wasn't gentle even with first-timers. So I decided to see the world a bit more first. First though, I was going to indulge a bit. I ran to the Pokemart. I wanted like a million Pokeballs. And Premier Balls. They were pretty. I was going to replace my partner's Pokeballs with Premier Pokeballs. Mostly because I wanted to be able to quickly recognize their Pokeball in an emergency. After thoroughly annoying the Pokemart lady, and filling my bag's Pokeball pouch with Pokeballs, and grabbing a bunch of other medicines. Although Mama had bought me some of everything to start with, but this wasn't a game. If my Pokemon got burned or something, I wanted a burn heal. After I left, I turned north, heading for Viridian Forest, the first stop for just about all beginning trainers here in Viridian, a long walk through the woods. As I walked down the road I passed, and was passed by lots of kids my age starting their journey. Some had stopped to battle, although for the most part most were nervously walking towards the forest, to the first night on their own. I sped up as I walked down the long sidewalk when I realized I was coming up to someone I knew. "Hey Ivy," I called out, causing the green-haired girl to literally jump into the air. She was so startled. Vicky. "Hey, you excited for your journey?" I asked, although I knew she really wasn't. Ivy had been more and more nervous as the days drew closer. Even earning her partner Bulbasaur from her parents hadn't been enough to shake off her nerves. I am honestly really glad I ran into her. Some kids ran home that first night, journey over, but it was important in Kanto to at least make the attempt. An adult that had even one gym badge was considered far more reliable than someone with none, regardless of anything else. It was like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts? I guess. I had never done the scout thing before, but my brother had. But I had heard some jobs were more likely to hire you if you had the badges. It was like that, but much more prevalent. Badgeless adults had a harder time in life. And not really, Ivy muttered, but I nodded and my gentle smile seemed to make her calm a little. Making fun of people for being scared of their journey was like the #1 way to insult someone in Kanto. You wouldn't make it a night on your journey, often got someone into a schoolyard brawl if hurled out. "Want to go through the forest together?" I offer instead. I had honestly not planned on spending much time in Viridian. I liked bug Pokemon Caterpie #1, but I wasn't planning on catching any, so I had been planning on just passing through. "Yes," Ivy gasped relieved as she grabbed my arm seeking comfort. Unfortunately she was still taller than me. "Dang body, grow big. Come on. It'll be fun. Just like survival class, but this time we have Pokemon with us. And you can find new friends. You like Butterfree, right? You should catch a Caterpie and raise one. Butterfree are super powerful." "I don't think Butterfree are that strong, Vicky," Ivy argued, a bit of her usual force coming out to play. I smiled. Getting her to argue with me meant she wasn't thinking about being scared. "They totally are. Stall Butterfree is a monster. I mean even their standard ability is super good. See, Butterfree eyes are great at making sure their attacks hit. So you can use abilities that are harder to hit like Sleep Powder. What you do is teach it Substitute. And you just keep sleeping your opponent. You can use Roost to heal up any damage you take in." I grinned as my explanation kept Ivy focused on moving forward as we passed into the forest. The green-haired girl had completely forgotten to be terrified. "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip," Ivy called out as she faced off a Caterpie. The little bug had been the first Pokemon she noticed as we made our way through the forest. "Bulba," she cried out, and a moment later Caterpie was wrapped up in vines and pulled in. I was standing far back. This was Ivy's first capture. It was important that she did it herself. With a few hesitating steps she approached the lightly wiggling Caterpie held in Bulbasaur's vines before pressing her Pokeball against it. The vines retreated when Caterpie disappeared in a flash of light into the ball. A few moments later the shaking stopped and the lock activated. I did it," Ivy screamed out as she danced around with her new Pokeball. It was cute how excited she was now. Her first Pokemon that she actually captured. Finally she calmed down enough that a moment later she released the bug, and Caterpie greeted her. "Hi, I'm Ivy." She offered her hand and Caterpie happily crawled up her wrist, settling on her shoulder, wiggling happily at its new friend. "Great job," I say, finally intruding, earning a beatific smile from the greenette. "I did it, Vicky. I actually caught a Pokemon." "You did great, without even hurting him either." "That's really impressive, Ivy." She smiled brightly in turn, and with that adrenaline running through her veins any anxiety disappeared. She was hooked. I petted Caterpie a little and then we linked arms and continued our travels. The forest was beautiful. The air was so clean and fresh, and all the time I could see Pidgey flitting through the leaves hunting bugs, or Rattata hunting through the grass. It was nature, and it was great. I mean, it wasn't my first time in the forest. We all went in at least once as kids, but this was the first time without an adult ready to protect us. Hence the anxiety. We walked for a few hours, Ivy getting a kick out of feeding her new Caterpie as we walked, but nothing jumped out that Ivy or I wanted to capture. Finally though, as always during a journey, a battle was needed. "Hey you two, I challenge you." A voice called out and we both stopped. Stomping out of the brush was a boy probably a year or two older, smiling as he pointed a Pokeball at us. What?" Ivy hesitated, but I shrugged. 2 on 2, so we both fight at once, or do you want to do 2 separate battles?" I asked, earning a look of shock from Ivy. "Ha! I like the spirit. Let's do a 2 on 2. I don't want to hang out here all day." "Alright. 2 on 2 battle. No substitutes. Standard rules?" "Done, kid." The older boy was grinning. Fact was, there were actually rules for winning battles. You could just do a practice battle, or an actual battle. Actual battles had money change hands. Vicky. Don't worry about it, Ivy. We are going to have to battle someone eventually. Let's do it. Fine. Bulbasaur. I need you. Ha, alright then. Charmeleon, Nidorino, both second evolution Pokemon I noticed. Huh, what a jerk. He wasn't even trying to pretend to go easy on new trainers. Made what I did next guiltless. Milotic, I call out simply. Me. The hell? The boy gasped at the appearance of something that shouldn't be. I was just a brand new trainer after all, right? Are you ready? I called out, and after a moment's hesitation that made me wonder if the boy was going to try and bail out, he shook it off. Trainers were stubborn. Charmeleon, Flamethrower that Bulbasaur, Nidorino, Poison Sting, Aqua Tail, B Bulbasaur M, Leech Seed. Ivy called out hesitating, but that was okay. A moment later Milotic smashed the Nidorino straight into the Charmeleon, causing the Flamethrower to putter out, leaving Bulbasaur only singed, and then Leech Seed launched, hitting both of the trainer's Pokemon although Nidorino was already passed out. Charmeleon groaned as it struggled with the seed and pushing its companion off it. Charmeleon. Flamethrower again. Char. The lizard began blowing fire at us. Bulbasaur smart Pokemon that she was hurrying behind Milotic, letting the fire roll around Milotic's bulk. Water gun, I called out. And then Charmeleon gasped as it was blasted into the ground. A moment later it was obvious the Pokemon was done. Well, I think that covers that, I called out, and only once the boy had nodded did I do the nice thing. Chansey, patience for you. Chansey danced around the clearing to the other boy's surprise and healed everyone up. Charmeleon, grumpy at his loss, was pacing, but that was that. Some money passed hands silently, and the boy stomped off into the forest. Good job, Ivy, I tell her, earning a frown and a glance away. I didn't do anything. Ivy. Your Bulbasaur has never been in a battle. And neither have you. You hesitated, but called out your attack. You did the first step. Bulbasaur wasn't hurt too bad. And you won. I think you did good, but if you are worried about not doing well, then break down what you did. What could you have done better? And then take that, and bring it with you into the next battle. Alright. We were stopped twice more that day, both times Ivy battled as I cheered her on. She lost the first one, but her second battle ended with her Bulbasaur taking out a Charmander. That had Ivy nearly dancing in joy. It was a good fight. Bulbasaur used her vines to dodge incoming fire attacks until her Leech Seed had sapped the Charmander's strength. I kept quiet about the Charmander's obvious exhaustion. The Charmander had been in battles before this, his trainer must not have any potions or anything either. Chansey took care of that afterwards, and I whispered to the boy that unless he wanted to keep losing, taking care of his Charmander after every fight should be his top priority. He had been pissed, not sure if he listened. Then as the sun started getting closer to the horizon we decided to make a camp. It took a bit of doing, but both of us got our tents up and Pokemon around a fire where we heated up some food for everyone, both of us wincing a bit at our aching feet. Even the survival hikes didn't really prepare us for walking all day, huh? I mention as I groan at the ache in my calf. No, they should have had us walk more. Ivy whined as both of her feet looked sore. Poor thing. I don't think she had broken in her walking shoes before today. But we would both be fine. Chansey had already given us a once-over. Our feet were just sore now, no more blisters. Of course that was when Arcanine decided that she had enough. Oof, that's my kidney. I wheezed as Arcanine dropped on top of me, demanding her training time. Get yup. I whined breathlessly as 300 pounds of dog crushed me, with her uncaring bulk. Vicky, you okay? Ivy asked, but I just waved her off weakly. Instead I turned to my goddess, a hand outstretched begging for help. Chansey. Arc. Chansey Chance. Arcanine did a huff as she rose off me, letting me gasp air into my desperate lungs as my goddess pulled me into a hug. Chansey, best goddess. A few minutes of soft cuddles and I was back on my feet and facing down my dog. My dog that refused to not train. Arcanine, look around you. This is a forest. We can't train half of what we normally do, and the rest is secret training. You remember what Papa said? We can't show people our secret training. So that means light exercise through the forest? Hoo-ha. She gave off a plaintive whine that didn't at all tug at my heartstrings. Ugh, we can't do our normal training, but there is some stuff we can work on. Plus we have some new training partners as well. I mentioned, turning towards Ivy, who was blinking owlishly at suddenly being invited into the conversation. Huh? Training? But we just spent all day walking and battling. Ivy. Bulbasaur spent most of the day in your Pokeball. And while the battles were good experience, that wasn't training. I bet Bulbasaur and even Caterpie are more than ready for some additional exercise. Gotta work off dinner, you know. Bulbasaur agreed, stamping her little feet, and even Caterpie was wiggling, looking forward to growing stronger. Most Pokemon were battle maniacs after all. But I'm tired. I nodded as I patted her head, before taking her by the shoulders and walking her a bit out of camp. Her Pokemon followed as I settled her on a stump. Okay, your Pokemon don't need your body right now, Ivy, they need your mind. So tell them what to work on, I say as I settle on the stump behind her, my three looking at me eagerly. Since we aren't doing our normal training, Milotic speed training, I want you to move between those two trees constantly, work on maneuvering. Dodge through branches. The goal is to increase your ability to avoid attacks while moving. Arcanine. Move training. We can't use fire, but you have some other type moves. Ironhead still needs some work. Chansy, let's get some protect training. Arcanine, target Chansy while Chansy blocks your attacks. With that my Pokemon went at it, shocking Ivy behind me, who was looking in shock at how quickly I sent my Pokemon to their tasks. Jay, just like that? Ivy asked, and I grinned at her. You have to figure out what your team needs, then set them a way to work on it, or a goal. I waited for a few moments, but Ivy seemed stuck. You're overthinking it, Ivy. Right now Bulbasaur and Caterpie are blank slates. Anything you have them do will make them stronger. But I can give you some advice if you dash. Yes please. I giggled at the desperate call. Okay, listen. You can split most training into 3 things: moves, physical fitness, and special moves. You train moves to learn a specific move if you think your Pokemon needs it, or to enhance moves you already know but that you want to be stronger or use in a new way. Chansey is working on Protect, to make it more efficient. Protect is a move you usually can't use multiple times in a row without it failing. Chansey is working to see if she can increase the reliability even a little. I ticked off a finger. Then you have fitness. Milotic is working on physical fitness. His land speed is slower than in the water, and it uses a different way of movement, so he isn't as sharp as he is in the water. So we are working on enhancing his ability to dodge attacks on land, which is where most of our battles will take place. Another finger. And then special moves. See, Arcanine isn't just training Ironhead. She is using extreme speed first to move far faster than anyone can expect and then hit Ironhead. That way even if I call Ironhead, it will be far faster than anyone expects. Hence it's a special move. A combination move in this case. My final finger. Wow, I didn't know you were that smart, Ivy muttered, earning a shocked look from me before she went red, realizing what she had just said. Rude, I call out, almost laughing as Ivy splutters, trying to take back what she had just said. I didn't mean it like that. You just didn't pay attention in class most of the time. So I didn't expect you to have it all broken down so easily. Ivy, I was first in class in every subject. I tell her, earning my own startled look. What? No way. Yep, why do you think Mrs. Kurosawa never cared when I would do my own projects? I asked, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. How? I never saw you study. I did. I read all the textbooks and did most of the homework in like the first month of every year. Why? Oh, I like doing my own thing, so if I just do everything the class needs really quick, I can spend class doing whatever I want. Mrs. Kurosawa and the other teachers never brought it up, because they didn't want anyone else copying me. I offer with a giggle. Honestly, school for 9-year-olds wasn't exactly difficult, so it really wasn't such a big thing for an adult that could just sit down and hammer out the work. Anyway, your Pokemon need your attention, I point out. But you said you would give me some advice? I giggle. I couldn't help it. It was such a kid thing. Get an explanation that gives them advice, but it wasn't direct enough. So instead of trying to think it through, demand a direct answer. Okay, how about this then? Your Bulbasaur already did its special move earlier today. Remember when Bulbasaur hauled herself around with her vines? Yeah? She couldn't dodge the Charmander without it. She isn't very fast on her feet. Right? I answered with an impish grin, getting a bit of delight as I waited for her to realize that she already had the answer. It took a few moments as her confusion slowly shifted until she realized what I was pointing out. Oh. She gasped. I should have her train using her vine whip to move around. Bingo. I answer, it might not be something you can do much when Bulbasaur evolves, but it will also help strengthen her vine whip, which is a big move in the Bulbasaur line's move set. But what about Caterpie? She asked, and I grinned, not saying anything, earning a scowl. Vicky, how can Caterpie do the same thing? I ask, and after a moment she didn't seem to get it. So since this isn't something she had actually seen yet, Caterpie, use string shot on that branch. I call out, and then turn to Ivy, waving her at her Pokemon. Oh, she said as she watched her Caterpie swing a bit from the string shot. Caterpie, try to swing using the branch to another spot. If you can get it down, you can move a lot faster than just on foot. Now you got it. Trust yourself, Ivy. They are your Pokemon. And you are their trainer? I tell her before turning to my team. Milotic, stop being lazy. The next few days of walking through the forest fell into a routine, other than Ivy having a bit of an anxiety attack the first night that ended up with her sleeping in my tent. We were both having fun. Ivy's training of her Pokemon was paying off. Bulbasaur was moving way faster than she would at this point in her training, and so was even taking out Charmanders with surprising ease when we ran into other new trainers. Although a large factor of her victories were that she had completely healed Pokemon. Quite often the challengers we would run into had a starter that was a little roughed up. After every battle Chansey took care of them. But only after. A trainer had to learn not to fight with their Pokemon on their last legs, and a loss would stick in their memory more than a victory. Funnily, I didn't end up having any more matches. The kids we ran into were mostly from Viridian, so knew me, and avoided fighting my Pokemon. So I ended up mostly playing referee for the matches, which was fun. The actual Pokemon in the forest were about what I remembered from the games. Sure, we ran into some Neardoran male and female, or near a river, a Poliwag and the like. Although Poliwag were common in Viridian, so that wasn't a surprise. But nothing outrageous. I mean, the most dangerous thing in the forest was Beedrill colonies. I think we got more warnings about Beedrill in Viridian Forest during school than anything else. Which is why I had avoided any area I had seen a Weedle or Kakuna. Beedrill mostly attack people harassing their lower evolutions, or getting too close to their colony. Unfortunately, kids will be kids. Ivy and I were walking beside a stream trying to find a good crossing point when we heard it. It was hard to miss a few hundred Beedrill all getting pissed at once. It makes a very loud noise. Worse was the scream. Arcanine, I yelled out, quickly jumping onto her back. Ivy, stay here. Get your Pokemon out in case you need to protect yourself. I yelled back before Arcanine dashed forward, tearing through the forest like it wasn't a dense woods. Because Arcanine danced through the trees, always rushing forward in bursts of speed that caused my eyes to burn, and I had unfortunately lost my hat. Wait, Vidash, her voice was lost in the wind. I hope Ivy picked up my hat. It was easy to find the origin of the problem. The Beedrill swarming made it pretty noticeable. Arcanine, fire spin, start pushing them back. I called out as we burst into a clearing where the Beedrill were hammering down at a Squirtle desperately trying to protect its trainer. I leapt off after a moment into a roll, and Milotic's ball was already thrown. Milotic, Ice Fort. I yelled as I rushed up to the Squirtle that looked like it was in rough shape. I could see the many cuts and holes where it had been poked. Chansey, I called out, and my pink goddess was there, happily throwing up a protect to stop a Beedrill's attack and instantly blasting a healing pulse onto the Squirtle, and boy laying under him. That Squirtle had literally covered his trainer after he had fainted. Damn, what a trooper. I would just have to make sure he survived. Alright Beedrill, that's enough. You head home, or I am going to teach you all a lesson. I roar out, but the sound of the colony buzzing overhead meant none heard, or didn't care. Fine. Arcanine, Flame Wheel, Milotic support, Chansey gravity. I roared out, and my Pokemon jumped into action. Arcanine roared a blast of fire burning around her. Then she ran. Fire Spin already had a circle of fire surrounding the icy fort that Milotic had created to give us cover, melting it a bit, but this? Flame Wheel surrounded Arcanine. She was a streak of white-hot fire burning across the forest, and wherever it went Beedrill fell out of the air as Arcanine struck them down. But it was so much more effective because a moment after I called out, the gravity dropped every Beedrill in the sky into a faceplant, smashing the ground. Arcanine didn't even have to attack after that, just trampled the yellow and black Beedrill into the ground in her passing. I winced, seeing them begin to be covered in flame. I realized after a moment that if I didn't do anything, those Beedrill were going to die. Which was bad. As much of a pain in the ass Beedrill were to Viridian Forest, they were necessary to keep populations of other Pokemon down. Grimacing, I grabbed my pack, and started chucking Pokeballs at the downed Beedrill that looked to be in the most dangerous spots. Too much fire, or just Arcanine being a bit too much. After a while I realized that while the clearing was still on fire, although Milotic was working on that, there wasn't any more Beedrill? Oh man, Mama was gonna be so pissed when she opened all those Beedrill Pokeballs. Kenta Mizutsu. Hey kid, you alive? Please still be alive. I don't really want to figure out what to do with a corpse. Kenta gasped awake, jerking away as he looked for the buzzing, but it was silent. His head jerked around searching again and again, but nothing. It was quiet, other than the sound of crackling fires. Hey, looks like you didn't die. Cool. A girl's voice called out and Kenta looked down and gasped. The legendary trainer. The girl that had an Arcanine before she even began her journey was crouched beside him. She was famous in the school. The strongest battler, with the strongest Pokemon. That brought him back to what had happened. The Beedrill, Squirtle, he asked looking around for his partner, but it was only a second he got his response. Squirt, Squirtle squirt. His Squirtle called out as it was being looked after by a Chansey of all things. A few bottles of what looked like antidote surrounded the pair. Then Kenta noticed the large Pokemon surrounding him. Milotic. He had seen the flock of them from afar. When the rumor came that there was an entire flock of Milotic, his mother had taken him to see them. They weren't as cool as a Blastoise though, but right now, they were very cool, because he realized he was surrounded by a claw of ice. What happened? Heard the colony go crazy and the scree yell. You made. So I came running. Arcanine is pretty quick in the forest, she offers with a shrug. Kenta felt his heart rate skyrocket when he realized he was resting up against the soft fur of the legendary Pokemon. He almost jerked away, but the legendary trainer quickly pushed him back down. Easy now. You just got attacked and hurt pretty bad. Chansey did a lot, but she can't heal everything. So rest for a bit. We used some antidote on you and Squirtle, but you got poked a bunch. The Beedrill? Where are they? He demanded once more, starting to freak out, but she patted her belt. Caught. I ended up being a little rough with them, so I caught them. They aren't here to hurt you anymore. But what happened to piss them off so much? She asked, and Kenta had to swallow back a bit of bile. There was a Beedrill. I thought it was alone. I thought Squirtle and I could catch it. It would give us a lot of strength for battles. All I did was piss it off, and it started buzzing. And then there were so many. Yeah. She muttered, sounding a little tired. Listen. You almost died. You would have if your Squirtle wasn't the bravest turtle on this side of Kanto. He covered your body with his when you went down. I know your parents and your teachers told you to stay away from Beedrill and their line in the forest unless it's a wandering Weedle. And even then. I know. He spoke, tears starting to cover his eyes. She sighed. All right, come on. Your journey isn't over, kid, she said as she patted him on the head. So you made a massive blunder. You got hurt. Your Pokemon got hurt. But it isn't the end. Apologize to your Pokemon. Promise to be more careful, and mean it, and then you are still in a forest. So you gotta walk ahead of you, she tells him, and he can't help but blink as she rises up. Sun blazing through gold hair, she grins and offers him a hand. And Kenta takes it. Kenta. Not kid. Heh, Vicky, she introduces herself. That was how Kenta found himself riding an Arcanine through the forest to Vicky's other friend she was traveling with. Ivy. I call out as Arcanine makes it back to Ivy on the edge of the stream. Vicky, are you okay? Who is that? She called out. Thankfully I noticed she was carrying my hat. Ivy, this is Kenta. He pissed off some Beedrill. I introduced, sighing as Arcanine finally slowed down and came to standstill. She had been a bit. Well, she was high on her victory over the swarm of Beedrill, and it was obvious she was super happy about the battle. It was cute. Her tail hadn't stopped wagging since the battle ended. But I had another problem. Nice to meet you. Kenta spoke weakly, his face was puffy. Ivy nodded at him, noticing the holes in his clothes, and the blood as well. Should he be moving? She asked instantly, looking him over, and I shrugged. Not really. But riding on Arcanine was fine. We went slow. Help me bring him down. I don't need help. I can't. He nearly slipped off, unable to keep his legs under him as I grabbed him, Ivy rushing in. Slow down, Kenta. You just had a ton of Beedrill stings. I told him as we got him down. We need to make a camp here tonight, Ivy. Also, I need to head home. Mama is going to wonder what is going on with the Beedrill, and I probably need to talk to Officer Jenny about getting them released. Wait, you caught the Beedrill? How many did you get? Ivy asked, eager to hear as we pulled Kenta down from Arcanine and towards a nice dry spot to set up camp. A whole colony, I offer with a wince, earning a wide-eyed stare from around the boy's head as Ivy took in what I said. Isn't that bad for the environment? So bad, I whine. As we settle Kenta down, I help Ivy put up both Kenta's and her own tent and setting up a fire and some food for Kenta and Squirtle. Both were fine now, but they would need some rest. I'm gonna head back to Viridian. I'll be back soon, probably before morning, but by then for sure, I tell her. Oh, okay. Ivy looked a little nervous, but I gave her a thumbs up. You got this, Ivy. No stress. Just let Kenta rest up, and I'll be back. Okay, she offered again, more firm, and I smiled as I hopped onto Arcanine. Homegirl. Fast. Chapter 9. I had ridden Arcanine plenty of times before this, not just that first night with her, but usually we stuck to forests away from the city. This time, Arcanine was running straight down the main street of Viridian, going faster than any car could hope to match. I know for a fact we were making a scene because I could hear the gasps from the pedestrians as we blazed past them in a blur of orange and red, which meant that despite having been walking for a few days out of the city, it took no time at all to reach home. Man, I could make return trips multiple times a day if I really wanted. I mean, Arcanine didn't mind. She was thrilled to be able to just run for a while. As I ran down the main street, my eyes happened to notice something off about the Pokemon Center, but Arcanine was running too fast for me to get a close look. But finally we stopped at home, where, to my surprise, a police bike and another vehicle I didn't recognize was already parked out front. Thanks, Arcanine. Grab some water, and rest up for the return trip. Wuff, she offered lightly, panting happily as she jogged off. Mama, I'm home, I call out as I step inside, hearing a few voices inside still at my call. Victoria, ooh, that was Papa. He came around the corner looking actually a little mad. If this is about the Beedrill, I have an excuse. I offer hands up as I notice Officer Jenny turn the corner with a scowl, and another man that I don't recognize, following behind. Victor, let Vicky speak. She knows about the rules. She wouldn't have caught so many Beedrill without reason. Mama said, and while that at least gave me a moment of breathing room, Officer Jenny wasn't having it. It had better be very good, because this could be an ecological disaster, she said, glaring at me, and I nod. Well, it was either capture them or let them die, I say, which after a moment the man behind Jenny grabs her shoulder. A bit more of an explanation perhaps, he asks, and I nod quickly. Of course. It's a bit of a story. You are? Ranger Tetsahara, he offers, which made me wince. Pokemon Rangers were all about keeping the population stable, right? Mind if I sit? Riding Arcanine all the way home is killer on my butt, I inform the group, getting a snort from Papa as he reaches over and pulls me into a hug before tugging me towards the kitchen. Mama grabbed me into a hug as well for a moment. Settled around the table, I nodded. Right so. It started when me and Ivy were walking down a stream. We heard a massive Beedrill commotion, a whole colony got pissed at something. Then we heard a scream. I saw Officer Jenny wince at that. Beedrill were the leading cause of death in the area, especially for kids just starting their journey. Yeah. So I jumped on Arcanine and raced towards the scream. I dashed. Vicky. Beedrill swarms are dangerous, I told you to avoid them. Mama interrupted, looking upset at me. What if you had tried to help and only gotten hurt? I was pretty confident I would be okay, Mama. Besides, well, Kenta was the one who caused the problem. He tried to capture a lone Beedrill. Yeah, Beedrill don't tend to wander far from the colony at this time of year, Ranger Tetsahara offered, and I hemmed, interested. I hadn't known that. Anyway, he was in bad shape when I got there. Arcanine pushed them back with Flame Spin, and Milotic created us some cover with Ice Beam. Chansy did what she could to help. Kenta was in bad shape. He was unconscious and his Squirtle had jumped on top of him to try and keep him from getting hurt anymore. Arceus, Jenny whispered with a grimace. He is okay, a little puffy, but fine. Ivy is looking after him while he and Squirtle get some rest. I tell her with a thumbs up. Chansey is a goddess. I inform the officer of this important fact with a nod of my head. Chansey is bless. So you pushed the swarm back. Why did you catch them? Ranger Tetsahara asked. Right, so there were still a lot of them, but I had hit them hard. I warned them away, but that didn't work. So Chansey used gravity. I tell the group, earning confused looks from most of the listeners. Gravity causes flying Pokemon to crash into the ground. They get too heavy to fly, Papa informs the group, and I nod. When they crashed into the ground, Arcanine started smashing them a bit, but the grass was catching on fire, and the flames were building up. I noticed some of the Beedrill were knocked out in the fire, so I had to do something. So I started throwing Pokeballs. I had a ton because I wanted lots of Premier Balls. I informed the group, pointing out on my belt that my 3 Pokeballs were all the white of Premier Balls. Oh Vicky, you are definitely my daughter, Mama said with a laugh as I grinned. Anyway. So once I got Kenta healed up and I used a bunch of antidotes to make sure he would be okay, we met back up with Ivy and she is watching him while I race home. I was gonna have Mama call the Rangers honestly, so we could release the Beedrill maybe? Possible but difficult. Beedrill that get captured tend not to reintegrate with wild Beedrill well, unless they are strong enough to take over a colony anyways, Tetsahara offered, and I frowned. What can we do then? I don't want to cause a disaster. No. You did what you should have. Jenny finally offered with a sigh. If what you said is accurate, you aren't in trouble. I'll interview this Kenta, or have one of my sisters do it. Another time. Tetsahara, this is in your purview now. Thanks, Jenny. Okay, kid. Your colony is at the Pokemon Center right now. Let's figure out how to get them settled back in their home without causing them to frenzy. Alright. There was a limit on how many Pokemon trainers can carry with them at any one time. It was enforced through the Pokemon transfer system, which was basically science fiction in my eyes, but you get the idea. Except it was possible to carry more, you just had to have permission, like a Pokemon Ranger. So I was riding on Arcanine leading Tetsuharu through Viridian Forest while carrying a ton of Beedrill in my backpack, as I had the whole swarm once they were healed up at the Pokemon Center. It was pretty cool to know that at any time I could just unleash a swarm of bees. Bees, I cried out to myself, unable to resist, and burst into giggles as Arcanine jumped a stream, having to slow to let the Ranger slowly drive through the water. This was great. With that, we were there. The clearing was scarred from our battle, but this is where we were trying to get to. I waited for the truck to stop and turn off as Tetsahara steps out. I'm not used to being outraced in the forest. Your Arcanine is certainly something, he says as she walks up, having already grabbed a big jug from the back of his truck. Thanks. Arcanine likes to run. Arc. I'll say. Okay, so here is the plan. We release them slowly, give them this honey water, as a peace offering. Hopefully, despite them being captured, it won't mess with their instincts too bad. And we can walk away with just a day's work. Ready? Yeah. With that, Arcanine dug a small hole and Tetsahara began pouring in the water, going back to his truck for a few more jugs just to make sure it was full enough to keep the Beedrill's attention. Go ahead, kid, he ordered as he stepped back towards his truck, and I reached into my bag for the first Pokeball. With that I started throwing. The first Beedrill was pissed, although he wasn't aggressive thanks to the whole being captured thing. But when I offered him the water, and then broke his Pokeball, it seemed to confuse him, even as he started drinking. Then I did the same to the next, and the next. Slowly the swarm started growing, but luck was with us. Since I was offering them something to eat first, that was a big priority for the hive. They calmed quickly instead of irritating the entire swarm. By the end of it, more than 50 Beedrill were buzzing around the clearing, newly released and stomach-filled. And it was a relief when Tetsahara mentioned that they were returning to their previous colony. Looks like it all worked out, he muttered, and I nodded as I grinned at the Beedrill. Funnily enough, they were pretty chill with me now. I mean, it was a fact of life that Pokemon respected humans that could beat them. So I had a few Beedrill that would buzz over and settle on my shoulder to rest before hurrying away. I guess they understood I wasn't a threat anymore. They seem friendly, I mentioned, and Tetsahara laughs. He had hidden himself inside his truck once the release started, so I was talking to him through his slightly opened window. They probably accept you as part of the swarm. You did defeat them after all. And then you gave them food. These will be pretty aggressive against any other trainer for a year or so until they get old enough for the new generation to take over scouting and food gathering. But we will post a warning and keep an eye on the swarm to make sure it doesn't get any more aggressive. Just be aware, if we have any trouble with it, you will likely be called up. Oh, that's kind of cool actually. Sure. I'll come help. Glad to hear it, kid. Come on, let's get out of here, he said, his voice louder as the swarm had finally diminished, leaving the two of them staring at the empty hole that had once been filled with honey water. Yeah. I need to get back to Ivy and Kenta. Well, I'll come with. I want to check on the kid to make sure he is okay. Great. I couldn't help but smile. That would be nice. Kenta was doing okay, but having an adult look him over, well, an adult that actually knew what to check for with Beedrill stings, would be good. We came upon Ivy's camp not long after. Arcanine was happy about all the exercise she got, so I didn't return her, letting her run around the camp and play in the water. Zoom eyes, man. Didn't matter how big the dog was. Vicky, Ivy blasted into me in a hug as she squeezed the nervous girl, obviously was freaking out, and it didn't take me long to piece it all together. She had been worrying that Kenta was going to die or something while I was gone. The way she was hovering, the look of relief on the boy's face told me that. Well, the part of the face that wasn't a balloon. Ouch. You certainly got stung, didn't you? Tetsahara called out as he stepped out from his truck, walking over to Kenta, who flushed, although I could barely tell since his face was already pretty red. I am Finn. Sure you are. The Missy took care of you, but as ranger it's my job to make sure. Honestly? You will be okay. Antidote, and Chansey heals is good enough to get you through it, but I could drive you to the hospital if you want. I bet you would feel a lot better with some proper work. No. I am Finn. The older man barked out a laugh. All right, kid. You're on your journey and I certainly can't force you. Here. This is an antidote that has been made specifically for Beedrill stings. It should at least reduce the swelling, he offered, pulling out a bottle with Beedrill stripes on it and offering it to the boy, who quickly accepted it. A few sprays from the bottle, and while it wasn't immediate, I could tell it was already working. Pokemon medicine was crazy. Alright. You look like you'll survive and I can't force you to come with. You two watch him tonight? Sure. Chansey will help as well. Then he'll be fine. I'm heading back to Viridian. Good work today, Missy. You handled everything well. When you finish your journey, think about ranger duty, he offered with a grin that I returned. Pokemon rangers were cool, but I don't think I really wanted to spend my life rescuing 10-year-olds from Beedrill. With that we all settled in. Kenta started looking a lot better, and I set up my tent, as I told them what we had done with the Beedrill. Kenta didn't look very comfortable knowing the colony was back up and running, but that was fine. In the morning we were going the other way. Well, Kenta muttered, catching my attention as he watched Ivy train with Bulbasaur and Caterpie. Your Pokemon are so strong. His exclamation caused Ivy to flush bright red. It isn't that impressive. No way. That Bulbasaur is really fast. And look at your Caterpie. It can jump around the entire clearing. And String Shot would slow down Pokemon that try to follow. Wow, that's a great move. Vicky is the one who came up with it. She immediately deferred and I scoffed. Not a bit. You used it in the battle first, remember? I just reminded you that you had a good idea and should practice it. Squirtle and I don't have anything that cool. Kenta mentioned his own Squirtle was watching in awe at the Pokemon around him training. Arcanine alone was a large focus as she was bouncing between trees, practicing moving without touching the ground, or as little as possible. I wanted her to be able to avoid ground moves like Earthquake, by avoiding the ground. So that was her current training. Basically just playing the ground is lava. She was loving it. Milotic was working on his defensive ice. Creating a structure of ice to control the battlefield was too useful a move not to work on, and so he was creating walls of ice around him as he moved, trying to break up the flat ground. I don't. Squirtle and I don't have any cool training like that. We have just been practicing water gun, he mutters, and I guess it was time for big sis Vicky to help out once again. I grinned as I walked over and tried to throw an arm over his shoulder, but Kenta was tall for his age. Fuck. Realizing that wasn't working, I grumbled as I waved Milotic over, and after a moment of confused staring by Ivy and Kenta, I stepped onto Milotic's tail as he raised me up and then threw my arm over his shoulder. Just ask big sis Vicky for advice, I tell him with a grin. A moment pause as everyone took in what I did before I earned myself a sound of disgust from Ivy, and Kenta chuckled at my words. Please, he offered with a chuckle. Okay. So first off, there are 3 things you can focus on. Watching Squirtle start his water gun training, but this time, trying to narrow the beam was interesting. With a bit of direction, Kenta looked more confident. Man, kids really just run into Viridian Forest with their Pokemon and battle them a bunch and then rush to Brock to get smashed, huh? I mean, so far most of the new trainers we met didn't even know the basics of training. They probably did, I admitted, but new Pokemon excitement had them turn off their brains. With a little guidance and an explanation towards what he could have Squirtle work on, his brain turned on, and he had his Squirtle turning its water hose like water gun into a sniper. I wonder if he would end up learning Snipe Shot like Inteleon? A lot of moves that were Pokemon specific ended up proliferating after a bit. Extreme Speed, for example, was Arcanine's signature move, one that they learned during evolution, but others could learn it. That was an interesting idea. I tucked that away for later. Of course, our training made noise, and the sound of battle always brought in interested parties. Hey, it's more trainers. I challenge you to a battle. A voice called out as a small group of 3 slipped out of the forest. I blinked. I recognized one of them as a girl from our class Ami, but the other girl and boy were unknown to me, although maybe they were in another class? Oh look, it's Kenta, the boy in the lead called out, but it was more teasing than anything, and I could see Kenta tense up in irritation. Daisuke. Go away. Ha! The boy mocked as the 3 kids strode up. Let's battle, Kenta. I want to see what kind of battler you are. I settled back along with Ivy, while the other girls that Daisuke had following him settled in to watch and cheer for their friend. It went unfortunately how I expected. Squirtle had just spent a good while training, after just having a serious attack on him yesterday. He was tired. Kenta was too bull-headed to notice, and when it was all said and done, Daisuke took the win with his Charmander, despite the type disadvantage. Squirtle gasping for breath on the ground. Chansy, I called out, disrupting the taunts from Daisuke from a furious Kenta as Chansy took one look at what was going around and started helping Squirtle. Kenta looked from Daisuke to his Squirtle before realization washed over him, and he rushed away from the other boy to settle next to Chansy and help Squirtle. Kids. The 3 trainers left after that. None of them wanted a battle with me, and Ivy refused since Bulbasaur was already tired. Hearing this, Kenta dropped his head in shame. He was young, hopefully he will learn. The next afternoon, to all of our surprise, we stepped out of a tree line and into sight of Pewter City. I stopped at that whistling a bit as I realized that we had done it. Yes. Ivy cheered as she jumped into the air. I want a bath. I want clean clothes, Kenta muttered tiredly. Greasy food. I added, earning a few sparkling eyes. Ivy and Kenta had a few battles over the last morning in the forest. It actually explained why there had been so many trainers near here. They had come out of Pewter to the northern part of the forest to test the new trainers. Anyway, they each had won a few battles and so had actual money in their pockets. For me it wasn't a big deal, but for them? I want all the soda I can drink. Oh, ice cream, Ivy added, and the 2 kids utterly enthralled with each other's ideas on what sweets to buy as I chuckled following after. The walk into Pewter was thankfully peaceful, a few Pokemon in the tall grass around us, or flying through the trees, but nothing coming after us, and no trainers stopping us demanding a battle. We rolled into the city and hit the Pokemon Center right away, mostly at my insistence. We all got a room and the center did some laundry for all of us, as we showered and cleaned up while our Pokemon rested. Honestly, Pokemon Centers were awesome. I quickly enjoyed a shower and switched to a clean outfit I still had left before I headed to the Pokemon Center office, where vid phones were available free of charge. I put in my trainer license, which sort of acted like a mix of credentials and debit card which authorized my use of the phone. And then I called home. The evening I had rushed home, I hadn't had time to talk to my parents after Officer Jenny and Ranger Tetsahara. We had been in too much of a rush, so I only offered a hug and "I'll call you" before rushing off. But now it was time for my first call home. Vicky. Mama smiled joyously when she saw me. You made it to Pewter? I did. I chirped, pointing behind me where the video could see out the window onto the Pewter City streets. It was a fun hike. I made a new friend. Well, saved a new friend, I offered with a laugh as Mama chuckled. I'm proud of you, Vicky. You did a very mature thing, not just saving that boy and his Pokemon, but even saving the Beedrill. I'm really glad you didn't decide to try and keep any of them. Beedrill give me the creeps, Mama muttered, rubbing her arms, making me laugh. I like them, but making sure the colony was okay is more important than increasing my team. How is Papa? And Arcanine? And the flock? Your Papa is fine. At work currently along with Arcanine. He works so much more now that Arcanine evolved. Apparently more and more of the police Growlithe are coming here to be trained under an Arcanine. Mama huffs. He will be sad he missed your call. If you stay around Pewter, try calling later in the day, he would be thrilled to hear about your journey so far. I will. I think I'll try the gym here, but I also want to. Well, journey. Maybe find some new friends. Well, make sure not to capture too many. Remember, any Pokemon you capture you have to take care of and feed and support. Please, no more Beedrill colonies. I promise, no more Beedrill. I cross a finger over my heart. I liked Beedrill, but I liked Butterfree more. Stallfree was a monster. Maybe I would go find a Caterpie. I hadn't captured any on the walk through the forest, but now maybe I should. No, maybe later. Good. Tell me everything about your trip. Even if it seemed boring, Mama demanded as she settled into a chair to listen. So I settled in and went through everything I had done in the last few days. The next day, after wandering around Pewter with my friends and eating ourselves stupid, I woke up early. Far earlier than the other two who were sleeping in, and wandered over to the Pewter gym. It wasn't quite what I remember from the anime, mostly it seemed bigger, and there was even a receptionist at the front. Luckily it was so early, I was the first one there. Not many 10-year-olds are going to get up at the crack of dawn. Good morning. Welcome to the Pewter gym. Good morning, I greeted back. The teenage girl sitting at the front had the looks of a trainer herself. Probably a gym trainer then. Someone that worked with gym leaders to sharpen the training on their Pokemon. It also looked good on resumes to have been a gym trainer, along with giving some trainers that may be slowing on their journey a steady paycheck and a reason to settle down. They also help train the gym leaders' Pokemon. I'm looking to set up a challenge against Brock. Excellent. How many badges do you have? None. This would be my first challenge. Oh, how fun. You must be a Viridian trainer then. We were expecting trainers from there to start showing up in the next few days. I am. And there are 3 in my group, so I expect you will get a few more challenges later today. Ha! Well, you are in luck. We are still receiving a lot of challenges right now just from the Pewter trainers, but you are here so early that we don't have a challenge selected. So if you are alright with a battle right now? That would be perfect. I grinned. An early morning battle, which means win or lose I would have the rest of my day to figure things out. Very well, let me alert the gym leader. I was practically buzzing as I readied for my battle. I hadn't gotten a lot of physical training with my Pokemon over the last few days, but we trained hard for months before. I could only hope we were ready. Ms. Ferris, Brock will face you now. The receptionist called out and I gulped as I wandered through the doors to face my first gym challenge. As I walked through the doors, the lights were off before they suddenly flipped on, revealing the battle arena, and Brock. He was sitting atop a rock looking at me as he waited for me to adjust to the light. I'm Brock. Welcome to Pewter Gym. My rock-hard Pokemon are full of grit. I hope you are ready to face their determination. I am Victoria, of Viridian City. My Pokemon are ready to be challenged. I spouted out the first thing that came to me and Brock nodded, standing and pulling off 2 Pokeballs from his belt. This match will be a 2-on-2. If your Pokemon is returned, it is out of the battle. A third voice called out, almost startling me, as a referee came out of a side door halfway between the two of us. The gym leader will send out a Pokemon first. Geodude, Brock called out and my smile started dipping. That Geodude was weak. It wasn't always easy to tell a Pokemon's level, as such a thing didn't really exist in this world. But Pokemon that were stronger tended to have signs to show it. Or perhaps, that was what Brock wanted me to think? This was the first challenge for many trainers, as Giovanni was a bit of a dick even to new trainers. So Brock was the first stop for many first-timers looking for a badge. Alright, I'll start with my type disadvantage. Try to weaken his Pokemon first. Go Arcanine. I called out at the end, earning a startled look from the referee, although Brock didn't seem to move as Arcanine came into being. Her roar was loud, shaking the gym with her eagerness. Even her tail was wagging like crazy as she prepared for battle. The opponent Victoria of Viridian sends out an Arcanine. Battlers ready. The referee found his voice after a moment and a hand was raised. Then it fell. Begin. Arcanine, Extreme Iron Head. I call out and my doggo disappears in a flash of flame as she begins to run. Geodude, Harden and Brace. Brock called out, but it was nearly too late as Arcanine slammed into the rock type, sending the little boulder flying into the wall with the force of her change. A moment later she was hunched down ready to pounce forward or away as the dust cleared from where Geodude was sent into the gym's wall behind Brock. A moment later Arcanine let out a whine as the Geodude revealed itself, knocked out in the hole. I blinked. What? But gym leaders were tough. What happened? I couldn't help but ask aloud as I looked from Geodude to Brock. Brock offers with a chuckle. I suppose this is a bit awkward. I was told you didn't have any badges. I don't. I tell him honestly. This is my first gym battle. Arcanine and I have been with each other for a while though. Ah well, most of the gyms base their challenge towards how many badges a challenger has. After all, we don't want brand new trainers to face a fully evolved golem. Their starter and the few Pokemon they catch in the first few weeks of their challenge wouldn't stand a chance, Brock explained even as the referee stood quiet. Oh. I remembered something like that from Pokemon Origins. The gym leaders used less Pokemon and weaker ones depending on the badges of their opponent. Then, can we fight against your stronger team? Arcanine has been looking forward to a challenge since I told her about the gym challenges. I want to face your strongest if that's okay? Arcanine and I want to see how far we have to grow. Ha, I like it. That determination is good. Very well. Geodude return. Brock summoned back his Geodude and then walked behind him, putting the Pokeballs into a machine, where they disappeared. And after a few moments of pushing some buttons, a new set of Pokeballs appeared. 6 of them. I could feel my eagerness grow as Arcanine's tail started wagging in her own excitement. Normally I send out a Pokemon first, but since your Arcanine is already on the field, let's have a 6 versus 6 match. I nod, despite only having 3 Pokemon, but that was fine. I just wanted to push my Pokemon against powerful challenges. Alright, Golem. And Brock sent out his first Pokemon. The Golem slammed into the earth with a crash as it roared. I felt Arcanine's return growl deep in my bones as the 2 Pokemon faced off. 6 versus 6 match. Same rules. Match. Begin. Extreme Iron Head. Golem harden. The 2 Pokemon smashed into each other, but this time it was obvious Golem wasn't a low-level Geodude. The crack made me wince as the sound reached my ears, and a moment later Arcanine blurred away, dodging a retaliatory swipe from the Golem. Although it was obvious Golem hadn't taken that hit for nothing, its face was bruised from the hammering blow. Dodge away and howl. Rock polish. Golem. I grimaced as Golem polished itself. It would be a bit harder to keep away with speed now. Extreme Speed Iron Head. Rock Throw. 3D Maneuvers. I called out. This was one of the moves I had trained with Arcanine, trying to increase her mobility. All those times bouncing among trees in the forest was training for this. As rocks split from the ground from Golem's attacks, Arcanine continued charging in, leaping off the ground as the rocks were shot forward, and then Arcanine was bouncing atop the launched projectiles, jumping from rock to rock. The move so shocked the Golem that it didn't even have a chance to withdraw, or do a protection move as Arcanine smashed into him again, with Howl boosting her power. This time it overcame Golem's defenses, and with a crack the Golem was smashed backwards, causing the poor Pokemon to roll a bit before stopping. Golem is unable to battle. Impressive. To think a new trainer could handle my Golem. That Arcanine is truly a legendary Pokemon, Brock offered with a smile as he returned Golem, and another Pokeball made its way into his hand. Let's see how it handles this. Go right on. Right on. It called out, thumping its chest. But Arcanine was too excited about its last victory. Right on. Earthquake. 3D Maneuvers Arcanine. I called out just in time as Arcanine leapt from the floor to slam into the side of the gym before leaping off, traveling across the entire room during her leap to hit the other side and then leap off again. The earthquake hit during the leap and the entire area turned wavy. Even I fell to my knees as the ground below me moved like water for a moment. Now Arcanine. Extreme Iron Head. Right on. Drill run. Stop that attack. Brock yelled out, and as a blur of fire rushed towards the Radiant, it spun its entire body, stomping towards Arcanine. The smashing noise of a drill on steel echoed through the gym as the 2 Pokemon smashed into each other with startling force. Arcanine, don't engage in a battle of power. Back off and move. Outspeed him. I call out, and instantly Arcanine pushes away from the power conflict, disappearing in a burst of speed that leaves Rhydon off balance as Drill Run suddenly has nothing to fight against. Iron Tail Rhydon's legs. Slow him down even more. Arcanine. The call echoed around the gym even as Brock ordered Rhydon to dig, but it was too late. Rhydon couldn't match Arcanine's speed, and Iron Tail came out in a buzz of power, smashing into Rhydon's leg, nearly knocking it off its feet and smashing into the ground. Don't let up. Another Iron Tail was readied, but Rhydon was returned in a burst of red. Amazing. For a new trainer to push me so hard with just one Pokemon. I look forward to seeing where you go in time, but this isn't over. Let's see how you handle my partner. Onix. And then one of the biggest Pokemon I had seen in person burst into the arena floor. Oh, that was a big Onix. Arcanine double team. Don't let it hit you. Onix, roll out. And suddenly the entire gym consisted of boulders swirling around, seeking out Arcanine. Extreme dodge. Whittle it down when you can with Iron Head. And Arcanine tried. She leapt over the swirling stones, smashing into the rock type when she could before leaping away, but between the constant motion and difficult terrain Arcanine made a mistake. She missed time to jump, the ground too broken up from the earthquake before, and now with Onix's move damaging the ground. Her legs simply went through the earth instead of giving her height to jump. I gasped as Arcanine was rolled over. And then, as if Onyx was trained to do just this, Arcanine was wrapped up in a coffin of boulders as Onyx tried to squeeze the life out of Arcanine. Return, I called out, just snagging Arcanine between the curls of boulders. And then the arena went quiet for a moment. You care for your Pokemon. You might have been able to break your way out of that wrap, but not before your Arcanine was injured. Brock offered, with a smile that I could see across the gym. Well done. Thank you. I resealed a Pokeball to my waist. Sorry Arcanine, you would have to wait for this battle to end before I could bring out Chansey. Milotic. Your turn. And then it was Rock Snake versus Water Eel, as Milotic fanned his tail. Amazing. I've never seen a Milotic in person. But this is a battle. Onyx. Roll out. Surf. I shouted out, and suddenly there was a wave of water coming off a Milotic. It wasn't an amazing attack. Honestly, Milotic and Arcanine fell behind a bit in special attacks. They were both still young. I had seen a Blastoise use Surf in a tournament once that filled the entire arena with 2 feet of water. Milotic's surge of water was more like a wave, enough to push something back, but not flood the gym. But it was enough, as Onyx's rollout was pushed back, giving Milotic breathing room. Alright Milotic. Ice beam up the wall. We aren't staying on the floor. Onyx rock throw. Milotic dodged the thrown rocks as he created a ramp of ice along the edge of the gym wall and slithered up, literally taking him away from the ground. Milotic. Surf. Let's flood the arena. Onyx. Smackdown. I cursed as Milotic, despite sending out another burst of water that Onyx wasn't happy about, had the ice structure he was climbing on shattered and Milotic was grounded to the earth. Milotic rain dance. Bring in more water. Onyx rock throw. I grimaced. Milotic didn't have enough water to really get moving fast enough to dodge, so he tanked it, letting the rocks smash into him, but he was a Milotic. He wouldn't go down to a few pebbles. As the rain began, I nodded. Now recover. And all the bruises and scratches caused by the rocks and Onyx's attack disappeared as Milotic trilled happily. Don't let it go. Wrap it. Milotic. Surf to avoid the attack. I could only hope with rain dance and the water already in the arena it would give Milotic enough motion to escape. Onyx roared as it smashed through the inch or so of water on the ground that was growing as it sought out Milotic, but Milotic was faster. Gravity trained meant, despite Milotic usually being a special attacker, if anything my Milotic was all heavily trained muscle. As his surf pushed Onyx back, it slowed the rock snake, but didn't shake it off. Fine. Milotic iron tail that Onyx when it moves in. Onyx rushed forward to finish its attack, but it wasn't fast enough as Milotic's tail began glowing white. Spread wide, his tail suddenly whipped out and smashed the rock directly in the face as it drew closer for a wrap. The sound of steel smashing into rock echoed through the arena as Onyx's forward momentum was halted for a moment, literally stalling out the full force of Onyx's attack. Brock and I both were silent for a moment, waiting to see, was Onyx out or just slowed? And then the rock type groaned as it rolled over, obviously out of the fight. I guess it was a critical hit, I muttered, as Onyx was returned. Amazing. That was a great battle. Unfortunately, I am ready for water-type Pokemon. Go Kabutops. Wah! I gasped as the fossil Pokemon emerged. The Kabutops didn't roar, instead a clicking came from under its shell as the massive sides shrieked as they met, as if sharpening each other. Kabutops Stone Edge. Dodge, I called out, and breathed out in relief as Milotic managed in a burst of speed to avoid the row of sharp rocks that burst out of the ground towards him. Don't let up, Kabutops. Cross poison, Brock called out, and I stilled before smiling. Milotic, don't dodge. Recover. He stilled, letting the injured scales across his body disappear in a burst of light even as Kabutops rolled in with a crossed slash from his claws. Milotic cried out in pain for a moment, and I could see that it had happened. Milotic was poisoned. Milotic Iron Tail. The Kabutops actually nearly managed to dodge. Somehow it was incredibly fast, much faster than I thought it should be, but it wasn't enough. There was more water in the arena now, and Milotic was moving much faster still. Gravity training was crazy effective. Block it, Brock called out, and Kabutops' large sides surged between him and Milotic. But it wasn't enough to stop the force of Milotic when he got going. His glowing fan-like tail smashed into the chest of Kabutops and lifted the ancient Pokemon straight off its feet as it went flying through the air. Milotic. Surf again. Kabutops. Use Whirlpool. Bring Milotic to you. Milotic Ice Beam. Cut off the Whirlpool, I countered. The two Pokemon were going at it. The floor of the gyms was filling with water, and I noticed it was designed to purposefully ensure the area could get filled with water. I don't know if that was Brock just being really nice, or just a gym rule. Either way, it was making this rock-type gym into a pool, and now it had an ice bridge cutting off half the arena. Milotic Aqua Ring. Instantly the glowing ring surrounds Milotic, slowly healing him. It would help stave off the poison at least a little. Kabutops. Ancient Power. Kabutops clicked loudly as its sides crossed an aura-like ring of power generating behind it, and then its claws open and a surge of power rushes outwards, smashing through the ice and heading for Milotic. Milotic. Water Pulse. Milotic Water Pulse was just like Arcanine's Extreme Speed, a move they learn upon evolving. A pulsing blast of water that looked more like some magical effect than just water rushed out of Milotic, and the two moves connected in a frantic burst of power. But it was obvious that Milotic's power was not quite on par with Kabutops. We would have to train hard in our special attacks after this. Milotic cried out as the ancient power smashed into him, pushing him back into the water that was now deep enough to disappear into. Milotic. Recover. Kabutops. Rush in. Don't give it time to rest. Milotic. We are all set now. Use Extreme Speed Aqua Tail. I called out just as Kabutops climbed over the ice bridge. It suddenly found itself face to face with Milotic's tail surrounded by a whirlpool. But this Kabutops wasn't just some novice trainer's Pokemon. It was part of a gym leader's top team. It managed to cross its sides, blocking the Aqua Tail for a moment, but again, Milotic was much stronger on physical attacks than special. His blow would not be stopped, and for a second time Kabutops found its feet not touching the ground as it was thrown aside. The momentum of extreme speed mixed with Milotic's gravity-trained physique meant that Kabutops wasn't anywhere close to strong enough to hold back Milotic's attack. Yet as Milotic swam forward to keep hammering Kabutops, he stopped. I was blinking a little in shock as Kabutops was obviously out of the fight, twitching a little from the blow. I guess we had been wearing him down pretty heavily. Kabutops was a rock and water type, but that meant water type moves dealt normal damage. I guess that Aqua Tail stab was just too much. Kabutops can no longer battle. Wow, Kabutops is my answer to water type Pokemon. I never expected to see him get taken out like that. Well done. Your Pokemon is truly well trained. I acknowledge your strength. I forfeit, Brock said, and I was so shocked Milotic's Pokeball slipped out of my hands and into the pool of water, causing me to yelp as I dove for it, pulling back my arm with a sigh as I found it quickly. What do you mean forfeit? You said 6 on 6. You still have 2 more. You set up the terrain well. Neither of my next Pokemon would handle being dropped into a lake well, and your Milotic is recovering through the damage. Sure, it's exhausted, but in order to defeat you, I would have to risk injuring my Pokemon. Plus you still have more Pokemon as well, even if I defeat your Milotic. No, this was well fought. I never expected to be pushed back by a fresh trainer. I guess someone who has an Arcanine is on another level. He chuckles. Oh, I blinked. I had been so hyped up, having so much fun. My heart was pounding, and I noticed I was practically shaking. I hadn't really thought about that. Crap, Arcanine was still hurt, and Milotic was poisoned, even if all that did was give him more defense thanks to Marvel Scale. Chansy, I called out as I released my girl. She quickly looked around and gave a little tut sound as she splashed into the water and started shooting out Healing Pulse. Kabutops actually sat up after a few moments of that and clicked at her, sounding pleased. Hua, Chansy, don't see those on the battle circuit very often, Brock offered, as he too jumped into the waist-high water, splashing over to Kabutops to check him over, ignoring the rain and water that continued to build up. Kabutops clicked at Brock for a few moments, but it looked like Brock was pleased as he stroked his Pokemon's shell and whispered something to them. How nice. I joined him, jumping over to Milotic, who was getting mothered by Chansy at his condition. Milotic was looking a little purple from the poison. Hey buddy, you did it. You were amazing, I whispered to him as I pulled his big head in for a hug, earning a deep crooning noise from Milotic at my words. The lazy fish was of course more than happy to just curl up and bask in his rewards as Chansy healed him up. I giggled as curled around me, his bulk more than I could hope to resist, so I found myself seated on one of his curls as he covered me. You know, I've never fought a Milotic before. I have to admit, I'm glad they aren't native. That Pokemon is powerful for a water type, Brock offered as he waded over to me. Milotic are the bestest, I nodded seriously, earning a crooning mee in return as I grin and continue stroking his head, tickling his antenna and fins. Do you need help clearing out the water? I'm sure Milotic can probably help out. I offer only to earn a shake of Brock's head. There is a system that will drain all the water, but we will need to get out first. I don't want anyone sucked into the pumps. But first, Victoria Ferrous, of Viridian City, you have fought a hard battle and earned this boulder badge. Brock pulled out a badge, seemingly reaching deep into his pocket and pulling out a case with a boulder badge. There must be a ton of them in the case. But I took it gently, because unlike all the others, this one was mine. Thank you, I offered, a little choked up as I looked at the boulder badge. Mine, my first badge, a real badge. Wow. I had actually just finished my first Pokemon Gym challenge. I could feel the smile stretching across my face as I held it up, showing it to Milotic, letting him see what he had fought so hard for. Come on, let's clear the gym so we can get this cleaned up. I do have more challenges today, Brock offered gently, holding out his hand. Alright, I called out, grabbing it as I pulled out my Pokeballs. Time to return everyone and go to the Pokemon Center for a checkup. Chapter 10. Here they are. Your Arcanine was a little beat up, but she is fine now. Her fur was so soft. Nurse Joy informs me with a squeal as I grin up at her. It really is, I tell her, grabbing my Pokemon from the tray. What a day. My badge was now pinned inside my badge carrier that I had to purchase from the Pokemon store. No way was I going to catch them and just pin them inside my jacket. Vicky, Ivy calls out as she enters the Pokemon Center. You are finally up. Me and Kenta already scheduled our match against Brock. The receptionist told us that Brock is full up the rest of the day. We tried to get you up, but you must have been sleeping like a rock. Ivy grumbles at me as she pokes me a little. The Greenette was followed by Kenta, who was smiling a little at me. You snooze, you lose, Vicky. We will get our matches out of the way first. He smiles, which I return, waiting for a few moments to best pop their bubbles. I open my mouth. I aria dash. No time. Come on, Vicky, we need to get you to Pewter Gym so you can schedule your match for tomorrow. Brock's schedule is super packed, you know. Ivy, I aura dash. I attempt again, only to be pulled along. No talking, more running. She urged me along, tugging and pulling. Laughing to myself, I let Ivy pull me along. Oh well, if she wasn't going to listen. So I was once more rushed towards Pewter Gym by my meticulous friend until I was pushed in front of the receptionist. Vicky needs to schedule a gym battle with Brock. Huh? Miss Ferris? Hello again. I waved, giving it a second before Ivy turned to look at me in confusion. Again? Yeah, I fought Brock this morning when I got up early. I got lucky and Brock had an opening really early. I tell her with a grin, earning a stumped look from Ivy for a moment. Wait. You already had your match. But I wanted to watch. Kenta moaned, earning a chuckle from me at his groans. I wanted to see it too. Vicky. What can I say? I tried to wake you up, but you were sleeping like a rock. I joke, earning a groan of frustration from Ivy as well. Hey, no rock puns in my gym. It's a rule. Brock called out as he suddenly appeared from a side door, smiling to his receptionist for a moment. No promises, I offer with a smile as he nods to me. Vicky, back again? I'm afraid it will be a bit before I can offer you another match. That would actually be fun. But no, my friends didn't understand I already had my match. So they dragged me over to schedule one. Ugh. Ivy gave off a groan of utter embarrassment at what she had done, but I started patting her back. So these are your friends? Should I be worried for my team? He asked, semi-joking. They just have their normal starters, I inform him, earning a chuckle at that. Good. Onyx is still sulking. Why? He totally rolled Arcanine. Heck. I jerked back as Brock dope slapped me across the back of my head. No puns. Sorry. Well, Onyx isn't used to losing. Well, it was a monster. Honestly. I still can't believe he took out Arcanine like that. How did you come up with that move? I never expected a rock type to be able to keep up with Arcanine. I had to fight someone who used a Rapidash a few times. They kept trying to outrun my Onyx. So I came out with, roll out Wrangle. He gives me a peace sign, which I return. It was an honestly amazing move. I'll have a counter next time. Arcanine won't lose again. I tell him firmly, that feeling of competitiveness rising up. All I got was a toothful smile in return. Wait. Arcanine got taken out? That Arcanine? Kenta asked, looking pale. But it's so strong. Alright? How is Bulba supposed to defeat an Onyx that beat Arcanine? Guys, relax. I wasn't fighting Brock's normal team. Right, Vicky proved she had been training her Pokemon for long enough that I pulled out my stronger team. You both will be facing my first badge team. Don't worry, it will be a challenge, but it is doable. Brock offered, and the fact it was coming from a gym leader seemed to have Ivy relax a little, although I could see it struck Kent a bit. He wasn't strong enough to face Brock's strong Pokemon? Just his baby team? I could practically read the thoughts on his face. I walked over and slapped him on the back with a grin. Hey. I had 2 years with Milotic. And a year with Arcanine. They have as much training as you will when you get to reach the league. Stop thinking that you don't match up to me. Because it's not just us competing, it's our Pokemon. Think about where Squirtle will be in a year. Kenta blinked before nodding, his face firming. I'll grow strong enough that you won't have to save me someday. I'll do the saving. I look forward to it. I tell him with a grin. Ivy, not having the same issue with Brock's announcement, only looked relieved she wouldn't be facing down a Pokemon that defeated Arcanine. I did want to see your match though, Vicky. You shouldn't have raced off on your own. Ivy came back to herself after a moment, once more bossing at me. Sorry. I offer with a laugh as I wave my hands at her, pointing finger. Oh? Well, we do record all matches. They play on a loop on the TVs there in the corner. If you want to watch it. Maddie, can you play Victoria's match this morning? Brock offered, earning starry eyes from my friends as the receptionist nodded easily. Well, I have to run. I look forward to facing you both later. Brock offered Ivy and Kenta, earning a happy smile and a fierce look respectively. Leaving them to watch as the match began with Arcanine versus Golem. It looks like they cut out the Geodude part. I sighed, settling in to let the match play out. Maybe a second viewing would give me some ideas for better training. I would not let Arcanine fall so easily next time, even if rock types are some of the strongest Pokemon for Arcanine to face. Being type advantage and strong defenses making her physical moves weaker, Arcanine was still the legendary Pokemon. I wasn't about to give her a bad name. Not long after hearing all about how amazing my match was from Ivy and Kenta, I once more split off from my friends. They needed to prepare for their matches later today, and I needed to do some more training. I wandered up into the hills around Pewter before I found a quiet spot. Come on out everybody, and my 3 Pokemon burst into being around me. Instantly Arcanine wandered away. It was obvious she was unhappy. Grumpy was a good word for it. I pat Milotic on his head and hugged Chansey, before following after Arcanine, who had wandered a bit away and was grumping to herself, letting out a huff as she sat down. I settled in next to her, despite her head turning away from me. I'm sorry, I messed up, I tell her, earning instant attention. I thought I had it all planned out, but Brock taught me different. Despite type advantage, and everything I thought we had it. But I was surprised by Brock. Bad. I led you wrong. I still have a lot to learn. I'm sorry I failed. I tell her, earning a grumbling Growlithe deep in her throat as she nearly knocked me over with a push of her head. Arcanine. I know. I tell her, she was obviously blaming herself. But a loss of a battle isn't on you, Arcanine. I'm the trainer. It's on me. It means I didn't teach you the right thing, or I wasn't prepared with a quick order on how to react. We both got surprised, but you were in a battle. I'm responsible for callouts. That move really threw me for a loop. I had no idea what he was doing until it was too late. I sigh. I'll admit I went into the gym with part of me thinking I would definitely win, and another thinking that despite all of our training, if Brock was serious we would probably lose hard. Instead we went through a tough battle. Definitely the toughest battle we have ever had, right? And in the end we won. Arcanine. I looked into the large eyes of my pup, and I wished I could just hug the pain away. That sense of failure. But I couldn't. But I knew what I could do, that was healthier. Well, if you are upset, then how about we get up, dust ourselves off, and train? I think I have some new ideas. If nothing else, we can just train our speed even more. I don't want to ever be caught again. She woofed, standing up, tail raised, ready for training, for exercise and for battle. Good girl. I spent a few hours with my Pokemon training. Gravity training added in while Milotic worked on his special attack abilities. The weakness of what should be his stronger aspect had hit us hard, so he was sitting on the edge of a river constantly shooting water moves into the water to try and work on increasing the force of the water. First stage was narrowing the focus. Funnily I was doing the same training Kenta and I had figured out for his Squirtle. The goal was to try and get more water pushed out in a smaller time. Narrowing the beam of moves like water gun should be good practice. When it was narrowed down with much greater force, we could train increasing the width without losing any of the pressure. Chansey was keeping gravity up to give some exercise for the lazy eel, and for Arcanine, who was working on her power. She hadn't liked the fact that Rhydon had matched her iron head. I could see it in the way she worked on her strikes. She wanted to be strong enough to smash through anything. I guess I would get her there. For now gravity training was our primary edge, but I knew it wouldn't push us into the true elite tier. Lance the Dragon Master would smash my team. Cynthia? She would demolish us. As much as I didn't like him, Leon wouldn't even count us as a speed bump. If he was as skilled as he was hyped up to be in the anime. Considering how weird everything was, I wasn't sure what continuity I was in. Whatever. I shrugged. Not my problem. I would take the world as it came. Still I needed more edges if Arcanine was going to become a legend. Well, more than she already was. Arcanine was training furiously today. Her movement is even sharper than it ever has. After all, she felt true battle, and even defeat today. Arcanine. I called out, interrupting her constant running under gravity. I waved her over and it was only a moment's hesitation before she wandered over. Catch a drink first, and get some food in you. I tell her, pointing towards the bowl of food I had been preparing as I thought. The very expensive special order pokechow mixed with vitamins, and her favorite lychee berries. I don't know how she ate them cause they were honestly spicy, more like a jalapeno, or other pepper rather than a berry, but she loved them. Nurse Joy had helped me figure out the right mix for Arcanine to do the best, while she had helped me figure out the right balance for all of my Pokemon. Milotic also came over once his bowl was done. While they ate I talked to her about my idea. So I told you about Counter Shield before. The idea is to use a move as both offense and defense. Like surrounding yourself in a flame wheel, but not just using it as an attack. The goal is to hold the move around you and make it strong enough to push a Pokemon or their moves back. Basically, if you get wrapped again, you light yourself on so much fire they can't hold you anymore. Arcanine nodded eagerly at that idea. She hated her loss. That's what we are going to work on today. While you are doing that, Milotic will be doing damage control, making sure the fires you make don't go out of control. Milotic nodded for a moment as he ate. But Milotic, keep working on your training through it all, remember to narrow the pressure so more water comes out. We want you to be able to flood an arena eventually. That's the goal? Maya. And Arcanine. Today's goal is to do something similar. We need to pressurize the fire. If it's just a weak flame, nothing will be blocked, but if the fire is thick enough, it will push attacks away almost like it has mass. So we need to strengthen your flames. Arc. Alright, finish lunch, we have a few hours before Kenta and Ivy's match. While they were doing that, once I was sure I didn't need direct supervision, I pulled out my Sword of Pokegear and opened the map. I needed to find something. I had seemed to already build my team around rare, or legendary Pokemon. Well, there was another Pokemon in Kanto that fit both categories in a way, and my memory was pretty good about where I could find a bunch of them. I just needed to actually find it on a map. And to your victory, I give you a boulder badge, Brock offered to Kenta, who had just finished his match with Brock. It wasn't quite your own knockdown drag-out explosion-filled battle, but it was fun. Squirtle had done well to keep Brock's rock types away, and the training you had suggested to increase the pressure of Squirtless attacks had meant the little guy was doing a lot of damage. Ivy had won earlier, Bulbasaur utilizing its 3D movement to avoid attacks, and battered Geodude with Vines and Razor Leaf. Then while avoiding Onix, and Leech seating him till the match finished. Brock was a good trainer. He pushed both of my friends to their limits, but still made sure their smart training would be rewarded. I congratulated them both as we left, heading out on the town for a second day gorging on good food. Seriously, stalling Onix and using Leech Seed to slowly drain him down was brilliant, Ivy. My mom mentioned doing it once, I was just copying her, she muttered, but I shook my head. Nope, stealing ideas isn't wrong. BZZZT, I poke her in the head, earning a squeak and a swatted hand. Vicky. Ivy, you are a trainer. If someone says something and it gives you an idea to make your Pokemon stronger, you do it. If you heard how someone defeated a Pokemon once, and you use that same method, that's good. Take the good. Humans always learn like that, I tell her earnestly. Okay, she nods. I nod, pleased that she took my words to heart. This world was pretty rough at times. It was important to make sure your team was as strong as they could be. I grinned as I stuffed some more French fries into my mouth. As Kenta nodded as well. I learned a lot from Brock. His use of Harden is something I can use with Squirtle with Withdraw. Make an attack and then have Squirtle hide away. Don't stop there, I tell him. Combine Withdraw with an attack. Use Water Gun to push Squirtle out of the way of attacks as well. I bet that would give you some good mobility along with a defense boost. Kenta looked surprised before his face morphed into a grin. Good idea. We continued eating and chatting about Pokemon until we were all stuffed, and we headed back to the Pokemon Center. While Ivy and Kenta passed out, I made a call to Papa to tell him how everything has been going, as well as show off my new badge. He was super surprised that I had beaten Brock's real team. I went to sleep that night pretty happy overall. After all, this was only the first step on my journey. I had almost a full year before the next Indigo League. Plenty of time to beat all the gyms and hopefully get some more Pokemon. Sorry, I don't think I'm ready for Mount Moon, Kenta mentions nervously the next day as we all had breakfast. I want to try and catch a few more Pokemon down here and maybe work with Squirtle some more. We weren't ready last time. I want to be next time, he tells us seriously. His Squirtle chirping as Kenta rubbed his head. Wah. Kenta, you can't J-dash. I think it's very mature of you, Kenta. I cut in, interrupting Ivy's response, as she turned to me in surprise. What, we can't split up, Vicky? Actually, I think it's a good idea. I turned to Ivy as she was the one this would most affect now. Ivy, I like traveling with you, but this isn't our journey together. It's your journey. I think it's great that we all got together through the forest. I was honestly gonna be pretty lonely on my own for so long. But I had my friends and that was great. But if Kenta wants to stay, I think I'll head off as well. There is a Pokemon I want to hunt down. But, Vicky, you can't leave me all alone. I'm not, I tell her, smiling gently as I lean in and poke her forehead. You have your team, your Pokemon, your friends. I pointed to her belt that had her Pokemon strapped there, although it was only 2 Pokeballs right now. But what if we get attacked? Then you rely on your Pokemon to help, or you run. Journeys are usually pretty safe, you know? But, Ivy, it's not forever. Not even for super long. I still need to go to Cerulean, right? So we might even meet there. If not, maybe Vermilion. I will probably be around there on my hunt. You know, Nurse Joy will let us leave messages for each other. We won't be apart. Just not standing side by side. Ivy was biting her lip and looking scared, but she needed this. The journey was meant to give kids time to sort of take on responsibility. She couldn't do that if I followed her everywhere. She needed a chance to make decisions on her own, with her team, to build trust with her Pokemon. Ivy was looking pretty sad, so I pulled her into a hug, much to her shock, as she finally relaxed. I wouldn't say this if I thought you couldn't do it, Ivy. You're really strong, you know? You just haven't had a chance to realize it yourself yet. But I only have Bulbasaur and Caterpie. Then use this as a chance to catch some Pokemon. I hear Clefairy live in MT Moon. But you can also find Geodude. After Brock you should realize how strong they can be. Onix can live there too. Zubat. Ugh, don't bring up Zubat. They swarm like Beedrill, Kenta mutters, shivering, which I restrain myself from laughing at. It will be fun. Remember, not forever. Just until Cerulean or so. Who knows? Maybe Kenta will meet up with you before I get there as well. I'll try, he adds with a smile, and Ivy nodded. Fine, she said that, but her face showed anything but. Okay, Arcanine. You ready? Arc. I grinned. I had bought an actual saddle for her for long distance running. It had cost a pretty penny, but Prism scales still made me a ton of poke dollars. I spent a good half hour making sure it fit and testing everything, letting Arcanine get a feel for it as she walked in circles behind the Pokemon Center. But it was time. Everything was ready. Okay, Arcanine, we are going east, then south. We need to hit Vermilion. Ready? I ask as I pull myself into the saddle and get comfortable. Woof. I know you are. But really, Arcanine. If you get tired or thirsty, tell me. This isn't an endurance run. Just a faster trip than me walking. She grumbled a bit at that. Arcanine really liked anything to do with training, but I patted her head. Okay, let's go. And with that, Arcanine burst into a run, and instantly I was sighing with relief. A pair of goggles around my eyes and a strap for my hat to make sure it wouldn't go flying meant it was a much more comfortable trip than last time. I could actually see where we were going. We raced up the hilly terrain of MT Moon, although we didn't go inside the mountain. Instead, Arcanine simply ran up the paths until they cut off before jumping, uncaring about things like falls or heights. She practically ran up the mountain on the outside, howling all the while when she felt like it, letting everyone know she was here. Multiple times we ran through batches of Pokemon, scattering them in a flurry at our sudden passage. A few times, like when a Geodude yelled at us for jumping on his head, his voice disappearing almost instantly far behind us. But on we ran. It honestly hadn't been that hard to find what I was looking for. Sure, the maps in my sort of Pokegear weren't like Google Maps. There were massive empty spaces on the map. But there were plenty of books, and the internet still existed in a rather anemic form. Searching for storms out in the ocean, especially ones that never end, hadn't taken me long to find. Especially since I already knew it was off the coast of Kanto. And since the way Kanto was shaped, that really only meant one area it could be. If it was near the Orange Islands to the south, or the Sevii Islands, then they would have said that. Instead, in the anime that I remember, it had been off the coast of Kanto. Ash took a boat to get to a small island covered in dugong, which was then close enough to take a captured dugong to the island. So I was heading to Vermilion City to buy some equipment and then hit the ocean. In the anime, Go had figured out the area of Dragonite Island by finding rescue reports of them saving people. Me though? I had just tracked down some old sailors talking about the eternal storm off the coast that you really didn't want to take your boat into, but was safe to go around. Well, that was all I needed. Come on, Arcanine. I'm feeling so excited. Whoa, she howled as we came to a stop on the other side of MT Moon for a moment before racing off, leaving a trail of frantic Pokemon in our wake. Here you are, dear. Be careful if you are heading underwater. Never know what Pokemon you might run into. The old lady that sold me a diving suit and a rebreather tells me sternly as I nodded. No worries. I have a strong water Pokemon. I grin as I pile it all into my bag. The rebreather alone had cost a pretty penny, but it was basically super tech, using the storage tech from the bags to let someone breathe underwater with just a small face rebreather for hours. Honestly, I wanted one for more than just this hunt. Drowning was scary. I still remember that one Pokemon movie with Ash drowning. Yikes. So I bought this. It would stay in my bag for whenever I needed it. It had only taken a few hours to get to Vermilion, most of which was spent figuring out how to get to it. The trails were weird, some of them literally crossing mountains for no reason. I guess Ash and his group getting lost while following main roads wasn't as unexplainable after all. Arcanine was taking a well-deserved rest, not that she wanted one, and I was gathering the equipment I might need for the trip, including a stop for more Pokeballs. I wanted some more Premier Balls, just in case. After all, the goal was to catch a Dragonite, or one of its family. I like Dragonite just as much. I wouldn't mind training a Dragonite from scratch as well. Then came the annoying part. I needed to get to an island off the east coast of Kanto. It was a weird little pit stop that was mostly just a little village of people that lived there. Also dugong. Lots of dugong. But it was so small, it wasn't like they had a consistent ferry. The people that live on the island just have their own boats usually. Or dugong. Which is where Milotic came in. I went out of the city a ways till I was in the rough beaches around Vermilion City and summoned my boy, Mia. Hey buddy. You ready for a long swim? We need to get out of the Vermilion Bay and then head east. It's gonna be a bit of a swim. Milotic instantly cried out and wiggled around me. We had of course gone swimming before, but it wasn't like with Arcanine where I could ride her for long distances. We had mostly just swam in our pond river, or in the rivers around Viridian. Good, let me get changed into my suit, it'll keep me warm. I don't want to spend 6 hours or more in the ocean without something to keep my body warm, I tell him as I quickly pull out the suit. It was a wetsuit, the same sort of thing I might have bought back in my other life. It wasn't anything special, just a suit meant to keep you warm in the ocean. Pulling off my normal clothes, I stuffed them into my bag besides my goggles. They were both diving and riding goggles. Then I took a few minutes grunting as I forced myself into the wetsuit. It wasn't easy, but the lady I bought it from had explained how to use it well enough. Once I was done, and zipped up, Milotic helped finish the zipper. I was ready. You ready, Milotic? Milotic. With a wide grin, I slipped onto Milotic's back. And in a surge we were in the water, racing through the ocean. For this bit I didn't even need a rebreather, although my bag was in reach if I ever needed it. We simply enjoyed racing through the water, jumping in and out together. My compass guided us on our way.